the gravy, please.
Welcome in. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you all so much for joining the Rick and Bubba Show. Busy week indeed, and we thank you for being with us. A lot of moving and shaking today. We have Dan Moultrie in next hour. He'll be talking the great outdoors today. If you are in the Birmingham market, today is Charity Charge Day. Participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting Toys for Tots. We'll talk about that a little bit more. I know we have a lot going on. Plus, it is
Gobble, gobble.
week, and so we have to look at that as well. So let's bring him in without further ado. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Yo, gentlemen.
Everybody fired up, ready to go?
That's right.
Let's do this.
Pretty fired up.
Good.
I don't want to hear gobble gobble, but yeah.
Well,
fired up.
y'all just gonna have to get past that. Y'all just gotta
you-
move on.
Just let me know when you're doing it, and I will.
Are you gonna run away again?
I'll do what I did with the Dean and Company.
See,
That's just wrong.
well, in both.
Why do
instances.
we have to endure it and you get to run
Wait,
off?
Yeah, I do.
I
See, you
love
just
it.
said it. Endure it.
Yeah, but do it. Just
I
have a good
love it.
attitude about it. Let's
I just
go.
love
Just
it.
embrace it.
See, Greg actually loves it.
Yep.
We just embrace it. I'm talking about both arms. Just pull it in tight. You know what I mean? How about this?
It's causing
it
my
close.
eyes to water and
Yeah,
be
you got
red. I don't know what's going on.
Farted on his pillow. He's got pink eye.
When's the last
Oh,
time y'all
man.
had pink eye?
It's
I
been
don't
a
know if
minute.
I've ever had it
I
have
don't
either.
know. It's been a
until
while.
now.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
look
been
at
a while.
his eye.
I
There's
know.
something going on. I on the way in this morning. Well, let me rephrase that.
Ooh, puffy eye.
Middle of the night, I got up to go to the, take a leak, and
Right. Go ahead. Keep going.
Gobble.
I'm sorry.
I rubbed my eyes, and I thought, well, that something's going on. My eyes are itchy. And I
There's
kind of
your
looked in the
problem.
mirror, and it was a little swollen. I thought, well, that's weird. And I thought, well, I'll just go back to bed. It'll be fine when I wake up. Well, then the swelling was, for the most part, gone down, and I thought after a shower it was fine. But now they're itching again, and Greg says they're red.
That
and-
one really red.
So I don't know what's going on. I
What
put some
side
drops in them.
What side do you sleep on?
Both.
Me too.
I'm more comfortable on my right, but I will go left to switch it up.
I just wonder if it's like your sinus cavity over there. I mean, if you got sinuses and
Well, when I
something
woke up, both of them were doing this.
who am I, a doctor?
So-
what am I, a doctor?
You
I'm just
sound-
guessing.
Sound
I'm
like a
guessing.
doctor.
Just guessing.
Maybe the Gobble Gobble song will
Yeah.
put me in such a weird place that I'll forget about my eyes.
Sure.
See,
sure.
I'm
There's that.
embracing it.
There's
I'm
that.
trying to embrace
Yeah,
it.
I mean, why not? I'm talking about embrace it. It's like the other day. Terry was putting up Christmas stuff, and I walk into a winter wonderland. But did I complain? I embraced it, even though I feel like it's early.
I got that man.
I'm talking about Christmas music going.
You don't like Christmas music?
Yeah, but I mean, it was a little early. It was, but I embraced it, and I haven't turned it up a little
There's
bit.
a difference between embracing Winter Wonderland and Gobble Gobble.
That's too-
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
two
Yeah, but
different
I mean,
things.
for really, if you think about it, we'll
That's
probably
like-
know
you
in
know
Rick
what?
and Bubba, we'll tease
That is
with a
a-
gobble gobble sounder, and we probably won't play it but one day.
Yeah.
And
That's like
Wednesday.
trying to compare a turd and a nice glass of sweet tea.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
I didn't think
That
I'd hear
is-
that. That's nice.
Now, that's drastic.
Yeah, it
well,
really
that's
is.
my point.
I
Greg.
like it.
Yeah.
I like your
I
analogy.
knew you would.
I do.
Tomorrow, Coleman, Alabama, I'll be at Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, exit 304 from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. The reason
Watch
for
it.
that weird time is it takes, where we're physically located, it takes a minute to get on up there, but the fine folks, I know, Greg, you and I have had a long run with them.
Man, they put us in Western wear many
Huge,
times.
yeah. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear. That will be
I still got
tomorrow. If you're listening live, it'll be November the 22nd. I know this hour or show could be played at a number of different times throughout Thanksgiving week, but nevertheless, I'll be there for 2 hours, 11:30 to 1:30. Then I continue to go north and grab my parents for Thanksgiving week and bring them down, and they'll stay with us before we head on over to Sturgis, Mississippi, which is just outside Starkville for Thanksgiving
Wow, y'all
Day.
got the road
yeah.
tour.
And today is one Tyler Wilburn's birthday. He is 26 today.
26. Is that why you dressed up?
26. Did I dress up?
Yeah, he's been pretty snazzy today.
I just, it was cold.
Tyler would be
It's
happy you
cold.
dressed up for his birthday. I don't blame you.
Only here
26.
can you. 26. Can you believe that?
That's
Nice.
amazing.
26. Y'all feel old a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Considering the first time I saw him, he's a little big kid.
Yeah, I know.
I'm getting to that age where I forget how old I am. Somebody asked me how old I was over the weekend.
I'll forget.
I told them the wrong number.
I
Yeah.
tried to
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't realize it till like it was too late. Like it was
Yeah.
it was like an hour had been gone. I'm like,
Yeah.
I told him this age, and I'm actually this age.
I've actually had to ask my sister before, and Terry reminds me how old I am every time. I'm
So
like, now,
I-
how old would I be? Will I be in December? Honey, you'll be 54 in December. Really? Okay. I don't know.
I was adamant about it too. I'm 43.
Won't I be 54? Or will I be 53?
And I'm 2 years older than you.
Yeah.
You'll be 54.
Okay, I thought so.
Yeah.
Because you're 56?
Mhm.
How's that sound?
They don't sound good. You head towards 60. Don't sound good at all. I think you've chopped a year off of yours to make me look older.
Right, right. Well, I think for 1 year I claimed I was an age I wasn't. I was actually younger by 1 year.
So if you're going to miss it that way. Yeah.
But it's tough, to your point, Helmsy. You just forget. And I always thought that was a joke because I heard my parents say it when I was younger. How you forget how old you are, but you really do.
What year
once
did you
get
graduate?
87.
Oh wow.
What?
I was 84.
Really?
Of course, I
But
got moved ahead because I was so smart.
Got something to add to y'all's list over the next few weeks as we're into the holiday season.
Okay, pink eye.
A Christmas story. The new Christmas story.
Yeah.
Is it coming out?
Is it
It's
out?
already out.
I mean, what's it on?
HBO Max.
Okay.
Did you dive in?
I did.
Oh,
stupid?
It's
and
corny as can
Hey,
be.
what did we
but
think
I
it
enjoy.
was going to be?
Well, that's the thing. So I'm not a big fan of the first one.
What?
I mean, I watch it every year, probably twice.
Love it.
okay, and I think it's anything. I mean, it's corny. It's goofy. Ralphie's a bip to me. He's a bip to me in this one,
I
but
like
I could not take my eyes off of it.
So you
I
I'm
walked
gonna
walked away going probably watch this again before the holiday season's
Now,
over.
wait a minute.
I mean, because I'll watch Christmas movies. There's only a handful of Christmas movies that I'll actually dive into.
Are they? Do you feel like most Christmas movies are corny? Most of them,
Yeah.
a little bit.
Just-
So
yeah.
does this just kind of fall in line with that?
Well, honestly, I don't think Christmas Vacation's corny,
No.
no.
That
That's,
was
you know
on
what that
last night.
is? That's brilliant.
and I don't think Elf's not boring,
No,
corny
okay.
at all.
Hey, one more time.
Um,
Tell me that one more time.
Yeah, Elf's a good one.
There's a what is it? What's the one where they go around and visit everybody? Vince Vaughn.
Oh, 4 Christmases.
that's not corny.
See, okay,
Um,
this falls. We have our classics. We always,
Yeah,
and then as the
yeah.
years go, you have new releases come out.
Right.
You really don't work them in. I've worked that one in.
Okay.
I have
That's
too.
became
I
one of my
have to, yeah.
favorites.
How
How about Fred Claus?
Well,
it's
I'm not a
not
big.
bad.
I'm not a big on that. What's the one that keeps coming out on net? They've got two versions, a 1 and a 2 that came out recently on Netflix. Kurt Russell's the Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Those two are good. They're not corny
good.
to me.
They're good.
But this
What's
is
the one
hey,
that Bubba loves so much with Sinbad in it?
Oh,
He's screaming
Jingle All the Way.
Yeah, we gotta put that in there. He's screaming at us right now. I know.
Yeah, I don't care anything about that one. But the Christmas Story has always been corny to me, and it's corny here too. But I will watch both of them.
Oh, I think the first one's brilliant.
Do they narrate through the movie again?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Do they ever?
I love the
Do
narrator.
they ever? And it's the characters throughout it. That's what I was watching
Okay.
it for.
Well,
you got the nostalgia of the '80s and that kind of thing. So it's
All right, I'm watching.
I'm sure that it's going to be just awesome to me because every time I go through the room, the Hallmark channel is on.
Yeah.
And Terry's got
Now,
some.
those
you
are
talking about
corny.
corny? They
Those
got
are.
some. I mean, she's just couldn't. I mean, she'll have it on. One Terry Wilburn loves the Christmas now, and I love the fact that she loves Christmas, but she's all in. And I mean, it is on there all the time.
I mean, the Hallmark makes you want to get a little hot chocolate and sit and watch it, but they're very corny.
Right. Did you
And they're all the
notice?
same plot.
And they're always all dressed up. I don't care what they're doing. I mean, they could be hanging out like in their house and they'll be in a suit. It's like,
I
what are you
know.
doing?
And there's a long lost love in it. They
Oh,
can
yeah.
rekindle it.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
The holidays are right around the corner, and I'm ready. You know why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and enjoy this special time of the year. HelloFresh always has something new to try with over 35 chef-crafted seasonal recipes each week. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code is BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com under sponsors. sponsors.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GPS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Did you know that over the holidays, property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike nationally? That's why our friends at Simply Safe Home Security are offering 50% off their award-winning security system. This is their biggest offer of the year. Simply Safe Whole Home Security with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Get 50% off with any new system at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
All right, I've been going on and on about how much I love the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. Well, right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on the site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens, which we've been using for months now. Our families love it too. Kickstart your journey to better health during the biggest sale of the year by going to brickhousenutrition.com. Enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything, or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Knock out holiday gift shopping early and snag some of the best deals of the season on Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, a comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life, perfect for anyone on your gift list. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYBF to get 20% off site-wide, or save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's holiday bundles. That code is EARLYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Have been getting a lot of great reviews from this past weekend's RBU. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. If you have not listened and or watched Dayton Moore, our featured guest, you need to do so. It was a great podcast, much deeper than just baseball, but Dayton was the general manager for a while when the Kansas City Royals won the World Series. Matter of fact, his tenure in Kansas City was one of the most successful runs in franchise history. We'll dive into that, but it's much deeper than that. It's a great sit down with Dayton Moore. If you have not watched or listened, make sure you do so. I know a lot of you are traveling over, the next few days, maybe getting to wherever you need to be for Thanksgiving. And when you're on the road, be thinking Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and that'll get you wherever you're going. There's just a slew of them there. You can just choose whichever one you want. And if you have not done that, do that. Dayton Moore, our featured guest this past weekend in Rick and Bubba University. Don't forget, it's kind of a weird week. We're live some days. We got to replay Thanksgiving Day, a Black Friday Best Of on Friday that'll be hosted by Helmsy. So there's a lot happening this week, but nevertheless, we thank you so much for being with us. And the guys are a little hesitant. And we're not going to sit here and play it every day, for hours, but it is
Gobble, gobble.
week. And so there's that there for
I
you.
cringe inside every time.
Dan Moultrie will be here, talk the great outdoors today, and give away a Match Moultrie prize. And really, most of the time, the prize is finer than Dan is crazy with his question. And I say
Good
that with all
prize.
due respect, Dan. I don't mean you're crazy, but you know,
that sounded kind of bad.
the Match Moultrie is on out there. It
No,
presents problems.
It's difficult at times.
But the prize is worth it.
But that's the point.
Yeah, sit through it, get
You're
through
giving
it.
away good prizes. You don't want to make it easy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right. No, you're right. I got home late Saturday I was worn out, absolutely worn out. And I walk in the house, and Terry had been and really it was a dream come true for her, and she even said that. I have an empty house, which means I can decorate, play my Christmas music, and become a little elf, and nobody's walking through the house giving me problems. I'm not distracted.
Good point.
And so I walk in, and you can tell. The house. It was just straight up. We had Christmas tree up. There was Christmas music going. She had been cleaning all day, and she just wanted to kind of get all that done before we have, some guests this week and all that. And so it was hard for me to claim I was tired when she had obviously been working all day and I had just been hunting.
Yeah.
But I had to remind her, hunting wears you out. And she just kind of looked at me like a
sitting.
dog does when he turns its head and he's trying to figure you out, And I said, baby, think about it. I haven't slept that much.
Mm-hmm.
It's cold, so your body's using energy to kind of stay warm. And I've had to pay attention and look left, right, constantly throughout the entire day looking for
Who
deer.
can survive that?
And then, we ride around. We have to check cameras and make sure feeder's got corn in it, and sit on the front porch and in the
your feet
swing
up,
and have a little
Eat
fire,
something.
have a little fire in the fire pit and stuff, and eat bad.
Yeah.
I'm like, that wears you out,
It
babe.
does. It's physically demanding.
Let me get a shower. I need to chill out.
I got to sit down and rest.
Yeah. As she had been
Hope you don't expect me to do anything.
working all day, and she said, you didn't hunt a whole lot last year. You did a few times, but I forgot what you're like when you do a full day, because I'll split it up sometimes.
Yeah.
Do just a morning, then I'm back, or just an afternoon. Hey, this was a full day. I'm talking about spent the night and woke up and hunted, and I had to set the alarm for like 4:55.
It's cold yesterday morning.
It's freezing.
Saturday morning.
Yeah, it was really cold.
How about that?
Really cold.
That's
And
good.
and
You don't wanna hunt when
I
it's
know
hot.
I sounded really old when I was putting on layers to get ready to go hunting, but I think I counted 5 layers.
It's all
that I
about
had on.
layers.
I could hardly bend my leg
When you're
to get over the
sitting,
4-wheeler. Yeah,
It's all about layers.
it is. But had a great time at the Lenore's, and we had done something that we haven't done. I think they said in maybe 7 years.
You kill her?
And that no, we were looking though. And that is all the guys go down and just spend the night at their little farmhouse and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I have to have a noisemaker, and I used the
he
fan
does.
app on my phone.
When we went hunting in Mississippi last year, you had that.
Well, you
noise.
want to know why? We didn't have any snores in the bunch, but I didn't want it to get real quiet, and all of a sudden you hear.
Yeah.
I just wanted that to kind of drown it out, but we didn't see any. But
Well,
there
that's good,
there was
'cause
rumors
they were looking for the
they were around.
Well, sure.
And so we have our big breakfast that if we're all there we cook, and It was sad that it got to be 8:30 Saturday morning prime weather. I'm talking about just a little 2-mile-an-hour winds out of the north. It was freezing cold, and all we cared about was, hey, when are we going to go back and eat? You know, there's something about just being starving and waiting on that food.
And it's so much, like I say, it tastes better.
It does.
Like
it does. It does.
You can't wait. Oh, I'd been thinking about it the whole time I was sitting there.
So we go back. I think we put down in there 15 eggs, and then we had a number of guys, but I mean, it looked like Waffle House in there. We were making and going and bacon and Conecuh sausage and grits and eggs and biscuit with syrup.
Calm down.
Come on, you kidding me? That's all I could think about.
Calm down. Yeah.
And I knew I should be hunting and looking for deer, but all I could think about was that food.
No, you were just looking at your clock.
I'm just
when do we eat? Get the griddle fired up.
But it was a great day, and I tried not to complain too much, especially when I had to wake up Sunday morning and run sound at church. You have to get there really early. And I told Tara, I said, I think I can make a day. I'm pretty tired. I've been hunting all weekend.
Yeah.
I get up. I'll get up, though.
Eating them eggs, wear you out.
She looked at me because she had been working all day on the house, getting it ready. She said, "You're tired, huh?"
Yeah,
I said,
"You don't expect much from me."
I'm not tired, honey. I'm worn out is what I am.
I can't take it.
Actually, I had to back the 4-wheeler into the garage and on the trailer and stuff. That's tough, too.
Yeah.
It's cold.
When you're tired.
When you're worn out.
Yeah, worn slap out.
I didn't sleep, but probably 6 hours. Had to get up, get out there in that freezing cold, go warm the 4-wheeler up. How do you think that felt?
Yeah, it even got an automatic start on it, like a truck.
Right. But anyway, I made it.
You got through it. You suffered through it.
I did.
Good for you. I'm glad.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back. We have a lot to discuss that's out there in the news. I know we're tired of it, but we'll get through it today. A lot happening. It's Gobble Gobble Week. I hope all of you are enjoying the Rick and Bubba show throughout the entire week.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you've thought about securing your home with home security, but you've been putting it off, right now listeners can order the #1 rated Simply Safe home security system for 50% off. This is their biggest offer of the year. In an emergency, 24/7 professionals monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. Simply Safe is whole home security with advanced sensors for every room, window and door, 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a guest, access your cameras, or adjust your system settings. Get 50% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com. Today is their biggest discount of the year. That's simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
From pumpkin spice to apple cider, fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it deliciously easy to savor all that the season has to offer. With mouth-watering recipes delivered to your door, right now you can treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up some cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner series, complete with easy-to-follow videos, and HelloFresh Market makes hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors. A rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more available for a limited time this season. With more than 35 weekly recipes to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to your door, HelloFresh helps spice up the cooking routine with fewer trips to the store, and it even saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and
All right.
Ooh, there is no
Welcome in. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It is the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. To my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. We are the Good Time Gang, and we'll get things rolling for you. That's why it's called the kickoff hour. And then right after top of the hour, Rick, Bubba, and Adler join us for the full staff and the main show. Today, Dan Moultrie will be with us to talk the great outdoors. We talked about my oldest, Tyler Wilburn, turning 26 today. It's hard to believe. And it's a charity charge day at participating Buffalo
Charity
Wild Wings.
charge.
And that benefits this month, Toys for Tots. And be looking for that if you're going out and enjoying some great Buffalo Wild Wings. It's a win and a win. You get great food and help a great organization, Toys for Tots. This past weekend, I just gave y'all my Saturday, which means that I really didn't watch much college football, but I was trying to stream some stuff and then get some
It was
scores.
a weird one.
And it was a bizarre day, an absolute bizarre day when it comes to really 3 out of the top 4 almost losing.
Yeah.
And it's already kind of – things have gotten crazy with Tennessee getting embarrassed the way they did. But, man, Ohio
Vanderbilt's
State
lost their mind.
– I know. Ohio State, Michigan, and TCU all got scared.
Yeah.
All 3 of them. And
Tennessee
if they
got
all
hammered.
3 would have lost, it would have really thrown
there's
everything
Tennessee
up.
right outside the
Yeah.
top 4 waiting to – everybody thought they had a shot to get in it.
Yeah.
And, not so fast, my friend.
They get over 60 put on them and lose their quarterback.
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker is out the rest of the season with a torn ACL, and he was really in the Heisman run. He was mentioned, and so now he's gone, torn ACL, and out for the rest of the year. And sad news. You hate to see anybody get hurt, but the AP poll, if it's a reflection of what college football poll will be this week, it is out. It's Georgia 1, Ohio State 2, Michigan 3, TCU 4, and then there's USC. We've talked about them.
Yeah, they're playing well.
If they win out and win the pack, watch out.
They're in. They got to be.
Yeah.
There's nobody else. You put in
Right,
there.
because Ohio State or Michigan's going to lose.
Yeah.
But So they should be in. Then LSU's at 6, and then Clemson 7, Alabama 8, and then there's Tennessee 9, and Oregon that rounds up the top 10.
I think the only way that you keep TCU or USC out is if LSU beats Georgia, then both of them will go.
Yeah, possible.
And a lot of people have a problem with sending a 2-loss LSU team, but they would be the SEC champion, and Georgia would have 1 loss, and they would both be deserving. So, but I think and I don't think that's going to happen. By the way, I just
no, I don't either.
But I do think
it's been a crazy year though. You never know.
I do think it's if everybody wins out, Ohio State being that everybody wins out over or Michigan, whichever one you want to put in there, Georgia, Ohio State, TCU, USC. Does y'all see anything different?
No, I don't.
I don't either. Tennessee, gosh. I mean, there's so much to say about that game Saturday. I thought they were they cut it to 4, and I thought, well, here we go.
We'll pull it off like these others.
We're going to do like TCU did. We're going to do like Michigan did. We're going to pull it out in the end. And South Carolina just flipped another switch.
I know it.
Well,
this is the one they've been waiting on him to play like that.
Yeah. We all knew he was a good quarterback, and we all knew he had the potential of this.
Yeah.
We just waiting on it to happen, and buddy, it did.
But sports, it's just so weird to sometimes explain and predict. But some days or some nights, everything is working, and when it is, it's a pretty sight if you're for that team. And South Carolina was one of those. Arkansas was one of those against Ole Miss. They pounded them. There's just some nights it's just like, man, we are rolling, and the Gamecocks just couldn't go wrong. I mean, they were absolutely pounding Tennessee.
Like Beamer's interview, he said, I've been trying to tell y'all we got a good football team.
Right.
They've had some losses that they could have went either way, and they are pretty good.
Speaking of Michigan, did y'all see Bielema? He's like, I know I'm going to get fined, but man, he ripped into the officiating, and there's actually video out of Michigan blocking downfield and picking and all that kind of stuff to get receivers open. There's a lot of controversy in that game. I didn't see any of that game. I just saw the score update that Michigan had to go down and kick a field goal to win it and beat Illinois. That was a really, really tough game. And then Ohio State, Maryland, I think it came down. And then Tua's his little brother got hurt like the last play of the game, I think. Had to carry him limping off the field. Hopefully it's not too bad. But, man, those were some good games. In the TCU-Baylor game, did y'all see any of that one?
I watched the last 7-8 minutes of that one.
How did they come back to win?
Well, they just put a long drive together down at the end. And sometimes you wonder. You got all 3 timeouts, which helps.
Yeah.
And they go down and they score a touchdown. They have to go for 2. Okay, so it's like 28-20. They go for 2 and don't get it. And you think, well, it's over.
Oh, wow.
There's only 1 minute and 2 minutes left, okay? So you think, well, it's over. Baylor run the ball, run out the clock, it's done. Well, they go quick 3 and out and have to punt, and all of a sudden here comes TCU, and they drive down. And, I mean, literally they had to rush everybody on the field. I thought they'd miss the kick simply because of that. But they had to literally rush everybody on the field. They had 1 second to get set, and they kicked it, and it was good.
Wow.
There was 0 seconds on the
maybe
clock.
after trying to get set.
It was frantic, and I didn't think they was going to get it off.
Wow.
Because of the play that they called before that, I was caught off guard that they actually caused a running play. You're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Because they had no timeouts left, and they escaped. The other thing I was going to say, somebody on the outside looking in, and we're all going to agree that their schedule is – I know they can't help that, but – Clemson is on the outside looking in, and there is a chance for them. The fact that their only loss is Notre Dame, and if if TCU or USC slips up, they're going to be in if they win out and win the SEC.
Yeah.
Do you realize they've won 40 home games in a row? I want you to think about that a minute.
That's pretty impressive.
40 in a row.
And they're going to play North Carolina.
They are.
The championship. North Carolina's got a great offense, but they ain't stopping nobody.
No.
But they've outscored everybody but one.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can't argue.
It is
good quarterback.
It's crazy time because here we go, rivalry week for a lot of teams. You got the Iron Bowl, the Egg Bowl. What do they call the Ohio State-Michigan game? Is it? Do they? I
don't know.
They call it.
They call it something.
I'm sorry, I just don't know. But you got all that this week. It's
rivalry week,
and the Egg Bowl starts on Thanksgiving night in Ole Miss. 3 NFL games for Thanksgiving, and one of them is going to be really good. It's the Dallas and the Giants, I believe. But yeah, the Egg Bowl. The Egg Bowl is on Thanksgiving night. I think it's 6 o'clock.
That'll be a good game.
Yeah,
should be.
I feel like I'm not giving Michigan enough. I kind of just you hear me. I kind of talk down to you, and I scan by you. I'm like, Ohio State's going to beat you.
I know.
And that's going to come back to haunt me probably as far as my thought process. I'm not giving them enough. Like when you sent, and even Saturday, they were on about the same time. And if I had to go away from an SEC game, I just went to Ohio State, Maryland. I never even really looked at Michigan. Why?
Maryland's one of those teams.
Why am I not
giving
giving Michigan much?
I don't know, but you do. The way we're talking this year,
yeah,
it's like Michigan is the lesser of the two.
And they're undefeated.
Yeah,
I don't know why I'm doing that to them.
I don't either.
Sorry, Michigan. Sorry, Wolverines.
I feel like
sorry,
I'm doing
Harbaugh.
the same thing. Yeah.
I'm talking down to y'all, and I
sorry
probably
to
shouldn't
everybody.
be. You may be in the playoffs and win the whole thing. I don't know.
Got in playoffs last year, got beat, but
Did y'all see the?
I won't even circle them on my sheet here.
You don't look at them.
Come on.
Look, I got everybody else. Squared, rectangled up that I think are in, and I got circles of people that are on the outside looking in. I don't even have anything
What's
about
your
Michigan.
problem with the maize and blue?
What is wrong with me?
Come on.
Did y'all see the USC UCLA field rusher?
I did not.
The security guard hit him, and you could tell the guy had played.
That's a good one.
You could tell the guy had played some ball before.
Of course, the guy's going to sue him now because I think he probably hit his head.
But he is running, and he got
That's
hit
about
so
as good as it
hard.
gets right there.
He got hit so hard.
Rick, they call it targeting now.
Yeah.
Targeting.
Looking from a distance, I thought that was actually a play in the game.
Yeah. The person that rushed the field, he was running the sideline like it was like a kickoff return, and everybody's chasing him. And then all of a sudden,
had a good angle
coming from midfield. We had a guy.
He took a good drop.
He did, and put a shoulder into him that threw the guy into the benches.
The guy's hurt. He's got to be.
Got to be.
I mean,
you know you're hit hard when the first thing that hits is the back of your shoulder. Huh?
Do you know what you asked the question about the Michigan-Ohio State game and what it's called. This is going to bother both of y'all.
What?
The game.
Oh, my God. We can't do no better than that.
The game.
We can't do no better than that.
The Michigan-Ohio State football rivalry. Referred to as the game.
All right, so let me guess. So we have
what do we play? The game.
So we have the Egg Bowl, the Iron Bowl, and the game.
Yeah. What they're saying
this week.
What they're saying is that nothing else matters. This is the game.
And I will say this.
Like the Ohio State University.
Correct.
Yeah.
I've always wondered.
I guess Michigan's let them do that.
They call it the Egg Bowl because of the way the trophy's made, right?
Yeah,
that's where it came from. You would like a little deeper meaning than that.
Right.
You know, why did they make it look that way? What comes first, the Egg Bowl or the egg?
Right. Yeah.
I guess
you have to belittle us over in Mississippi again.
No, I'm just saying it's just
that's fine.
Egg Bowl. You would think, well, why is it called Egg Bowl? Well, it's
and I know what is it? Minnesota and Wisconsin play for Paul Bunyan's axe. Is that what it is?
Yeah. And one of them plays for like a little statue of. Is it Paul Bunyan? I don't know.
I always like that.
Somebody always plays for the old rusty boot or something.
Yeah. There's only a line that divides us, Greg.
No, I'm just saying. You got to admit that's kind of.
That's fine.
You
buddy.
got this big rivalry called Egg Bowl.
Okay.
Sounds like a cooking contest.
I'm sorry,
just a line. That's all.
Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GPS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Visit Boot Barn during our Black Friday sale this weekend for savings on top quality pieces. Early access deals start on Friday at 7 a.m., where you can get up up to $40 off cowboy boots for men, women, and children. Plus, extended through the weekend. Save on select outerwear, jeans, flannels, and men's essential workwear, including work boots made in America. Visit us this Black Friday during our biggest sale of the year at Boot Barn.
Nacho fries are back at Taco Bell. You know, the fries covered in bold Mexican spices you dip in a warm nacho cheese sauce. You could also dunk them in nacho cheese sauce or pour the sauce onto a pile of them and create like a nacho fries nachos. The thing is that you eat them with nacho cheese sauce. That's what makes them nacho fries. Otherwise, you're just eating fries and sipping on nacho cheese sauce, and that's the wrong way. Sorry, just really passionate about nacho fries.
Nacho fries are back, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Spoiled supermarket meat, sawdust-like fillers, artificial preservatives?
Hold on there. I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. You don't want your dog eating any of that. These potentially harmful ingredients are found in many of today's popular dog foods, but not in Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw dog food with real cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit.
Nature's Blend is designed to help support your dog's playfulness, healthy skin, soft coat, easy digestion, and youthful mobility.
Your dog will go bonkers over Nature's Blend savory flavor and texture.
For a limited time, save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and receive a free festive holiday dog sweater with select orders. Go to drmartyspets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Offer available with select orders while supplies last. Text fees may apply. You may receive up to one additional text. Text stop to opt out. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, one scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, we have got 9 minutes. 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is brought to you by CarShield.com.
Oh, yeah.
CarShield.com.
Oh, yeah.
You know, prices on just about everything have gone up. I mean, if you don't know that, you're about to if you're starting to do some Christmas shopping. You're like, what? But I'm talking about gas. We're talking about going out to eat, just products in general. But one thing you can love about CarShield is when you have protection from carshield.com/Bubba, you'll never have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your vehicle when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they'll help handle everything. We appreciate, the fact that they're covering more parts than ever before. But they have protection plans for around $100 a month that will do just that. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles on it, when you need repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork and the headache of oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Where are we going? Their Car Shield administrators handle everything. You get to choose the mechanic even. And you can also, if you're stuck on the side of the road, every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and a rental car option at no extra cost. And like I mentioned earlier, that's not going to go up. The cost is not going to go up. So as long as you're covered with your vehicle, no matter how much the repairs are, you know that your cost is locked in. And what I mean by that is you can get coverage today just by contacting carshield.com/Bubba. They'll give you a free quote, and then whatever price you land on, that's the price. So it's not going to go up with the rest of society and every other, going out to eat or gas prices or products.
That's for sure.
At carshield.com/Bubba, you can get savings today. You're going to save 10% on your plan by going to that website URL, carshield.com/Bubba, or you can call 1-800-391-8888 to save that 10% on your plan and then get that price locked in with carshield.com/Bubba. All right, so Moultrie is kind of getting in. Don't forget, it's a charity charge day today, benefiting Toys for Tots at your participating Buffalo Wild Wings. I thought this was kind of interesting. I know we're doing a little bit of traveling, and really our family, it's pretty simplified as far as just where we're going and what we're doing. We don't have to really do a whole lot of traveling, but on Thanksgiving, you had COVID and then you had, the surgeries and different things that my parents have been through. It's been a number of years since we haven't gotten back to what we normally were doing, and that is Johnette and Reg host us on Thanksgiving Day over in Sturgis. And so Thanksgiving morning, we're going to wake up and head over pretty early. But some of you are flying. Bubba just mentioned Caitlin trying to get back home from D.C.
When you say Sturgis, I picture y'all at the bike rally.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a beautiful little town. I wish you could see it. Nice little country
the
town.
Dakotas.
But the TSA has issued a warning. Thanksgiving dinner foods you can and cannot get
so
through
you try
TSA.
and get on a
with.
plane. How about this? If I'm having to fly to the event, don't expect me to bring anything.
Right.
As far as food.
Yeah. That I'll give you that.
Maybe assign that to some other family member because I'm traveling.
Yeah. Like, for instance, Thanksgiving foods that should be packed and checked baggage.
Okay.
Homemade or canned cranberry sauce. You cannot take that as a carry-on, so don't try. Homemade or packed gravy, jar or can. Wine, champagne, sparkling apple cider.
Not even sparkling apple cider?
Come on, man. Canned fruit or vegetables, preserves, jams, or jellies, maple syrup. All of those should be checked baggages, not something. It looks like to me it's all liquid stuff.
Yeah,
and they're not going to let you on
maybe
with
that's
liquid.
But
it says here foods that you can be carried on through TSA checkpoints. Homemade or bought baked goods. Okay.
Okay, so muffins.
Right. Frozen, cooked, or uncooked meats. Who's going to travel?
Frozen? Now, hang on.
I guess you're going to have maybe a carry-on cooler, the little backpack
with
coolers.
dry ice in there.
Yeah.
So
Casseroles.
you can bring a steak, no problem.
No. Mac and
Casseroles?
cheese cooked in a pan.
You can bring it on.
You can bring those on.
Picture putting that up in the overhead.
Yes.
Probably not.
Yeah, you start smelling. Something smells good up in here. Fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, candy.
Candy.
It says spices. Each airline passenger is allowed to pack a quart-sized bag of liquids, aerosols, gels, creams, and pastes in a single carry bag. However, individual containers cannot exceed 3.4 ounces. So I guess they're having to issue this warning because every year there's a handle at the TSA checkpoint.
Why can't I take my cranberry sauce on?
Right, and
they got a piece of frozen meat they're getting on.
Can you imagine the break room, the TSA break room at the airport of all the food they've gotten?
Yes.
Huh?
What if you just smell something good and go, hey, confiscate that?
Yeah.
Tell them that they can't have it.
Hey, that's not allowed. Let me have that.
Not allowed. Let me have that mac and
Let me
cheese.
have it right now.
Again, I go back to my first statement. Family members, if you're flying to the event, don't worry about bringing food. We got it.
Right.
But I know how they are. Some families, we got to assign everybody something.
Right. But if we're going to get some, which it's not my favorite. We've talked about it. But if we're going to get some canned cranberry sauce or something, let's just get it when we land and we get there.
Yeah, we could catch that at the store.
No reason to get it now.
No. And if you're going to lose something, I hope it is cranberry sauce because I don't like it.
Exactly.
It doesn't fit as far as I'm concerned.
No.
It's like,
Not
look at this
all.
wonderful plate of food. Let's take some Jell-O and throw it on it. That's what it looks like.
But if there's a story on it today, that means it's a handle. It's a handle at the TSA checkpoints.
As if the
people
line's
trying
not
to get
backed
stuff
up
through.
enough.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I've never had to fly for the holidays.
Yeah.
I'm going 65 miles northeast,
right,
on 59, and then I'll go 18 miles south on 65, and that's it.
That ain't nothing.
And those will be, a few hours each trip, and I'm back at my homestead.
Yeah, imagine the stress if you're these people that live far away and you come home every holiday and you got to depend on the airlines.
Right.
You got to depend on some guy trying to get cranberry sauce on.
It's
God,
a handle is what it is.
You talking about, I dread putting that tree up. I'd really dread if I had to do that. I mean, that's a dread. Man, I mean, I need to quit griping.
Yeah, and I know it's the one time a year where a lot of family members get to see each other, and there's time off and the outside vacation, because a lot of people get this whole week off. Depending on where you work or what you do, but
most of the kids are out of school this week.
Yeah, so it's easy to travel.
For some reason, I had them going until like Wednesday, and they're out. They're all, from what I understand, because I asked around because I was trying to schedule tennis clinics. I know that's a big shocker. And I was trying to get it in. I thought, well, if kids are out of school, then let's do it early because y'all going to want to get them out of the house anyway. And then I don't have to be up there late. And everybody I've talked to, their kids out this week.
Yeah. Some are, some aren't.
What's the furthest you will drive before you go, okay, we got to fly?
6 hours.
6 hours.
6. That was
Maybe
pretty quick.
7.
That was
Maybe
pretty quick.
7.
Okay. Before
That's
you say,
borderline.
okay, that's it, we're driving.
Yeah.
I mean, we're flying.
And it depends on who I'm with. I can drive a lot longer by myself or with one person than I can a carload.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot of people having to pee.
Yeah,
if it's just me and Amanda, we go.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Rules, and those rules are in place to protect you, and that's why they're there. But when I was meeting with this little boy, this is just a nugget of where our kids are and what our house parents live out every day and the life that they have to live because of this. I looked at this little boy and I said, buddy, I love you. Man, I speak for everybody in this room when I tell you I love you. He goes, no, you don't. Nobody does. And that's the confidence that this boy came with. None. That's the expectation that this boy came with. None. You meet with kids that you tell them they love them. You love them. And they always, anybody that's ever told them before, expect something in return. And we say this is a free gift. We love you regardless.
We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about that, too. 866-WEBB. If you want to find out all the information about how you could come along and maybe you feel called to help in any way involving Big Oak Ranch, we'll put that information there, too. Also, Brody and I, along with these other men, the main event, Lifeways Conference for Men, Mobile, Alabama, the end of the month. All that's in show notes.
Rick and Bubba.
The wonderful wheel of meat. On the wheel, meat from stockyards.com. The world's finest cuts of meat and seafood since the 1800s, bub.
It's a long time.
1-800-Flowers.com for Valentine's Day. Don't forget them. They got all kinds of bouquets of flowers on the old wheel. Moultrie package. Got a camera there for you with Moultrie Mobile. Got a feeder package. We also have some Rick and Bubba prizes on the wheel. And there's also potential pitfalls. Not everybody's going to win. They might, but it's not a guaranteed win. And spinning the wheel today with joy on his face, there he is, Brody Kroll. Yeah, Brody, why are you so apprehensive about the wheel?
I'm really just doing what everybody else in the studio wants me to do and act like this because they said this is Rick's deal and he's really excited about it and he won't ever let it die.
Right.
So I'm just trying to
I love
slowly,
the wheel.
I know.
Yeah, don't give me some enthusiasm.
I'm a little nervous if it lands on Adler. That's my only deal.
That's your only
Brody, you've had NFL linebackers trying to break your neck. You're
like
okay.
having a
Somebody
clown
get
in my
Herm
head.
Edwards in here to fire him up about the wheel.
Okay, I'm fired up.
All right, here we go. We start out of Birmingham, Alabama. 104.7 WZZK. Wheel is standing by. Will, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Brody Kroll. Yeah, step away. Really apprehensive about it.
He is.
All right, you're not going to break it.
It's not blitzing, Brody. It's okay.
Here we go. Here we go. Hand of truth.
There's not a defensive end anywhere around that
Brody,
wheel.
look at the hand of truth up there. Giving you a
Thumbs up. And the Christmas pigs, all smiles.
Here you go. All right. Yeah. Moultrie, Moultrie, Moultrie. View it. Well, how about this, Will? A Moultrie package for you. Thank you, Brody Croyle. So would you like to have the camera package, which gets you the Moultrie Mobile M40i, and also a Moultrie Mobile package to go with that, your server and all that, or would you want the feeder package?
I'll take the camera.
I bet you will. All right, we'll put you on hold, Will. Get us all the information, and Moultrie will send that right to you, okay?
Appreciate it, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Will.
Hey, Brody, good one. All right, let's go to Montgomery, Alabama. Lindsay's standing by. Listen to I-92. Lindsay, how you doing?
Great.
What do you say to Brody Kroll?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Brody. Oh, well, look out. Watch your shirt, Speedy. Watch
Speedy,
your
that
shirt.
shirt is loose and close to the pegs.
That's right. Did you sign a release?
I did not.
All right, here we go. By agreeing to come on today, you've already signed a release, Brody.
It's implied.
It's implied. All right, let's see where it lands for Lindsay.
Looky here.
Me. Oh, Lindsay. $50 gift card from Stockyards.com, the world's finest steak and It is 6 minutes past the hour. How about it? A brand new day, brand new hour, brand new week. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with our national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we go forward. A lot to unpack on another one. Short week. Thanksgiving is coming up this week. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. So the Gobble Gobble Song's in play. It'll get a few spins this week, so there you go. Look, we took it to the people, and y'all voted to keep it, so there you go. So blame those who voted for it, if it's not your thing. So we've got a Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Thanksgiving, a Black Friday best-of show hosted by Helmsy. Some of the more memorable moments in Rick and Bubba history as you shop. And then, of course, don't forget to shop at rickandbubba.com. The brand-new CD, Where's the Bathroom, is available. Tickets to the Man Church Conference, you can grab those at themanchurch.com. Great gift ideas. And all that is available for you. And so go out and enjoy the week. Today we have an opportunity for you to win a wonderful gift if you can match Moultrie. So that's coming up here in just a few minutes. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've given you a kickoff hour. Adler settles in. He's ready to go. He joins the team now. And then Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba intern, earning his degree in common sense, almost done with his class here at Rick and Bubba University. So we have him for just a few more weeks. And right there sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess, friends and neighbors?
There he is, Bubba. Old Toby Mac.
Boy, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's one of my favorites. And the video is excellent.
And if you want to take...
Now, they burned up a pretty nice car in that.
Right. If you want to take a tremendous amount of content in the Holy Bible and sum it up into one phrase, I just need you. That's it. And if I got that, I don't need anything else.
Sums it up.
Uh-huh. I didn't need you. All right, so let's unpack it. I mentioned
Thanksgiving week, isn't it?
Yeah, match.
How about that?
Match Moultrie coming up today and tomorrow, right? We're doing it twice.
Yeah.
Good gracious,
Catching up.
We're getting 2 spoonfuls of Moultrie. so we got that today. I got to get out I spent the whole weekend in the great outdoors and loved it. So we'll update that. Bubba, I know you had some stuff going on. Speedy, I know you had a big deal, and we had rifle season open up where we live. A lot of you it's all different wherever you live. But anyway, so we got some stories from the weekend we'll unpack. Football, good gracious, a lot of weird stuff happened. Nothing that will probably affect the top 4 in college football. But boy, I'm telling you, let me tell you what I noticed, and I didn't see any of the games. Just watching the scores come in. So if I'm in error, but if I'm misreading some of what I saw, I've seen a highlight or two. I think one thing we're learning about Lincoln Riley. Look at the state of Oklahoma since he left, and look at the state of USC since he's arrived.
You got to give him props. He's one of those guys. He appears to win everywhere he goes.
Well, notice it's twofold though. Notice Oklahoma's not playing as well since he left, and then look at USC playing well that he's arrived.
Maybe it was him.
He said he probably does a good job.
And the thing about USC. It didn't take him 3 years to recruit. I mean, he has really turned that program.
He brought a few of them with him, including the quarterback.
He did.
And I have waited all season for the big exposure.
That makes him even a better coach.
Yeah. So I mean, I was in the camp of he's got him headed in the right direction, and I think that's probably still the most realistic view of USC right now. But at 10-1, who'd they lose to? Who got them?
Utah.
Yeah.
It came down to the last
good football team.
Oregon beat this past weekend. It was a really good game.
It came down to the last play.
But he's got them right on the cusp of making the playoffs.
And the way TCU won, which have y'all seen that highlight?
Yeah, that was bizarre.
I did not. I want to see it.
There's so many football players running around.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, it's
like
a
bunch of ants.
At one time, it looked like there were 40 players on the field. And because they're trying to
mass confusion.
Right. It was
a special team coach's nightmare trying to get everybody out there.
Wow. So anyway, TCU, they barely beat Baylor, and Michigan struggled with Illinois. Somebody said the Harbaugh had some weird post-game interview, but I don't know what they mean because I didn't see that. I don't know.
Yeah, 3 of the top 4, Rick, to your point, you just mentioned 2, and Ohio State and Maryland came down. The score doesn't reflect it because I think they scored 10 points in the last minute. But they almost – Maryland gave them all they wanted. And so it was the top – out of the top 4, 3 of them almost got beat.
Yeah, and I know 16-6, Georgia, that's – I guess Kentucky, that's not a – that's not an overwhelming score either.
No. Well, Georgia, obviously very dominating team, but they've had two games that show that they could be beat, and that was Missouri and the Kentucky game. That they are beatable.
Yeah.
But it's just the great parity of college football.
So look right now. So the top 4, here's their wins. Georgia beats Kentucky 16-6. Ohio State beats Maryland, who's terrible this year, 43-30, but gives up 30 points. Michigan 19-17 over Illinois. TCU 29-28 over Baylor.
On a last-second.
Yeah, and Bielema with Illinois is getting fined. He after the game didn't hold back on the officiating, and it was he literally didn't hold back at all.
Okay, well that ought to be fun. So anyway, we'll get to that later. We'll break some of that down later. Because we got to jump into Moultrie right now.
And, hey, the Vikings look good.
Didn't they look good, Bubba? I've asked Bubba every question I should have asked. I've asked him every question I should have asked, and I think he's clear.
Yeah. I didn't even see it the third quarter when it was already out of hand.
When I saw the score, I said, what have you done, Bubba? But I think he's innocent.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I feel good. Rick, you will not believe how cruel and unusual United Airlines were this week.
Well, Bubba,
they would not let a lady who was departing from a flight in Newark, it's now Newark Liberty International Airport.
Oh, wow.
They would not let her get on a plane without her support animal. Can you believe that? Just so happened her support animal was a peacock.
Excuse me?
Was a peacock.
Hey, wait a minute.
Imagine being on a flight with a peacock.
The woman claimed she had bought a second ticket for the peacock, but the airline still denied her request. A spokesperson for United told Fox News that the travelers with the peacock were told they would not be able to bring it on board. The animal did not meet guidelines for a number of reasons, including its weight, height, its size. They explained this to the customer on 3 separate occasions before they ever arrived at the airport, yet they brought the peacock on in anyway.
So they just wouldn't take no for an answer.
I want to know how they got it through that X-ray machine.
I want to know this.
How'd they get it that far?
I bet that would be interesting, cramming it through there.
Who brings a peacock onto a
We've
plane?
done stories on this before. Some of the airlines are cracking down these comfort animal things. But one, we had a turkey. We saw a story on that, and then we had a guy. I think he was from Alabama. Remember, he got bit in the face by somebody's dog. It was a big dog, and it was sitting in a seat, and he sat down and bit him right in the face.
All right, I can see
It's very comforting.
I can see how you could, maybe pet a little kitty cat or something that might calm
A
you.
rabbit.
But let me hear you.
Rick.
Hear me out. Hear me out. I can somewhat see how you could have maybe something furry, but a peacock, a turkey. I mean, how are these things?
Well-
but I will tell you what. There's such an abuse of this because everybody has to get on board.
Oh yeah.
That Delta Airlines has got a new policy starting. I think it's March 1, and they're done with it.
Well,
They're
Rick,
like,
I've got this.
No more comfort animals.
They just announced a crackdown on emotional support and service animals. The airline hopes that these restrictions will curb an abuse of policy.
That's right.
And an 84% increase in ill animal behavior, such as urinating, defecating, biting, and attacking on flights.
That'll do it.
Good night.
As of March the 1st, Delta's new rules require those flying with emotional support or psychiatric service animals to submit a veterinarian health form, a shot record to Delta within 48 hours before they ever get on a plane. A doctor's note, a signed veterinarian health form, and proof of animal training will additionally now have to be presented before they will be allowed on airplanes.
Well, I talked to
that peacock.
I talked.
They're giant animals, and Rick, when they spread out, they're bigger than the wheel of meat.
And if you've ever heard one scream,
oh my God,
they'll scare you
It'll
to death.
scare you to death.
If that
just
thing
that-
got to screaming in, I was working around the house one day,
like a
and something got
dinosaur.
to screaming like it scared me to death. And I looked, and it was a peacock.
No,
But
they'll
Greg,
scare you.
I tell you something that's as creepy to me is when they're all spread out and you hear those little things bumping. It's like
Rattling.
little glass
Oh,
things.
yeah.
It is a weird sound.
Well, crapping everywhere.
But here's the deal.
Who brings that?
Here's tells you. Well, I'll tell
There
you
is-
this. The same person that was told 3 times you can't do it, and they show up with.
Gosh,
it
we've
anyway.
had that happen before, hadn't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
That's a good point.
Well, here's the thing. What's happening, and what they said even with dogs, is these people are going online and they can order service animal vest. They put it on their pet, and then they say it's a service animal, so they can bring it on board without paying extra for it.
Yeah.
And they instead of doing it appropriately where it doesn't impact the other people on the plane. I don't know how to tell some of you people that the world does not revolve around you. You have to have some concern about the other people that are being impacted by what you're doing. Talked to a guy that was just that had just gotten on a plane. Said there was this awful, awful smell. He said the smell was unbelievable. And he said he saw a person run by going into the bathroom, and he looked, and they were just dropping waste all the way.
What?
And then come to find out, he was holding a little dog. And it just all up and down the
Look,
aisle.
y'all, we love animals. We're
love
designed
to
that
have
way.
animals. We love to have animals.
God loves it. He made animals for our enjoyment. I got that.
Sure.
But we don't need to carry them with us all the time, and especially in a confined area like an airplane, you can't pull over and fix something.
No.
And I don't buy.
Don't make other people deal with your decision.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How about it? Thank you for being with us today. Well, let's get him in here. Dan Moultrie. Dan Moultrie is in here and ready to go. It's time to match Moultrie before we're done today and tomorrow on the program. So, Dan, welcome back.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
I'm good, buddy.
Dan, how are you doing?
I'm back. We
you were down for a while.
We were down with a little COVID for a while, but
Really?
y'all have all been through it. Everybody in the room's been through it. It's just something you got to go through now. It's a rites of
Oh,
passage.
I've rung the bell twice. Man. What are you talking about?
So I think that probably somebody was coming back on the airplane when we were coming back from Colorado and probably said,
no.
I don't care who catches it. I'm going to go do what I want to do.
Right.
And wasn't
Yeah.
you know, very nice to folks, and I think I kind of got a little of that maybe.
When was this time period that you
About
had?
a month ago.
About a month ago.
Yeah, about a month ago.
That's the last time he's been here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So,
hey, you knew if I wasn't up here worrying you to death. Rick.
No. So you just, you know, it's what it's become now. You say, hey, I'm sick, and you stay sick till you get better, then you come back.
Yeah.
I was laughing, and we may get into it today or not. You know, Whoopi's got it again, and I know.
Really?
And to watch the speech that they give, we keep saying on the air, Dan, we're living in a fake world.
Yeah.
And she begins to give a speech about how thankful she is for all the vaccines and boosters, and begins to tell the audience, and I'm like, but the person you're talking about has got it again and is home again. What are y'all talking about? So anyway, we won't go down that road. Let's talk about something that's more fun. Let's talk about the great outdoors. I mean, this is the time of year where we live, and a lot of you get to experience this more than we do in your climates where you live. But where we live, we don't get cold weather and cool weather very much. And when you do, it just feels so good. The air's so clean, and that underbrush is dying off. And
boy, the last couple of weeks have been
you
great.
can see on in the woods now. And Sherry and I spent the weekend at the farm in this weather the last 2 weekends, and we
Sherry
just
and
been
Gary and you.
No. Sherry, when Sherry's down there, Gary doesn't come anywhere near the
I bet she controls that.
He doesn't go anywhere. Hey, is Sherry still over? I said, yeah. All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And so anyway, so it's just a wonderful time of year, and everybody's excited. So we got a lot to talk about. Derek Duke.
It's back.
Here I am.
What up, Duke? Welcome back, buddy.
Good morning.
I want you to know I'm thankful for you.
I'm thankful for you too, Rick.
Thank you, buddy. All right, so what's been going on? I know we got a lot to talk about today, and tell everybody again what Derek does for you.
Derek, if there's anything when Bill has a camera and he says, "Hey, there's this little glitch doing this," the phone auto dials to Derek. He goes through and analyzes and figures out and engineers everything that we do. But he's here today to help talk about Black Friday specials. You know, we've got a special 2-day in a row, Rick and Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
These deals are here for you. It's teed up for you, Rick. I was going down the list, and I thought, how's Rick going to get all these deals out, or Derek going to get all these deals out?
I'm looking at them right now.
If people want Black Friday, this is it. So, Derek, you up, brother, and you and Rick.
All right, so tell us, first of all, let's talk refurb camera. What is that, and what does that mean?
So refurbished camera might be one that we got returned for some reason, or something that needed a little fix and needed a little attention. We go through, we have a refurb process, a checklist that we go down, make sure it's operable, make sure there's something that needs to be fixed, we address it, and we can turn that back and offer that as a discount to the consumer.
Yeah, I'm looking like if you've been thinking, all right, game camera, I want one. They're a little out of my price range. We're talking about starting at $29.99.
Oh yeah. So this Black Friday, if you're in the market for a game camera, it's the right time to start looking. Right. Because we got some deals for you.
And they've checked it out. It's like new. You know, there may have been a loose switch or whatever, and fixed it just like a lot of the companies do. It's a great entry point for people that want that, or a savings point for people who want that savings.
Can I tell you what?
I'm listening.
Yeah.
No, hey, you got yours out the back door. Everybody knows that, Speedy.
Yeah, Speedy, not everybody gets to go down to Moultrie's place and pull a truck up to the loading dock. But
back it up, guys.
I want one of those. I want one of those.
Right. But you know what else it's good for? Obviously, there's the obvious. I want to get into this world, but I need a better price point. Now you got it.
Yeah.
But also, like most places, I would include us here too. I've got the latest and the greatest from Moultrie, but I also need some supplemental cameras. I need cameras. I can't. Sometimes I may not be able to afford to have the latest at every place I want one. Yeah. So what I've got is a couple of the latest and the greatest, the Edge, and then I supplement with some of the older models in other places. And
look at the gates and all that.
Also,
that's a big deal.
Yeah, also, at this price point, you can supplement these other places where you thought I just can't spend the money.
Yeah. And just exactly what Bubba said. It's unbelievable how many people call and say, "Hey, I need a camera. We're traveling. I just want to have one at the house. See who comes and goes." This will allow you to do that too.
It really will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ask the kid I caught fishing.
Yeah, no, did you really?
Yeah.
That's great.
I had his picture on there.
I mean,
you,
when you can set one of those up for $30 or $20 or $30, that's that's in the pocket for everybody.
Yeah, and you know this. This is a great opportunity, and the list just goes on and on. But I mean, the refurb cameras. There's an entire list of those, and it's about every model that we've at some point was introducing on this show. And now here they are refurbished. You look here. I mean, you've got you said you got the $29.99. That's the 800, the 900i. I remember talking about that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You're saving $38 on that right now. $39.99.
Yeah, so some of those are savings of $38, $50,
Yep.
$60. So it's a great time to supplement.
Oh my goodness, the AC 350, $19.99.
$19.99.
Yes, and it keeps on going down the list. It's unbelievable. And then not only the refurbs, Rick, but and I'm sure we'll
come back.
Go through the next
Let's
segment.
come back and
it goes down through Summit, everything.
Yeah, I'm looking at tree
is
stands,
deals.
feeders, and
It
so
is-
so
it
what
is Black Friday
what do I
deals.
need to do, Derek, to get on these specials?
Go to MoultrieFeeders.com.
That's it.
That's it.
MoultrieFeeders.com and let the savings begin. Go ahead and get it done. You also get some great gifts at just incredible prices on the Black Friday sale. So we're already starting all that. Are we just kicking it?
We're kicking it
We're
right
kicking
now.
it right
This
now.
is it. Today
Okay.
starts all
You got to
this
wait
stuff.
till Friday.
No, today
Oh,
starts.
it's
Black Monday.
Is this Cyber Monday?
No,
or is that
that's
next
after.
Monday?
Yeah, that's the next one.
Yeah. So what we're doing, like you say, we're doing a Black Monday.
That's right.
I like that, and so go ahead and take advantage of that. We come back, we'll unpack some of the other things that are also. It's not just cameras. It's going to be a little bit of everything, and we're going to talk about that when we come back because you also need some tree stands. You also need some feeders, and we're going to feature some of those bundles and some other stuff. Oh, Bubba, look over here. I even see some of the scents.
Isn't that was hard to get that approved to get on there, right?
I know. Well, I mean, that's your area right there. So we'll come back bottom of the hour. Black Monday, MoultrieFeeders.com.
And Black Tuesday.
And Black Tuesday tomorrow. Yeah, Black Wednesday. So bottom of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Are you gonna go my way?
Look at old Lenny. Old
Yeah,
Lenny
buddy.
Kravitz. Are you going to go my way? Well, today on the program, we do have a lot to do, but it will feature a civics lesson today for those of you across the country. If you've been listening for years or you're brand new, we'll have to update you a little bit. But if you've been listening for years, Scott Dawson been a big part of the program. There's been a lot of big, monumental Rick and Bubba moments involving Scott Dawson, and some of those have been hilarious. Some of them have been quite serious. And we'll talk to him about that and stay updated. He has felt called that he should run to be the next governor of our home state of Alabama. Now, I realize there's some intrigue because Scott's a part of the program, and we'll make that work for all of you across the country. And then, as Bubba talked about yesterday, and he's right, is civics lessons, because I know some of you couldn't care less who the governor of Alabama is going to be or who is currently the governor, and we certainly get that. But we're gonna take it from an angle that you all should join in because you'll learn what it looks like to actually be a candidate and get certified and be official and all that here on the program. We'll talk about the importance of voting, getting ready to vote, and of course we'll have some fun hanging out with just an old friend. So that'll all be a little montage today coming up next hour.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that because the Secretary of State, John Merrill, will be here, and he's going to actually, I guess, sign his papers and make it official, right? Because candidates are out, and they've been out, and they've had committees, and they're visiting and talking, and raising money. But I mean, today when you hand your paperwork in, you're official, right?
Yeah, this is almost like today's what we call serious business.
Yeah,
I mean,
straight up
yeah,
serious business.
Yeah, you know how you say you're going to do something, and finally somebody has to walk up one day and say, hey, now, serious business.
Serious business. It's time to go.
You want to make this real? We're going to keep talking about it. And so today we will go through what the process is on the air of a candidate saying, I am now certified and official, and there's no turning back.
And, you know, Rick, this
I'm going to run.
This goes back to a somewhat jovial part of Rick and Bubba history, and we've had a lot of fun with it when we were hosting the original Tea Party coverage for Fox News and the Sean Hannity show here in our town, and I made a comment that it was time for a revolution, and y'all have had a lot of fun with that.
There's time for change, and it is now. It's time for a revolution.
And, of course, fodder for some late-night shows that thought we were calling for an armed overthrow of the U.S. government.
Right.
But it was actually what we're seeing today. That is citizens, not people who've been career politicians, getting involved, running for office, using the skill set that they have developed in the private sector to share and give back with the public. And I think it's great that Scott's doing this. And many, many people have done that over the past 10 years since that happened, or whatever it was. But today we see it, you know, front and center with Scott Dawson, and I think it's a great thing. And I hope there's still a lot of other people out there who are, you know, teachers and policemen and construction workers and whatever that will consider getting involved, not becoming a career politician, but getting into politics to give back, using their skill set for a period of time, and then, of course, going back to whatever they do. And I think that's what makes the country great.
Yeah, well, I mean, we see it at the presidential level. We had a businessman that said, look, I'm sick and tired of what's happening with the country. Somebody needs to do something, and then you have to come to the conclusion, well, what about me? I mean, I talked to two guys this past weekend, both who have done it reluctantly. Neither one of them really wanted to do it, you know, Rich Wingo and Gary Palmer. And they both said they're not politicians. I mean, Gary's done a lot of policy, but not been a politician. And, of course, Rich Wingo's just another guy from the private sector that says, you know, I'm sitting around
construction guy.
I'm sitting around complaining about the state of our state or the state of our federal government. I wish somebody would do something. And then these men are saying, well, I guess it could be me. Maybe I should do something. And until we get better candidates, we're not going to see any change. And then we got to get behind those who can do it. You know, and then try to help them get where they need to get their best shot to be elected. And so that process will continue today.
That's what you'll see today. So it's exciting. I'm pumped.
Right. And for our state, the just overwhelming embarrassment of the things we've been through, they got to stop at some point. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We got Moultrie here with us. We got to clarify some things. I do want to point you, though, first, ekpure.com. We were just talking about Dan, and, you know, he had to isolate a little while with COVID, flu. We got it's that time of year again, and Enviro Cleanse can protect and purify the air on board all of the Navy ships. Our defense department said, look, we can't have this stuff running through the ship when we're out there. So they put the EnviroCleanse system on these ships, every one of them, to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu and yes, coronavirus. And you plug it in, you forget it's even there. It's always working. And that's how you destroy allergy-inflaming toxins, mold in the air. You don't want your family breathing that. Hospital-grade technology so powerful that it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. So take a few minutes today and go check out ekpure.com. Use the code BUBBA. We're going to get you 10% off your system and the air purification unit. You also get a free air quality monitor, and you also get free shipping and $150 savings. So even school systems are going to EnviroCleanse saying, look, we got to put these things in. And if you want to find out about that, go to ekpure.com because you can have it for your home, have it for your office. Just use the code BUBBA, save 10% and get a free air quality monitor plus free shipping. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and we are still trying to find where ours went. We were sent one. It says we got it. We never did. somebody somewhere is enjoying ours. But anyway, so
I would look at Speedy's house just to guess.
Yeah, right.
Speedy's garage is my first.
That's right. And so we
or Lenore Farm.
You're right,
Yeah.
but
Tommy may be really enjoying it right now.
You will get yours. You will get yours because Enviro Cleanse will send it directly to you. You won't have a sales team between you and them who sent it somewhere. So anyway, whoever's got it. They say it's working fantastic.
Yeah. I know they're enjoying it.
I keep getting anonymous emails, loving EnviroClean. So anyway, all right. So I think Dan still has COVID fog.
Yeah, a little bit. He's very excited about Thanksgiving.
Yeah, here we're excited about this program and Black Friday and everything, and with free shipping it started, but.
You know what you are?
You and Derek need to clarify the little small details. How about that?
First of all, Derek, you can do this, or we can bring Crash up here to clarify.
Crash would be great. Let's
I think
get
she
Crash.
would prefer that.
Let's get Crash.
Crash,
come in.
Crash, come here.
Former intern Crash.
Former intern Crash. She's working.
Who's now got a real job.
With Moultrie and the gang, has a real job now.
No, she's running Moultrie.
Right. So Crash, I know you handling public relations and marketing, watching what we just did to the Black Friday sale had to be painful to listen to.
We saw you jump in your seat over there.
All right, so why don't you clarify what is happening now and what is going to happen on Friday, okay? So just and speak, right up in the mic.
Perfect.
Okay.
I knew Derek was going to clarify. He's got his cheat sheet. He knew.
I'm ready.
So today we started I can't speak.
Welcome back to the show.
Pre-Black Friday. So we are doing free shipping on all of our feeders right now on MoultrieFeeders.com.
And that's on anything 400-pound barrel. I mean, a 325 hopper. Any feeder.
Yeah,
hopper.
The hopper. So all right. So 20% off all feeders and free shipping. The 20% is Friday?
Friday.
Okay, but free shipping's today.
Free shipping.
So
is
free
today.
shipping started today. That's really all that started today.
Just free shipping
And
today.
then when do those refurbished cameras become available?
That's Friday?
Friday and Monday. So we're gonna release some of them on Black Friday, and then we're gonna hold some exclusives for Cyber Monday.
For Cyber Monday. So refurb cameras Friday and Monday. Feeders, if you want 20% off and free shipping, Friday. If you just want the free shipping, you want to go ahead and get yours now, today you can do that.
That's right. And then also on Friday, too, we have a deal going on where you can get some free game metal feeder feet, too. So that's kind of that an added bonus starting on Friday.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, that's under the bundles here, isn't it?
Purchase of a tripod feeder, right?
Okay.
And the 20% off all feeders, when's that start, Hannah?
Friday. Black
there
Friday.
You go.
Then won't you just settle? We're so glad you're okay. You've been isolated in some cabin somewhere.
Dan, Ronald McDonald doesn't really flip hamburgers.
That's good. That's good.
All right, so Crash and Derek, we're telling you what's going to be going on Friday and Monday, so you get ready. Really, right now, free shipping's the only thing that we got going all week.
That's right. Free shipping all week.
All these other deals are either Friday or Monday.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody good? You happy, Crash?
Good. Very happy.
Yeah. Okay. I watched Trover squirming. Dan was putting things on sale. He's talking about Black Monday.
Rick, here's what Rick knows it because he's hiding behind it right now. In the world of people that market and sell that Rick and I do, what would you have done, Rick?
Oh, I Black Monday.
Sure.
Yeah. But the reason why I wanted Crash to come on and clarify and Derek to clarify is that the day that was ahead for me and Bubba and Speedy and all that with our emails, it wasn't going to be pleasant.
Yeah, because half of them will be challenging to match Moultrie.
Right.
We got that. We got to filter through too. So
really, we like to deal with emails on your question only.
Yeah.
But we don't want anybody to go, hey, I don't see no refurbs. Y'all talking about refurbs? Where's refurbs? And
they're coming. Don't worry.
Yeah, and exactly that would be it. So get ready. Those great refurb deals are Friday.
Thank
and
you.
Some
for
on
clarifying
Monday.
that. I'd really do.
Some on Monday. Gonna hold a few for Monday. We're also gonna go 20% off on the feeders coming up on Friday. Okay, we're free shipping all week, so you can anything you get right now, you can get free shipping, and we also have some bundles that are gonna get you some bonus stuff.
That's right. Our
Yeah.
holiday bundles kick off on Friday too.
Holiday bundles. I'm looking at some of those, y'all. And tell them what is this? The metal feet you get? What is that? What are you talking about, Derek? What's this little feet thing you get?
So for Black Friday,
Yeah.
You can get
Again, not Black Monday, not Black
Correct.
Tuesday, not Black Wednesday, not Black Thanksgiving.
this Friday. How about that?
Right. Okay. Yeah, I got you.
All right, this Friday. This coming Friday. That's coming up in a couple days. You can get some free metal feeder feet. So people use them to either stake their feeder down,
Understood.
or to keep their feeders from like sinking in the mud and like a real muddy area. If you got hogs,
Hogs.
They're popular in West Alabama.
Boy, they are. They are. What is the best? And I've been fighting them on and on. What do you guys suggest? What's the best thing to keep raccoons off your feeders?
Shocking them real good.
There it is, Bubba. I didn't know we were supposed to say that.
There's
but-
a couple different ways to do that.
Got one to pop them right off.
I know.
there.
Yeah.
They'll let go of that thing in a minute.
So one of
Ooh, that's hot.
our feeder kits, the NXT Hunter feeder kit, has a little shocking circuit on it.
Yeah.
It's a positive and a negative lead. If they touch both of them, it'll give them a little zap.
So the deer can get in there without it, the way that because since they're coming in,
It's slinging it out.
Yeah, it'll broadcast the feed for the deer.
I got you. But boy, they'll climb
That's the
them.
technical way you say broadcast, Rick. The way we say it is sling it out.
I've got the funniest picture. This buck walks up and a raccoon is just hanging right on one, and he's just tilting his head, looking like, "Will you please move?"
Yeah,
yeah. They'll hang on.
A really popular item right now, Rick, and we talked about it on. I don't even know where we talked about it. Somewhere.
It's okay,
that
Dan.
was the fog at me. But
the fog will be with you for a while too.
The fog is gone.
Duke's dog-proof traps is probably the most popular raccoon
Here he goes.
removal that's out there.
Okay.
Duke's dog-proof trap.
No affiliation.
No affiliation.
Not yet.
Right. You working?
Well, I mean,
on that.
not me personally.
That's
I mean,
what I'm saying.
Does that got the
That's
door
what
on
I'm
both
saying.
ends?
Right, yeah.
Do they have the
Maybe we
door
can
on both
fix
ends?
But it's totally pet-proof.
Right.
So that makes
No,
it good
that
to
is
your
always
dog.
the problem. If you go to trapping, you have to take into account the risk to all the domesticated animals.
And
around.
they have saved that.
Yeah.
So that's
To have two
but-
doors
No.
or just one door?
Yeah.
Oh, that okay.
No, I've seen those. They
Handcuff.
work really good.
They really do.
And-
But that's probably the
and you know
most
what they
popular
love? They love what's those buns? Honey buns? Whatever those that people eat for
They
breakfast.
love
I
marshmallows
think
too.
they like anything.
Yeah, they do.
most of your pets won't eat marshmallows.
But
I do though. I got caught in one.
Yeah, I remember I had to come and get you.
Yeah, all the way up to me.
I was like, buddy, just let it go and work your hand out of there. Stop the fist. Open your fist.
but it looks so good.
Yeah, it's in big old marshmallows.
All right, so free shipping all week. Then we got refurbs and we got 20% off on feeders starting Friday. We got holiday bundles starting Friday. And then Monday, Cyber Monday, we'll have some of the refurbs there too.
This is what
Does
I'd
that sum it up?
recommend. This is what I'd recommend.
Doesn't that
Rick.
sum it up?
Go to moultriefeeders.com and just keep checking the deals every
And
day.
get
That's
ready.
the easiest way to do it.
All right, we come back. If we hadn't had enough fun yet, match your Moultrie.
Oh,
I got a new twist to it. Today
Oh,
for y'all.
Oh no, not the COVID fog twist.
No, this is the dandy today.
The dandy.
The only thing more confusing than Dan thinking clearly is Dan in the fog doing this. All right, your chance to win. I'll tell you what our prize is. Now, here's an early gift for the holiday season coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We just can't in our state say, well, I guess this is just who we'll always be. And today's a move to try to change some of that in a dramatic way. 15 minutes past, more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You can call us today. This is kind of a new thing. You're kind of watching the far left. They're just going. They've always been, somewhat bizarre, but now it's crazy town because they don't like that the economy is doing well and jobs are doing. And you would think they would be for that. It was kind of like I heard one of our colleagues talking about this yesterday, and I can't remember the guy's name. The Democrat who he. If you're a Democrat, you to think modern day to go over there, you've already got some issues but he's kind of one of those guys that's trying to be sensible, saying, hey, there are some things surely that we all agree on. I forget his name, Mancini or something. I can't think of his name. But he was talking about watching him during the State of the Union, and that he thought there were certain things that we all agree on, and he tried to stand up. He looked, and they wouldn't be standing up. He said, it's almost like you ever try to stand up, and your wife said, hey, sit down. You know what I mean? And he said,
Can I stand? What can I do?
He said, because, things like the veterans, we need to take better care of our veterans, and he thought,
and they sat down.
Oh, we're all in on that.
Yeah.
The certain patriotic things, he thought, well, these things have no political party, and of course they sat through those too. Which again, if there's one thing that's happening with this current state in our America, I believe that you're seeing probably for the clearest time ever that those on the far left are being clearly seen for who they really are. And I think it's really important that we all pay attention. And here's another example. And I just had the honor of actually talking about this and learning from it as I had to prepare to teach it and hear it last Sunday about what the Bible has to say about accountability and what it has to say about church discipline and open sin in the church. And we unpacked all that. And one of the things that no one can argue, and that would include Rick Burgess. It includes all of us here. If you're going to hold someone accountable, Jesus said, be sure you understand that the same measure is held against you, meaning you have to have a certain amount of credibility to hold anybody accountable. You must have your life in order. And then, of course, he also says, and be sure this accountability is there for the right reason, meaning you truly love the person and you truly are protecting and loving the church that is holy under the authority of Jesus Christ. If there's any other motivations, like trying to make you look self-righteous or trying to make you look good or you just don't like these people, that's the wrong motivation, and that's not correct accountability. Now, some of you can't stomach. Jesus didn't say that you can't ever say anything's wrong, like some of you interpreted Matthew 7:1, like that's the only thing Jesus ever said. Read on. There's verses after that say, when you do take the speck out of your brother's eye, just don't be a hypocrite. And then we see Paul confronting Peter in Galatians 2, starting in verse 11, and Paul says, I had to do this publicly because what Peter was doing was so bad. I had a moment that if I could make this point with everybody watching, we probably wouldn't have this problem anymore. What he did was wrong, and he's even influencing Barnabas, which means Barnabas must be one of those people that usually did everything right. And he called him out, and he said, I did that publicly because he stood condemned, because he was now acting differently than what we were preaching, meaning the Gentiles are in, and now Peter's acting like they're not, because some of his Jewish brothers have shown up, and I'm going to call him on it. And he didn't apologize for that. And he had the credibility to do it, protecting the gospel, loving Peter, that kind of stuff. So if you're going to hold people accountable in the faith, you must live a life that gives you some credibility. We all agree with that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, so now, strangely, the evangelicals of our country that are often mocked by The View, are often mocked by this person we're about to talk about now, and then Al Sharpton, who some of the things that he, in the party he supports, some of the things that go on and the things that have gone on that he's done that he's never repented of or never acknowledged. So now we're all going to be held accountable, I'm putting quotes around that, and preached to by people that have no credibility to say anything about anything involving people of the Christian faith or people of faith in general. So we know we had The View telling us that Donald Trump's not a good Christian and any evangelical that supports him is not a good Christian, and how can Christians be? So we've heard that from The View, okay? We also have heard from Doug Jones, who we just sent to Alabama, just sent to the Senate, that what a great Christian he is, and how could any Christians, be involved with anything with Roy Moore, which certainly we should hold Roy accountable to if there's things there that are true. Now he's just gone off and cast a vote that we can abort babies after 20 weeks. I don't think. Ten minutes to the top of the hour. Well, here we go. 866 We Be Big. Blazing Silverman's ready to go. It's time for Match Moultrie. Now let's talk today. The person who matches Moultrie's answer has got the Moultrie 325 Unlimited Feeder. Derek, tell us about it.
325 Unlimited. It's 325-pound capacities. It's got some stiffer legs, some bigger rectangular legs to be a little bit stronger. can take anything you can dish out, or anything the animals can dish out.
Like a tank.
Oh yeah,
like a big old tank.
And then
Now, is that a timed feeder or a gravity?
Timed feeder broadcast, and it's got that NXT Hunter kit that we were talking about earlier with the little shocking circuit on it.
Good. Teach the deer when you want them to eat and keep the raccoons off of it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's hot.
Oh, I didn't like it. Oh, busy little hands.
That thing bad. It bites.
Busy little hands. Oh.
Yeah. You'll find you something else
Get
shiny.
those little
to play
bandits off there. All right, so this one comes from Ashley Moultrie. We finally said, look, will you please?
Well, Dan's still in a fog.
Get your dad under control.
That's clear.
This our question today for the Moultrie 325 Unlimited Feeder comes from the Charlie Brown Classic, Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving special, which we watch every single year.
You can tell this is a kinder, gentler trivia question.
I can tell you had nothing to do with it.
That's exactly right.
So in the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving special, Charlie gets himself in a bind because he's invited all of his friends over for Thanksgiving when he and his family are going to his grandmother's for Thanksgiving, and it just gets out of hand. The way he can't handle Peppermint Patty in that phone conversation drives me crazy. Will you please just let everybody know you're not doing Thanksgiving? But he gets in a bind. He thinks he can pull it off. So he and Snoopy prepare a Thanksgiving dinner for his friends. What did Charlie Brown use for them to eat the meal? Mm-hmm. They ate the meal on what?
Yeah.
So because he had to find a way to serve them. So what did they eat Thanksgiving meal on? And if you get it right, you get the feeder. Leah, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. What did Charlie Brown and his friends eat Thanksgiving on?
Was it on buttered toast, pretzel sticks, and popcorn?
No, that's right. That's the meal. But what did they sit down to be served? They ate it on what?
A ping pong table.
That is correct.
There you go.
Ping pong table it was. Yeah, that's all Charlie had. Went to the garage, got it out.
Listen, I've eaten a few meals on the ping pong table. They work pretty good.
They work. We got one. We served on the ping pong table just the other day inside the barn.
If you got some pool cues, you can even pass things back and forth.
Yeah. Did you? What about that part in the special when Snoopy's trying to get the ping pong table to fold out?
Yeah.
and it's beating him pretty bad. Then he fights that chair. All right, so Leah, congratulations. We matched Moultrie pretty quick today. You can tell Ashley got involved. You've got a Moultrie 325 Unlimited Feeder.
You mean a question that actually had a real answer?
Yeah. So somebody is going, and by the way, and you showed your knowledge by knowing actually what the meal was too. So that was a bonus for us all. Somebody got an early Christmas present. So there you go, courtesy of Moultrie.
It's my husband's birthday. He's getting it for us.
Oh, double dipping. That's great.
What's your husband's name?
Preston.
Happy birthday, Preston.
Attaboy, Preston.
All right, Leah, thank you. I put you on hold. Who would ever thought knowing about
Feed them deer.
Right. So glad. All right, so
That's great.
Derek, you were going to tell us about the holiday bundles, which are available this Friday. So tell us a little bit about the combination of some of the Pradco products here.
So starting this Friday, we got a couple bundles in the Moultrie brand. We got a couple 42i camera and a 6-volt power panel, because since that's a 6-volt system with 4 batteries, we have to have a 6-volt power panel for supplemental power. And then another bundle we got is a 2-pack of the cameras and a quick camera bag. It's a little camo Moultrie bag.
Oh, I love the camera bag.
Yeah, our little cameras fit real nice in there and fit in the back of your truck. And then we have a couple brands at Pradco. So we've got a Summit and Code Blue, and we've got a bundle that combines a product from each.
Dan, you okayed all this, right?
So we've got a 42 camera,
It's time of the year to be
Summit
using
seat back organizer, and a calming zone stick from Code Blue. So when you go to the woods, if you buy this bundle, you'll be ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, so I love this. You can go to the bundle, and you instead of going around having to go a la carte,
just get it.
I mean, you said
It's already matched
with
up for you.
that one purchase right there. I've handled everything I need.
And with the 20% off and free shipping on the feeder, it's the best time of year to get a feeder from us, because you can get any size feeder you want, free shipping.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is the way to make it happen. Don't miss this. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't be all over this.
This is the time, especially if you go shopping Christmas presents.
Yeah, I'm looking too here on some of the different bundles.
I'm excited. I work with the feeders all day.
That's right.
And Speedy, I found out that this has happened to more people than you, but I always chuckle when I see it, and it's important that you have them. These harness, here's a bundle. with the pro harness and the lineman's rope and the bow rope and all that all together in a Summit bundle. I always, every time I see these things, I think about when you had the one hanging out of the back of your backpack and you thought something was following you. and I've had a number of people tell me the same thing has happened to them. If you don't pack that thing in there good, and you got the rope hanging out and it drags through the leaves,
you think something got you.
Because when you stop, it stops. You're like, oh, it's stalking me.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Rick, I got to come clean. I brought a little bag in this morning. You didn't see it?
No.
And you know what you wanted? You asked me for?
Uh-huh.
And I've been gone, and Ashley had a big note on there, take to Bubba. I would say it's supposed to be 50-50 between you and Bubba, but you know the battery holders, so you can immediately change them out?
Yeah, awesome.
Somebody's got a big bag of them in their office.
Bubba.
I'll give you a couple.
I was just dealing with that. I was just dealing with that this past weekend. Thank you for letting me know, by the way.
Yeah, no, I slip in the office.
Well, I'm telling you what was going to happen was going to go in there and say, hey, is there enough in there for me to have a few?
Yeah, I know Speedy's going to get in it.
I'm just sitting over here.
Let me tell you something.
And I got a lot of cameras.
Trying to live your
in
life.
all fairness, I've got a lot of them.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I do too. So the like Adler, I think we have it today, and there's this. You don't have to do it right now, Adler. I'm just bringing it up. But this, there's some footage today of a really good tackle by a security guy at the USC-UCLA game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I feel like whenever free stuff gets here, and I'm walking over to get it. And then Speedy gets the angle on me and drives me under the water cooler. By the way, have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
All right, here it is. Here's. Yeah!
Oh, wow.
That is linebacker
that's targeting.
all day.
Watch the second tackle.
Boom! Yeah.
Right into the.
Look, picture this. I do it again, Adler. Picture down here at the 35-yard line is free stuff.
Yeah, I think that's targeting.
That's a linebacker here.
Oh, yeah.
Said he lost his phone.
Did he have a phone or a ball? Did he have a
something
football?
dislodged there, whatever.
Hey!
That was his dignity. That was his dignity,
great
Bubba.
deal.
Suddenly it got real
That was
for
his
that.
dignity that dislodged.
Yeah. It is just fun. Look.
Yeah, he's
He's
videoing.
filming himself.
Look, he's trying to do. Look, and he
They didn't see him coming. Oh, that's so good.
How about this idiot? Don't run on the field during the game.
Yeah.
That's it. That's how it feels when free stuff gets here.
How is he supposed to tell him about his car's extended warranty? Gotta find him somehow.
Oh, that's good. Derek, that's good. That's a good one.
Derek, coming on.
Derek, you can come back.
Roll Tide.
Yeah.
There you go. Now you got it. You got it.
Oh, I love coffee.
So congratulations to Leah and Preston, her husband, on his birthday.
That's awesome.
His wife calls up and gets him a feeder. Dan, good to see you again. Glad you're back and feeling better.
Good to see y'all, and we'll hit it one more time in the morning.
Yeah, so they're going to be back tomorrow. So
And your garage looks good.
Yeah,
I mean, we got a lot going on.
Getting it done.
get ready for the Black Friday sales that'll be all over the place coming up Friday. And then Cyber Monday, some stuff there too. Free shipping's available now. MoultrieFeeders.com. Top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show and weekend recaps and your phone calls still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, I've got an update for you. You're not going to like it. I'm going to tell you that.
Well, share it, Rick.
American household net income under this administration has dropped by over $6 trillion.
Not to mention our savings.
Yep, that's just in the second quarter.
Hey, thanks.
That's the most on record. We know right now that this administration is saying we must stay in power, and whenever our time is done, good luck on the damage that's done, but let's just keep the status quo right now. What's going to happen if there's no incentive at all for this administration to change anything? If they keep being put in power, then everybody, you know what they say? Well, I guess we must be doing a great job. So right now, you're going to have to take action, and we're going to have to take action. That's why Allegiance Gold is ready to talk to you and give you some advice on protecting your financial future by going with, diversifying a little bit with gold and silver. Now, if you're like me, you hear that and you go, well, I've never done that before. I need help. Well, Allegiance Gold can help you do that. You can protect the IRA or the 401k with physical gold and silver, or if you prefer, Like, let's say that you want it shipped directly to you securely to the front door. They can do that too. Allegiance Gold has some of the highest ratings in the industry. You know why, Bubba? They customize the plan.
Well, there you go.
No, we don't boilerplate this.
No.
I mean, my financial situation and somebody else's and all, everybody's unique, so they get a plan that's right for your situation, which is why people are in love with them on TrustLink, AAA rated with the Business Consumer Alliance, A+ from the Better Business Bureau. ProtectWithRickBubba.com is the best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them Rick and Bubba sent you. So mention us if you call Allegiance Gold at 844-790-9191, or you'll get that deal if you just go to protectwithrickbubba.com. I'll let Doug Jones talk to me about my faith. I don't think he has any credibility. So now we have another one today now we had a train crash yesterday that involved, and I appreciate y'all letting me know about this because I just saw Gary Palmer this past weekend and we had been talking to him, and Bubba, I know you've been talking to him. And now, Gary and the GOP guys have already been shot at a softball game. Okay. And then they were on a train after the State of the Union going to a retreat in West Virginia. And then the train sadly hit a garbage truck that was on the tracks, I guess.
Yeah.
And, of course, sadly killed the person there. And some of them were injured, and they had quite a little scare yesterday. And thankfully, Bubba, you talked to Gary, and he's okay. And I had a chance to text back and forth with him after, and he's okay.
Well, how that kind of went down was kind of odd, too, because I had some errands to run right after the show, and I hopped in the vehicle, and I heard, they broke in with news.
Yeah.
And said that the train carrying the GOP to their conference that they were going to go to at a camp in West Virginia had been involved in a wreck. Well, the early reports, when you think train, you think wreck, you think derailment.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's the first thing you think of. So I knew Gary had been there for the State of the Union address, so I just quickly went over and texted him and said, "You okay?" And I was hoping to get a text back that said, "Yes, I'm fine," just like happened when the shooting went on. He was on the field when all that went on.
Yeah.
So it couldn't have been 20 seconds to the phone started ringing and it was him, which I thought that was strange that he would call back.
Yeah.
And I talked to him for a second. He was obviously shaken up.
Well, yeah.
And I asked him, are you okay? Whatever. He said, well, there's paramedics here. He said, I don't think anybody's hurt on the train that I can tell in our car, seriously. But he said, we come to a very abrupt stop, obviously. And there were not seat belts. And he said, there's some people being attended to and all that. But he said, we had a guy we know just lost his life right here, right in front of us.
Yeah.
And he was obviously shaken by that. So I talked to him for a minute, told him we'd be praying for him. I tried to let y'all know so you would know, because from the news standpoint, it still wasn't clear if there'd been a derailment or not, and he cleared that up, and then the news had that shortly after that.
So it was an Amtrak carrying them to, like I say, a retreat. And then Trey Gowdy yesterday announced he would not seek re-election. He thinks he can serve our country better by going back to his original line of work in the judicial system, and he doesn't want to be in the politics side of it anymore.
Now, he's one of our favorites. He's a bird dog. Anytime he's on a committee and speaking, we usually jip it and join it because he's eating somebody up.
Yeah, and did a good job. Just says he doesn't think that's his call to come back to that again. And I know a lot of people are losing their minds over this. I'm kind of like you, Bub, and you've said it for years, and I agree. I kind of like these people that go for a time then leave.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
don't like these people that this is the rest of their life and you can't ever get rid of them. I'm on either side, either party. So here's again. Now we're going to be lectured again about God. This time by liberal author Jonathan Tassini, who is celebrating the fatal GOP train accident. Now, don't forget, somebody was killed in that. Not one of the GOP members, but an innocent person. Well, I don't know.
There were several people in the truck, whatever it was. It was a big truck. I don't know if it was a dump truck or
somebody was killed. Mm-hmm. So he's an author and self-proclaimed CNN talking head. I don't even know what that means. Does he claim he's on CNN? He's really not. Anyway, but here's what Jonathan Tassini, one of the wonderful, bleeding heart, just we love everybody, far left liberals.
Rick, who's against hate. Whenever he says it.
Yes. Oh, hashtag anti-hate.
Yeah.
But anyway, wow. 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Blazing Silverman, our intern. We'll get to your phone calls this hour. Short week, Rick and Bubba replay on Thanksgiving. Helmsy hosts a Black Friday Best Of show on all the Rick and Bubba platforms on Friday. And then, Lord willing, everybody back together for a new week coming up on Monday. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we need a little anniversary shout-out. We were away on the weekend, and while we were away, Chris, Eddie Van Adler, and his beautiful wife, Erin, celebrated 6 years
of
marital bliss.
Yep.
1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
Yeah.
How about that, buddy?
I cannot believe it's been 6 years.
I can't
Yeah,
either.
6 years, and she's just more and more thankful every day. You know.
Don't you know she gets up every day and says, "How can I be so blessed?"
How did I get so lucky?
Oh.
We went out on Saturday night, had a nice little dinner, fancy smants little dinner. It was fantastic. It was really nice. We had grandparents watching Ruby, and we had a conversation.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Without somebody like screaming at us.
That's cool.
Or like picking their plate up and like holding it up in the air and like smashing, that kind of putting their hand in their water cup.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. That's a
Nobody
classic.
did that. No one did that at the restaurant that we were at. It was crazy.
An adult conversation.
And we had a real adult conversation mostly about Ruby.
Yeah, I know. To say that's so true.
That's the way it goes.
Gosh,
I miss her.
It's such. There's so much going on. I remember those years with little kids. You almost look at you and they go, "Hello, my name is Chris, and nice to meet you."
Yes.
Yes. We haven't had an adult conversation in months.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. Well,
and then you end up talking about the
And
kid.
then you talk about the kid.
And then
Yeah.
you talk about the kid
Right.
a bunch. But it was awesome. We had an overnight stay for Ruby, so that was fantastic.
That's good.
I woke up at like 5:30 for about 30 minutes, pushed through, and the next time I looked at the clock, it was 9:30 a.m.
Oh my goodness!
It was. I mean, I
Oh,
felt
my
like a
goodness.
different person
Happy
all day on
anniversary to
Sunday.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something when you perpetually, I guess would be the term. You're sleepy every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You just keep pushing forward. I'm sleepy. To actually get up and feel normal again
Right.
is so weird.
No
isn't it?
coffee needed.
Yes, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
I got myself kind of a little anniversary present. I got myself a fire pit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
Which I've had my eye
What
on for a
kind?
long time.
Oh.
I got a smokeless.
Oh, that chrome.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
silver looking.
There you go.
I got the cheapest one I could find online. I got kind of a off brand or whatever.
Don't downgrade your fire pit.
Because some of them.
Oh, I know.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
some of them they really like them. And for a little while, I was investigating buying like a cattle water tank, and then drilling some holes and kind
No.
of doing that myself.
Don't
And
do
then
that.
I found one for a really good deal just like about a week or so ago. Picked it up, and then we did s'mores last night as a family in the backyard.
s'mores.
And it was just fantastic. It was a great weekend, guys.
That's great.
It was great. yeah.
Fantastic.
And
That's
Aaron, I love you so much. You're my best friend. I can't do life without you. Love you so much. All right, that's enough of the gushy stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
that's good.
Yeah, well, this is Sherry and I had an interesting date weekend as well, and I'll tell you about that here and when we come back because we're in the whole other end of the spectrum, and so is most of the guys on the show now in the empty nest deal. All the kids are grown up and they're gone, and so you have everything's a lot less complicated. You're more stealth. You can do things and. So Sherry and I have been thinking about this stage of life, and I love this stage of life. About what are we going to do? Are we going to move down to the farm full time? Everybody starts downsizing this time of year, not. So we've been talking about that. So we made a commitment this year. Said, look, let's start spending as much time at the farm as we can, and let's see what it looks like to go to church from there. If
Get a feel for it.
if the opportunity presents itself, to go to work from there, which I did that, for 3 months, back in 2008. But anyway, it's been a while, and so So we the last 2 weekends we've gone down and stayed at the farm, and one of the weekends we hosted, part of our Sunday school class. We have these little smaller groups inside the larger group, and Sherry and I and another couple are kind of lead that. And so they came down, but we went on down on Friday, and they came down on Saturday. This time we had somebody we were hosting on Friday night, and then we stayed for the weekend. Well, Saturday is was opening of rifle.
Oh yeah,
so
our white-tailed deer season.
So the problem, the other end of the spectrum on family and adult children is adult children really can't commit to anything. They're at that stage of life where when they tell you they might be able to do something, you can't nail them down.
Right.
No, you
and I
cannot.
don't have to tell any of y'all that. Y'all know that who have adult children.
Yes.
And so because you know why? They're at a stage of life they're taking care of themselves now, or in Greg's case, they're taking care of their own family. And so, it's just hard to nail them down on anything. So, Sherry's getting to the point now where she's not a huge fan, which makes me feel extremely old, of me hunting by myself. She's kind of like, I think it's good for somebody. And I said, well, you're here.
Yeah.
And she said, yeah, okay. Well, she goes, I really, really wanted you and Brody, he's the only one that lives, here in the same town we do. I wanted y'all to go out and just devote yourself on getting a couple of does opening day, and because we need some deer meat, and I want to stock back up and have that. Sherry loves to use it for different stuff, and she likes the idea of all that. And she's also thinking, if we're going to live down there, there's a resource right there. And she said, so I said, well, good. Well, of course, what happens? Hey, bro, you still good for Saturday afternoon? Dad, I just can't do it. I got this, and I got to do that. Okay. So Sunday after church? Yeah. Let's go Sunday after church. Dad, I'm not going to be able to do Sunday after church after all. And so finally, I'm sitting there, and I look at Sherry. I said, Brody's bailed on me. And she said, and so she says, well, let's just get up on Saturday. Let's hang out. God, it was so great. It was cool, and we have our little rocking chairs out on the porch, and we get to go out there and drink our coffee.
Yeah.
And she's snuggled up in a little blanket, and we got that tiny little house down there that's so cozy and snuggly. And of course, I told y'all last weekend how Camp House seems to be providing everything, because all her every little thing she's got set up. Now my coffee pot's over there, my vacuum cleaner's over there, my broom's over there. I'm like, well, you've just emptied Camp House. You know what else this weekend? Oh, we don't have paper towels. I said, well, I have them at Camp House. So then I had to go get paper towels from the Camp House.
Cold walk.
Oh, we're getting a little low on toilet paper. We got it at Camp House. You know what I mean? So now Camp House has just become the supply house for the she shack. You know what I mean? So anyway, so when we come back, you know how sometimes our little wives, and they'll commit to something, but you can tell they don't really know what they're committing to. So we come back. Sherry comes up with the idea. She says, "All right." So it's getting toward the end of the day. Why don't you? I'm gonna here, because this is the thing that women have that really think about. All right, if we end up living down here, I need to figure out if there's a place here to get my nails done, so I don't have to go all the way back to Birmingham for that. And I understand there's a place there. I'm gonna check on it.
Oh.
So she calls, and they're like, yeah, sure, come on. She goes, so I'm gonna get my nails done, so you go get us a doe.
Oh.
And I'm like, well, baby, if I do that, I mean, unlike Bubba, who planned for old age, I don't have that apparatus on the ATV to lift the deer up into the truck,
right,
and to take it to the processor. I will need help on that. Unless I decide to shoot one the size of a dog, which I really don't want to do, because then I'm going to shoot a button head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so she says, oh, well, don't worry, I'll help you.
Uh-oh. With new nails?
Don't worry, I'll help you.
Uh-oh.
I got it.
You know, one thing at the nail salon they don't talk about much, how will this work if I'm loading a really large doe into the truck with my
Normally
husband?
not.
Oh, no.
I said, what? They got a color for that? So we'll come back and we'll tell you exactly what happened. You know how sometimes you commit to something, you got no idea what you're committing to. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right. His tweet. He says, a train full of GOPers hitting a truck, and this, talking about Trey Gowdy stepping down, God is working hard today to clean up the stink. Thank her. Also refers to God as a her. Hashtag Trey Gowdy. hashtag GOP train wreck. So he's saying that God is working against the GOP, and we should all thank her, including, by the way, a train wreck that he's celebrating. I guess he was thrilled today that the mad liberal gunman was firing down on the softball team, too. I mean, I can only come to that conclusion, right, based on this. So, once again, we're now going to be lectured by people who blaspheme Almighty God on a daily basis, and now they're going to come in and tell us who God is and isn't. I'm so sorry. I just don't think that you have any credibility to talk to any of us about this particular topic.
I just, I know this guy's trying to be edgy. He took down the tweet after that, but
you talking about after he put out what he really
yeah,
meant?
and he's trying to be edgy and shocking and all that. I would think even people with different political leanings would say that's a little much.
Right, but it's just funny. This is the new thing. Suddenly now the far left is going to lecture all of us on faith. By living a life that says anything goes, let's all do whatever we want to and believe whatever we want to. But now they're going to lecture us on who God is and what the truth is, claiming there is no truth. I just don't.
It makes your head hurt.
I can't even.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. You that are new to the program, I know that you must be in shock over your last week or so with us, but today won't help. We are, we live under the mantra, hey, you never know. And today will definitely be a turn in that direction as well as we go through a civics lesson today involving, candidates and running for office. And we'll be talking about the, excuse me? Did somebody just sing in the background? Did somebody join in? But anyway, it's a baby. Hey, little baby. For a minute, I thought.
Well, they were on pitch for a minute. I thought.
How about the baby was on pitch? I mean, for a minute, in symphony that's like. But today we're going to do a little civics lesson involving Scott Dawson. Scott Dawson is back. Hey, Scott.
Longtime friend of the show.
Yep, we'll review some of that today. Scott has made the decision to answer the call to run for the governor of the state of Alabama, which is our home state for those of you that may be new to the program.
Yeah, today's the day.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, you remember the TV show that was So You Want to Be a Millionaire? So You Want to Be Governor?
Right. There's a lot of, because I remember you came on and said, I'm going to do this. But today, and what we'll teach everyone, we'll all learn, even I'll learn, a lot of this I don't understand. Today is making it official. Meaning there's no turning back today.
Right. I'm on the edge looking over.
So what is it called that we're doing today? You're going to be?
Qualifying.
Qualifying today.
Turning in your paperwork. Because you declared as a candidate here on the show.
Right.
And now you're going to make it legally official, right? Is that
right? And I think we're all going to learn that lesson today. And
so we'll learn that little lesson today. We're going to do it live right here on the air.
Yes, I think it is. If we can do it, we'll do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a great ride. It has been a journey of faith and meeting people and having those conversations that started off political but got a lot deeper and about life and about what really matters. And so it has just been good. And I've kept a complete preaching schedule, and we just did our conferences this past winter, and things are going well. We've got Safe at Home scheduled with Major League Baseball teams. So it's just one of those. And today is my 26th wedding anniversary.
Hey!
Congratulations.
Yeah. So
happy anniversary, Tara and Scott. So you those of you that don't know Scott,
most people just go out to dinner, Scott.
Yeah, Scott's an evangelist and has the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association. We've done so many things together, so many.
Oh my!
And we've had so much fun. You have, of course, been made quite a few best of CDs.
Yes.
Yes. Matter of fact, I was talking to a group just in the last couple of weeks. They were asking me about the prank that went bad. We talked about that.
Everywhere I go.
Yeah.
That is number one now of have you ridden four-wheelers? Have you seen Gary? Have you gone out to the farm? I mean, I hear that over and over again. Hard to believe that something that almost killed me has now given us a platform across the state of Alabama.
Well, and I was thinking, because you're going to need some political commercials, and I'm picturing a picture, if you will. You got Gary sitting there in rural Alabama, with a shotgun, laying across his lap. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So I never thought I would be this guy. So anyway, so the last couple of weekends, and Sherry and I had a great time the last couple of weekends, just going down the farm and hanging out down there. And of course, Sherry builds fires all day, every day, and loves the fire. Speaking of Adel talking about a fire pit, there's going to be a fire burning in that fire pit. I mean, the minute she gets to it, all day long, keeping it going, throwing logs on it all day long. And so we did all that on Friday. We did s'mores, like you were talking about. We even went out there and got us some s'mores, just me and her right there watching the stars and the moon out there by the fire, little s'mores on Friday night. And got up, went on over to Pedals from the Past for their big Christmas open house.
Okay.
Had a guy wearing one of those old school hats you see all the little what are they called when they come up and sing at your house, the carolers.
Yeah.
And had a guy set up, had a little trumpet. He was singing Christmas carols, and everybody just went crazy of all the little knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone, and just female paradise. Trying to find, we went over and had a little country breakfast at the Country Kitchen. Shout out to them, big fans of the show. Thank y'all so much. And got a picture made with all the ladies over there, and they were taking care of me and Sherry and getting us a nice little breakfast. I mean, we're just having the time of our life. And, getting out of the bed when we want to, like Adam was talking about on Saturday. It was good waking up with that sun coming up out there and looking out at the outdoors and just loving it. So now Sherry has said, you just don't hear this much, and I'm thinking this would be farm life, if you live there. Hey, go get us some meat, and I'm gonna get my nails done. Yeah. And I thought, okay,
that's not a conversation you normally have.
Well, and also I've had this problem, and is that I have not shot a deer in so long that I've realized that I don't really shoot deer anymore. I go sit in the woods, relax, pray, chill, and watch deer.
Right.
I mean, last year, as y'all know, I let a deer walk that I would have never ever let walk. I don't know what it's almost like I don't really, you remember that? I never remember the first time the first old man said this to us when we were raging on deer hunting. We couldn't understand. I don't do morning hunts anymore. I just don't hate them that much anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm just like, I think I just like watching them. And I never thought I would be that guy. Okay. So anyway, I go out there and I realize.
I'd rather grow them than harvest them. Yeah.
I realize now, I love looking at the pictures of them and all that. So anyway, I realize now that I'm not in a hunt mode. I tried to maybe put together some hunt this weekend with Brody or something, and Greg and I'd even talked. It didn't really work out, and then Sherry was there. Didn't know how the weekend was going to go, and I didn't. So I'm not in that mode, So it was almost weird because Sherry's it's just never really happened before. These worlds working at the same time, so she's gone to get her nails done. We've done all this during the morning, during the day, and now I'm over at Camp House putting my camo on. It just felt weird. And I'm getting the gun out, and I'm just like, this just feels odd. And so I think to myself, look, this is about meat. Just go to the nearest food plot that would be the easiest exit. And the way the does are doing right now, you're going to see a doe at some point. And just relax, Rick, and just.
Were you a little antsy about shooting again?
Well, that not so much that. Then what else is in my mind? That's hard. I need to shoot some does. I need to do this. But what if I do that and there was a buck that was coming?
Right.
Yeah. And I'd seen some good. So I'm fighting myself on so many levels.
Right.
I want to wait till. Then I realize, well, if you wait till dark, then you got problems because now you're trying to get this done in the dark, and Sherry's the only one here to help you. So finally, it was. I'll have to give Speedy credit. He was updating on some stuff. I saw y'all kind of texting around, and I told Speedy, I said, "Have y'all seen anything?" Because I knew you were hunting, and you told me what y'all'd seen. I said, "I'm actually sitting here right now. I don't know that I can make myself shoot a doe." And Speedy said, "You've got to get out of the hunt mode. And you've got to get into you are the husband. Y'all are living off the land.
And you got to go Green Acres.
And you're out
1883.
You're out getting meat.
Yeah.
And by the way, that changed my attitude. I said, okay, I'm just here to get meat.
That's it.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
So plenty of daylight. I had just said, and of course, as you always know, you're trying to pick where you want to go.
Yeah.
Of course, I was for no reason saving. The field I'd seen the most action on for Brody, who said he was coming the next day, who would cancel on me later, and I could have been sitting there. Okay,
right.
And I'm watching all the cameras, all the footage coming from there, I'm like, of course, that place is wide open.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, I'd wait to save it for your son, who then cancels on you. And I think I could have already had this done if I was sitting there. And I think I ain't gonna see anything. and so I'm sitting there, and then all of a sudden, just when I'd complained, I was like, well, my goodness. I mean, we going and I said, oh, here we go. So they start moving. Plenty of daylights, about 4, and they start moving. Well, they kind of start crowding around and moving, and I'm like, they're in a mob. There's a mob of about 10 does, and inside that 10 was also some yearlings. So some of them might have been button heads, but they were some little ones with a bunch of big does. And I like, well, if I fire off into there, I mean, I got to be careful about this shot, and there's a limb hanging out. And so what I did is I thought, well, I hadn't shot in years, and I get the gun up, and so finally one of them gets away from the group and starts looking at me because I guess like an idiot, she sees me moving around in there.
Right.
And I think, okay, so I'm going to kill Tattletale.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she was one of the big ones. So I shoot, knock her down. And then I realize I've got to get Sherry out here to help me with this doe. Okay. So the shot was fine. No problem there. And so then I make the call like she told me to do. This is what I hear. Hello? I said, baby, are you asleep? Huh? I said, are you asleep? Well, I came back from getting my nails done. I was just sitting here reading on the couch, and I guess I went out. What are you doing? What am I doing? I went to get meat.
We're survivalists.
And she's like, huh? I said, I've shot a deer. You got to come help me with it. But Sherry, wake up. Huh? Baby, this is Rick. I know that. Do you remember me that I went out to shoot a deer? I've shot one. Oh, okay. You have to come out here. I mean, I mean, it's
a big one.
It's a big one. I mean, it's really fat, and I mean, I can't get this. And you've got the truck, so since I'm so close, because where I went, you could get the truck there easily. Why don't you get out? So now I've got her in the lift kit.
Oh,
I said, get out and drive the truck up here to me, and we'll do one lift. We'll do from it, and we'll just put it in the truck. That way, I'll just take the truck on to the processor. Not let's put it in the ATV. Then we got to put it in the truck, and then because that's going to be 2 lifts. So let's just one time it, and you get out here.
It's a tall lift.
You want me to drive the truck out there? Yeah, baby. You drive the truck. You drove it to the nail salon. I bet that was a
harder part.
If y'all have to, I'm gonna take a picture of her in that lift kit.
I bet that's fun.
I was in the driveway laughing so hard when she was pulling away her tiny little self in that big truck, looking at me, and I'm like, "Baby, can you even see out of that?" And she goes, "Yes, I can see." And watch her drive off down that dirt road in that lift kit is hilarious. It's so anyway.
So she's sleepy in the lift kit and got to get to you.
Now, don't forget, we're living now in the country, so when she got to the nail salon, she wasn't on the lift kit. You know, I mean, a lot of those ladies drive lift kits.
That's right.
You know, so we'll come back, and so I'm standing in a green field waiting on Sherry to drive a lift kit Ram 1500 to get a deer.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And the camera comes in, and he says, Hey, I'm Gary. You know, when I was shooting at Scott Dawson, I thought to myself, he'd make a great governor. You know what I mean? And then you just kind of roll in, from there. And
John, you'll have to hear the story.
Yeah, it's on one of our CDs. You can get it online, but in Apple Music. But we'll have to tell him.
Forget giving it to the Secretary of State.
Well,
you can go pick it up.
Look, I don't want there to be anything dicey. I can't give him a gift. Somebody will think something. So anyway, it's so funny to watch now. We were with Palmer this last weekend, and like all of us, we're going, let's all dinner's on me, and Palmer's like, no, it's not. I'm paying for my own dinner. So I know you got a lot of rules and stuff you got to follow, and that's important. But we also have had some.
Speedy don't need to run.
No,
I know it.
No. Oh, that's right. Speedy can't
He'll
run.
go hungry.
That's right. Speedy be disqualified in no time. They said, has anybody ever bought your dinner? What? You mean how many? But anyway, so. They'll laugh. So so it's those conferences you are still going on. You've still been doing those, and of course for the show and for you, we had a big marker. On January the 19th, 10 years ago, you and I were together at a conference. And had the incident with my youngest son going to heaven that changed so many things. There's there's life before that and there's life after that. And I've often said that of all the places that God could have placed me, it was there, and that's significant. And, of course, that's always been something that that you and I have held is very dear and powerful.
In one way, it seems like a lifetime ago. In other ways, it seems like it was just yesterday.
Right. Yeah.
To remember back, and it was so many emotional things going on, but God used that moment to change so many lives. Even this past year, we had a young lady that was there last year, made a commitment to Christ, but then the weekend before this year's conference was driving home, wasn't speeding or anything, just wet roads, and had an accident and passed away. And her youth pastor was like, that year's when she made her commitment to Christ and crossed that line, it was such a drastic difference in how she impacted so many lives. I actually used it at the conference. And so, again, we think of horrific acts and events that you walk through. But in the eternal perspective, God uses that tremendously to advance His kingdom. And you know, we're here not for ourselves. Even in this political world, I'm going to tell you, politics will never change your life. Jesus will change your life. Politics is just the environment that can set a platform for your life to be changed. So I think you have to keep it in perspective. That's what really matters.
Right.
Eternity.
Yeah, and where we're going is trying to get our to as many places as we can to impact that particular sphere and wrestle it back away. That's why we're on this show. I mean, we there's certainly nothing wrong with Christian radio. Don't misunderstand me, but it serves a great purpose, and I'm glad we have it. And there's certainly a role there, just as there's a role to being an evangelist, and there's a role to being a pastor and being on staff. But everybody who claims the name of Jesus Christ is in ministry everywhere we go.
Absolutely.
And to give places up to the adversary is a mistake. And again, because there's always something going on, even if it doesn't go the way we think it's supposed to go. And like Bubba and I were just talking, and Sherry's been telling me this for years, that the adversary is called the Prince of the Air. And so I think we've
Prince
given
of the power of the air.
Yeah, the Prince of the power of the air, and I think we've given up enough airways to the adversary. We don't run over and go stand in one little area and say, "Well, we'll go over here where everybody's comfortable with us." We're supposed to be everywhere.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, well, that came from Sherry. I didn't come up with it.
Well,
but
most of the good ones do.
Yeah,
anyway.
but it's true. It's true. And she was just talking about the importance of that it all belongs to Him, not just some of it.
Yeah.
And the same thing. And it's easy. Look, I'm one of the biggest offenders where you just go, look, this thing's too far gone. Who cares? Let's move on. And I commend those of you that keep going, Rick. You can't have that attitude. We got to go in there and try to bring light to dark places. And
to offer hope. I mean, the one thing
yeah.
I'm hearing over and over again is to birth hope in people's lives. You can live days without food, but you can't live 1 second without hope. And to go into an arena where you just deal with hopelessness and offer them an opportunity to have hope, man, you see eyes light up, you see ears perk up. They're waiting for someone to come along and go, you know what? My identity is not found in a title or a role. My identity is found in something so much bigger than that. But with this, everyone's looking for leadership. I think, John Maxwell says it best. Everything rises and falls on leadership. And it's time for Christian leaders to rise up and start leading.
Yeah, it's kind of like the church has kind of lost its fight and needs to get it back.
Yep. Absolutely.
We'll come back 15 minutes past. We'll start the process of getting old Dawson qualified.
All right. Give him an update.
And I know you're excited. You've already had some big front page stories.
Yeah, we want to review that.
$35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're here. Look, I'm just talking about fresh meat. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Nothing could be. This is much simpler. Have them send it right to you. Do all your grocery shopping with HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Pick out the meals for the week. Their chefs are they're talented. These are delicious dishes, and anything you could ever want to do, it's there. And you can enjoy this time of year without constantly having these meals hanging over your head. Also, we're all trying to save money. Here comes Christmas, okay? About 20% off what you're spending on your total food bill. It could be 20% less. Let them handle it. Now, you're still preparing the meals, okay? They're sending you the recipes, but they're also sending you everything you need to prepare the meal. And right now, we've got a promo code that's going to get you 65% off. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba and get 65% off and free shipping. Never been a better time to say, I'm going to try this HelloFresh.com thing I've heard the guys talking about. Look, that's a lot of money we're saving you, and even if you were doing it without the savings, you're going to save money. Now you're going to save even more. So this is the time to do it, and enjoy this time of year. That's all right. These are wonderful meals. You're still preparing them. It's just a more efficient way to do it. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba. Save 65% and get free shipping. All right, so we leave the story. We're down at the farm. I've been sent out by my wife. We need your man to go out and bring in the harvest. Bring in the harvest. And so I've got a doe down, and I'm waiting on my wife, my tiny little beautiful wife, to drive a Ram 1500 with the lift kit off road, by the way,
with her new nails.
With her new nails to come help me because it's I've gotten older and trying to get a deer of this size on my own up into a lift kit on my own is not going to be easy. And I'm thinking, well, maybe if I just get the hind legs, I can pull it up in there without her having to do much. But she'll be there to help kind of get the hind legs up to me.
Oh, it's hard.
And
Rick.
so anyway, I look up, guys. If I could have just rode film, and I'm an idiot for not doing it.
Well, should have just set your camera.
Do I not love the show?
I know.
Yeah. I should have taken my phone.
I brought in my fall.
No, you did. I should have taken y'all. I want to tell you the picture so you can see the picture. Okay. The food plot that I was on is up on a hill, so she's gonna come out from where the farm is, come through the pasture. She's going to come in and take a right. When she takes a right, she's going to go down, okay, and then she's going to make a climb up a hill and level out on the food plot. Oh, y'all know the one I'm talking about.
I know exactly.
So I'm standing in that field. When I see that truck coming up, and I look at her tiny little self in there, and
She
here,
can't see over the
I
top.
thought to myself, what's happened to my life? I mean, this is so wonderful. This is so unlike any hunting experience I've ever had.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there she is, and she's coming to help. And I thought, this is our life on the farm now. We're living Green Acres. I'm thinking about living out the Green Acres. Yeah. So anyway, I see her coming, and I'm like, all right, hey, stop. Let's don't get this thing bogged down in the field now, and like that. And she's like, well, you don't think I can just? No, baby, don't just go right through the middle of the field. Let's come down the side right here.
Yeah.
Well, why are we doing that? Well, you don't want to get out there and this is a big truck, and let's come down the edge. And I pulled her. She's laying right down here on the edge, and so I said, just let's. I can drive it down there, baby. That's a tight squeeze between these two trees right here. And we really need to back it in there, and let me. Okay, all right, go ahead. And so I'm like, okay, go make it. And so she comes in and she does great, and she gets up there, and then all of a sudden she's like, oh, there it is.
Uh-oh.
And I was like, well, yeah, baby. I mean, we've talked about this. You. Oh, there she is. Oh no! Oh my goodness! They're just so beautiful, baby. Let's don't go down this road now. Remember we talked about this that time you tried to name one. Remember that didn't go well.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, I'm okay. And I said, all right, let's get out, okay? Oh, that's where you shot it. Right. You're right. That's how we get them, And so let's oh, that doesn't look too bad. Don't roll it over. Oh, I said, baby, that's the exit wound. Don't roll it over. It's all right. So anyway, so we, I say, all right, I'm gonna get up in the truck. Well, that's not gonna work. I said, well, let me get up in the truck. Well, let's just pick it up, and I said, let me get up in the truck, and let's see if you can lift the legs to me, and then I'll just try to pull her up into the truck. Oh, I look, and she's she's
trying so hard.
God love her. She thinks she's 5'2", but she's about 5.5, maybe 5'1", and she's trying. We don't have heels on out here, so she's trying, and it just. I mean, honestly, when she stands in the food plot, her head is at the tailgate. You know what I mean?
You're asking her to power clean a deer.
Right. And I'm like, baby, okay, that's not going to work. And then I've got arthritis in my hands, and now when I pull, they're screaming, my hands. And so I get down, and she goes, I think I'm just going to have to pick up one end, you pick up the other, and let's see if we can push her up onto the tailgate, then push her in the back. And I said, now, let's, okay, all right. Here and to her credit, she gets down there and because she's got a lot of power through her legs. You know, she was a former sprinter, and her hips and her legs, a lot of power. So she gets her end up, and I've got mine up, and literally, to her credit, she gets under the back and starts pushing with her hands, and I do too. And we successfully put her up on the tailgate, and I got to give her credit. I mean, she got in there and fought hard. Now, unfortunately, and I will be very delicate with this, you know, when you've been shot with a high-powered rifle, and you're laying on the ground, and then everybody lifts you up.
Yeah.
There's a certain process that happens that can be kind of messy.
Yeah.
And then she looks over at me. Thankfully, I took the brunt of that. Oh, you got blood all over you. And I was like, well, oh, you need to wash that, baby. We can't do laundry yet.
Right.
Oh, don't. You need to go wash that camo. Okay, we can't. We're not gonna do that now. I mean, we can.
Gotta get back.
Have you got stain remover at the camp house? No, baby, we don't have stain remover. Oh, I may have some shout over it that you need to. Oh, hey, wash those boots off, baby. We will, but we're standing in the woods.
Right.
There's nowhere
Nothing
to do
we
that.
can do right now.
There's going to be a moment I'm going to walk around like this. Okay, not long. Okay, and you're almost out of this. Okay, you're going to take the truck and go, and I'm going to drive this behind you, and you're done.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it from here. Okay. And so then she climbs back up in there, and you know it's not every day that somebody with a ponytail helps you load a deer.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
No, Rick, I'm impressed y'all got it in there because it's hard to do.
Did you kind of strut around though? You had camo on, had a little bit of blood. You're a provider. Yeah. Did you kind of strut around a little bit?
I literally did. I said, "Well, that's enough meat. That'll pack the freezer there." I said, "How does it feel to know that you live under the security that your man can provide meat for the winter?" And then I start thinking we're in an episode of Alaska, bush people, which we're not. I mean, but then in my mind, I've got us out in the wilderness now. I said, "Oh, thank God we got it before winter." And
we're off the grid here.
I said, "You know, we'd never made it through winter." And she's like, "Probably Piggly Wiggly, we'd have been okay." You know, and
they're open in the winter.
I don't know how we're going to get through the winter.
Yeah.
Thank goodness we got this done today. And then I did, and so she gets up in there, and she's getting ready to drive. So they're just slightly traumatized, and she's getting ready to drive off. I said, "Hey, baby, let me stand out here by the ATV with my rifle." And I said, "As you're driving away, you might want to get a gander at your man out here in this camo." She goes, "Oh, I don't want to look at you with that blood on you." I said, "Okay, well, just look at the side of me. It doesn't have it on me." I said, I'll tilt this way. And I said, so as you're driving away, just get one last look here. I said, "You'll catch me right as the sun's going down. It'll be a look you'll never forget." And she said, "Oh, don't worry. This what we just did. No way I forget it." Okay. And so
how did her new nails fare?
You know what? Her nails did fine.
Okay.
You know, it's not every day you think, did I chip it on the hoof of a deer?
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Her nails did fine, and you know, once she woke up, and put her book down and drove that lift kit out there, she did great. So it was kind of cool.
How far over the steering wheel can she see?
Not very far. I'm glad it has the option on the side where the seat can come up.
Yeah.
Y'all have to see her in that. I hate myself for not filming it.
Rick.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is that your very first front page?
First front page story.
We'll
Cannot
review
wait.
that when we come back.
We'll review that. 16 minutes past. Dawson's running for the governor of the state of Alabama.
There you go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's time for a change.
Yeah.
And so we're looking for consistency. We're looking for conviction in a character's personality, not conviction in a judicial system.
Yeah, we've had enough of that.
Yeah, we have to have characters. Yeah, we have to have we have to have prison reform from outside the cell. Anyway, it is time for us to have leaders that will stand, and we think through issues with a biblical worldview. We're not creating a theocracy, but people need to understand that every leader will make a decision based on some sort of authority in his or her life. We want to get out in front and go, this is the way we look through issues. And for people who don't agree with us in matters of faith, I mean, understand, Scripture says treat everyone with respect. you have to wonder, when did civility die in our country? So we want to be able to live in a community and move Alabama forward together. So today's the day that we cross the line.
Well, and you may, and I don't want to be
jump over the line.
I don't want to be overly dramatic, because one is obviously extremely important, but there is a mindset you have to deal with. I remember when Sherry was in India and she was working with Free Set, and she said one of the things with these women that had come out of the red light district is, when we were trying to give them, you were talking about you can live without a lot of things, you can't live without hope. We were trying to let them realize that this is not your lot in life. This isn't the way it has to be. There are other options. You don't have. This is not who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that was a process. And once they realized that, and then they offered them another way to make a living. And of course, they introduced them to Christ and the hope found in Christ. And I think that for our state, and maybe there's others that have done or need to do the same thing. I think almost Alabamians have just have been convinced in a mindset that all the embarrassment of Montgomery and all the state politics of our state and all the embarrassment, all the darkness, all the things we just talked about, well, that's just who we are. I mean, it's never going to change. This is our lot in life. We'll always be an embarrassment. And we have to understand that is not true. That's a false mindset. But in order for that to change, we have to decide that we want it to change, that the status quo will not work. And if you've been hanging around for a long time and nothing's really changed, maybe you need to go. And let's get some new faces in there. Let's get some new blood in there. And let's get some people in there that people can vouch for, that say they're men and women of integrity. That meaning, look, you may not agree with everything, every policy, but one thing we can have rest and go to bed at night, that you're not going to wake up with some headline that's going to be, well, here we go again. Yeah. And sometimes I think where a lot of people say, well, now what about, we've had some things in the past. But if you really look at some of the things that happened in the past, there were a number of people that were coming to me privately saying, this person is not what they claim to be. And so what we're trying to do is say, we've walked with you for a very long time. And there's certainly things that any of us can say, but as far as you being a person of integrity that lives out what you claim to believe, we vouch for you.
Well, thank you so much.
And so here we go. and how about you don't vouch for many people because they'll burn you, but we vouch for you.
Well, I appreciate that.
So you got to sign this online.
So what are you doing right now? You're qualifying. John, what is he doing?
Well,
playing with
the
Facebook?
Democrat
What is
Party
it?
and the Republican Party both offer the opportunity to qualify electronically. Some people still like to do it in person. I was in Montgomery, and the state party actually came and had an opportunity for legislators and for constitutional officers to go to a specific location on a certain date and be able to do that. That's what I did on January the 9th. But what Scott has done is what many other people, or what he's about to do is what many other people have elected to do now, which is to file in a more convenient fashion, which is electronically. And of course, nobody will have a bigger audience than Scott in doing this today, simply because of your 1.2 million listeners and your viewers all across Alabama and the nation.
The gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number as we make our way back. All right, so football this past weekend, wow, a lot went on in college and pro. The Tennessee loss was the one that had everybody talking everywhere that I went. I didn't see any football this weekend, but I did not know till I got to work today that not only did Tennessee lose to South Carolina, they also lost their quarterback on an ACL. Hooker.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's sad. That's a
Heisman
sad
candidate.
injury, yeah.
Heisman candidate.
We talked all along when Tennessee was really coming to their place and up at number 1 to watch out for this game. Shane Beamer, great family. He comes from a great family of football, and this had all the looks of a trap game.
Yeah.
I had no idea that they could put up that kind of score. Rick, what was it? 63 points, 63 to 38.
Yeah, I told Bubba in his office today, and again, I didn't see any of the games, so I may not know how it all unfolded, but I can see the numbers. But Georgia beat Tennessee by figuring out how to stop their high-powered offense. South Carolina appears to beat Tennessee by learning how to an offensive scheme against their defense.
Yeah.
It's like both teams found weaknesses on both sides of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So we mentioned this earlier, but the AP rankings are out. We'll see how the college football playoff rankings fall tomorrow night. But Georgia's number 1, Ohio State 2, Michigan 3, TCU 4 that survived on a last-second kick. USC has worked their way up to 5th, LSU 6, Clemson 7, Alabama 8, Tennessee drops to 9, and Oregon at number 10. And really, those are the only ones that are going to be in play for us, the college football.
Do you think tomorrow night that any of that will change?
No, they follow the AP pretty close. I think I'm sure they look at this and discuss it, and the AP's pretty good about getting it pretty close too. So,
yeah, well, I really think. I mean, again, there's all kinds of reasons for this, but it looks like to me, and some of the people I saw commenting, and again, I didn't see the game, so I can't comment on it. But I saw a lot of people saying that the top 4, that none of them really played that great this weekend.
Right.
So, but again, that happens. I mean, it's a long season.
We forget they're college kids.
Well, and also, we find ourselves for some reason, and all of us are guilty of this. We won't give any credit to the team that may have given the team a hard time.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe they played well.
Right.
Maybe they got after them. So, and you have to play. The parity in college football is growing. Now, you're saying, Rick, that with the exact same teams we always have, other than TCU. But hear me out. You see this changing a little bit based on the games we see. With the transfer portal, the NIL deals, and all that. Everybody's got players now, and I don't care what kind of season the team you're playing has had or is having. You got to play every Saturday, and if not, somebody's going to make you pay for it.
Now, Rick, one of the games, too, that was interesting was the Arkansas-Ole Miss game, and interesting for a lot of reasons. But we have a couple of clips from that game. The Hogs with a big upset. They are going bowling, and their coach, Sam Pittman, is very excited.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Huh? I see right here, and this is the other one, too.
5A, Addy.
Yeah, so 5A is that, and then I want to talk about this 5B you got.
Yeah, I know that whole game. There's some weird things going on.
Well, I had some people send me this 5B, so here's 5A.
How does Sam Pittman celebrate being bowl eligible? Well, I believe I'm going to have my old cold beer. How does Sam Pittman celebrate being bowl eligible? Well, I believe I'm going to have my old cold beer. That's kind of what I like to do, Do you need any company? Anybody want to come, but bring some, you know what I mean? BYLB, baby.
Good interview, Greg.
Cold beer.
Sam looks like he'd have one every now and then.
Greg, thank you for your work at ESPN. Hey, you want to have a cold beer?
Where's my old cold beer?
I'm going to have a old cold beer. But anyway, all right, so this next one on 5B, it's really weird because an Ole Miss player goes over the rails like he's going to go into the stands. And
because a fan got his helmet, right?
Got his helmet?
That is correct, yeah.
And then he thinks better of it and then calls security.
So here's the helmet in his hand right here. See that? He's running with the helmet.
He's coming, run! He's coming, run!
He's coming.
They're yelling.
You're right.
That player can't believe it.
Right, yeah. So now security.
Security's going to get it.
Go
Hawks! Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know Adler was there.
I didn't
Sounds
either.
like you, Adler.
Yeah.
You can just buy a helmet. I mean, what in the world?
Yeah.
What did he do? Did he go over the rail to get it, or was the player sitting there close by?
I guess he went on. I guess he went over to the field.
That
where
don't
he could
happen
get
a lot.
That's got to be a dare.
Yeah.
Somebody dared him to do that. That's his buddies.
Yeah.
Hey, you won't grab his helmet and take off with it.
All right, so we've already seen USC, UCLA, and 6 and that was the greatest security tackle of all time. So we watched that last hour. But 7, did you see this?
Oh, yeah.
Where A&M fires their cannon against the Minutemen of UMass, and the cannon looks like it's been fired right at them.
And they're praying.
And they're praying in the end zone.
Makes it scared to death.
I mean,
yeah, so.
The guy, whoever was filming, knew it was coming.
Oh my goodness!
He even says, "I got it."
Yeah,
I got it.
Oh, that is so awesome. Oh boy!
Yeah, so there you go.
Let me ask you this too, because I got an email on it, and I know I don't know if y'all were included or not, but there was a story out about that Tennessee actually getting in a fight in the locker room before the game. Have you heard about this?
I haven't. No, I haven't. Heard that.
He's saying it's on Vol Nation today.
I haven't seen.
I don't know. Apparently, there were some issues going on there. Can't justify. I mean, can't. Be sure on
verify
that.
Verify.
There's that
word.
Thank you.
I know
Monday
that
all day.
I know that thing you grabbing for it. Verify. Chico's come up with it. All right, so cut 8.
Oh, this is funny. Right
so we have one of the greatest punts. And so
is this a high
so
game?
you have the punting team go down, and on a punt they try to make the wherever the ball stops, they touch the ball and it's dead.
Right.
Well, they get up on the ball, it's about to stop, and they're like, no, don't touch it. The wind's blowing, and it blows it all the way down to the 1 yard line.
So it's just Tri-Valley.
Yeah.
And this is in Illinois.
The high school game.
Yeah, it's cold, windy. And so they come up on it, and it stops around the 12, 13 yard line.
But
and then now they
howling.
just follow it in, and it just keeps on going.
Look at that.
That is hilarious.
You know the
Look,
wind.
he's waving like with his hand, trying to make the wind blow.
Look now, everybody's doing it.
And it just keeps on going.
Look at the officials trying to see if anybody. There you go, right there. Wow. I mean, boy, I tell you, the wind.
Wow. Well, that was some rough weather. Did you see the snow? They moved the Buffalo game.
Yeah, that
over
was
to
unreal.
Detroit. But the snow at the stadium, I mean, there's no way they'd played that game. Nobody could get to it.
You couldn't even see the stadium.
They had people opening their garage door, and it was just a wall of snow.
Yeah, and what's so weird is that Buffalo plays Detroit on Thanksgiving Day. And so within about 4 days, they're going to play there 2 times.
That's funny. At least maybe that'll be a good game. The Lions are actually on a 3-game winning streak.
Watch out. All right, so when we come back, are we going to discuss the Vikings?
we got a couple of clips from the NFL, from some moving moments.
And you didn't have anything to do with the Vikings, because you did not watch it.
I told y'all they would lay an egg. Don't buy into that.
I didn't know if you went
Bubba,
near them.
I think what happened, they got confused and thought it was the playoffs. First round.
First of all, it's their second loss.
Yeah.
And, Rick, I'll go back to what you said at the beginning of this segment.
They
Sometimes the team that beats you has a lot to do with it. And Dallas was on.
They were not ready to play.
Yeah.
I've never seen the home team jump offside so much. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Look at the stadium.
Oh, I know. You can't even find it. Look.
Be quiet to clean up.
There ain't enough forklift. I mean, there's not enough tractors to get that snow out of there.
That is crazy.
That is crazy. All right, well, now, so there's college football.
I'd like to hear more about this locker room fight.
Yeah, if anybody knows anything about that, let us know.
Apparently something happened.
That was kind of the 30,000-foot view of college football this past weekend. We'll come back. We'll do the same thing with the NFL, and then we'll get to some of your phone calls. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. It's top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For kids, of course, to help them. Not like the PE teacher we had the other day that was chasing kids.
No.
But just to raise some money. He was dared to do it, and there was a little charity pool that was put together to help others. And but this time at the Phoenix Open, this 24-year-old person, I don't even know what you call this. And the standard, the song, look, Boogie That by Ray Stevens.
Streaking.
Yeah, when the streaking became big in the 70s, it was just a person.
You streak.
Yeah, you just come running by.
You were there and you were gone.
You were either on a bicycle or a motorcycle or running.
In the back of a truck, something.
Yeah. You didn't hang around and perform.
You didn't put on a show.
this guy, and he's on what, hole 17, sadly?
Yeah, he is.
Rick. And Bubba, he just, well, I'll just let you watch. I mean,
we have the video of this?
Now it's
is there blurred?
I don't think,
is it
arable?
Is it blurred?
It is, I think, enough. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see.
Okay, so Bubba, now see, he's rolling around.
Oh yeah.
Out
Speedy
on the grass.
didn't do that.
Yes. Now right here, you think he's going into more of a traditional streaking.
But he takes a golf swing.
Oh, he stops and he
takes a golf swing.
Yeah, he takes. Well, boy, he
got somewhat.
Look, and what is he?
Must have been a pitching wedge.
Yeah. Oh, down he goes.
Down he goes.
There's drunk fall. Now he's just out there. I mean, he's not.
Watch him. He's fixing to find that bunker.
Yeah, he is. Bubba, now he's going to the sand.
Oh, he's getting sandy now.
Look,
there he is.
Look, now he's in the bunker. He's throwing
sand in the air.
Throwing sand in the air.
Nobody likes sand in the crack.
No, he's got it.
Gonna get out of there pretty quick. Now he's out again. Do you realize how long he's out there? Look,
here goes another drunk fall.
Yeah.
He's on out there.
You know someone's gonna tackle him, but nobody wants to.
That's right. Nobody wants to tackle.
Look right here. Look at this guy.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know about it.
He's backing up.
Oh, breakdancing, Bubba. Breakdancing. Look, he's trying to stand on his head.
You realize he's completely naked.
Nothing but shoes on.
Now he's gotten kind of tired.
Right. And look, the two security guys are like, I'm not going.
Bubba, what is that? Here's the golf swing again. He loves the golf swing. He loves
well, it's kind of like his.
Look, he can't hardly stand up. Look, now is he just gonna? Is he gonna go with no?
No, he collapses. Watch.
Yeah, he collapsed.
Now I'll try to pick me up.
Here comes Purple Shirt. I think he might be the only one that can do something.
Yeah,
here.
Purple Shirt's finally said, I got to get involved.
Everybody else is just
bag and tag.
They're just officials. They're quiet police people.
Yeah, they don't want to handle a naked.
Yeah, I don't know what
they're ushers, Ricky. The ushers don't take care of security.
I don't think
volunteers.
I don't think that's streaking. That's just exhibitionism.
Yeah, I think so.
That's public nudity.
I think so.
That really is.
That's a full-blown show. There he goes.
There he goes.
Now we're taking him
now
out.
look, sitting on the bank are families. Look, they take him right through the middle of it.
Yeah.
Oh, did they
Look
really?
at him sitting there. Hey, here he comes.
Don't take him to family. Look, that person.
He's handcuffed. He can't cover up now.
Yeah.
Well, you notice they leave one arm available.
Yeah, let's do something there, sir.
I think that's a driver cover.
Yeah, and there he goes. He's gone. Yeah, he has been. He's charged with streaking, but I don't think that's what that was.
No, that would be your public nudity. Streaking, to me, by the time you realize what's going on, they're out of there.
Speedy was a streaker.
Yeah.
Let's try this, Rick, real quick. Give that to me again here. Let's see.
Destination on the scene at the supermarket. There seems to have been some disturbance. Standing over by the tomatoes. Here he comes, running through the pole beans, through the fruits and vegetables, naked as a jaybird. And I hollered over to Ethel. I said, "Don't look, Ethel!" And it's too late. She'd already been in since.
Here he comes.
Boogie dad, boogie dad.
There he goes.
Look,
Boogie dad.
And he ain't wearing no clothes.
Oh, yes, they call him the street. Oh, yes, they call him the street.
The story.
Yeah, I was underlining.
Showing signs and symptoms of alcohol intoxication.
What?
And that was an unnecessary statement in the story.
Right.
I mean, because he's got that his head feels like it weighs, 300 pounds. He can't get, he keeps falling forward.
But Speedy, at least he has an excuse. You were sober as a nun when you were naked running in front of him.
That's true.
Well, it was
True statement.
for the kids, though.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if I can
And
say
I will
that.
say, and you were striding and really showing good running form.
He was.
Oh, he was digging.
If he would have failed, it would have been perfect.
This guy's running form was terrible.
Yeah. Boy, was I
Well, like I say, he didn't get out of there. He stayed around and put a show on.
But he tried to break dance and go to the headstand. He couldn't quite. Couldn't quite.
Rick, it's hard to spin on grass. You know, I mean,
it ain't like that.
It ain't like a polished floor.
Look at that. Put a cardboard box down.
And they call it.
Look at that. Look at that.
Here you go.
All right, we'll be back.
There you go.
866 We Be Big is our number. We'll come back. And we have other stories to cover. Your phone calls, part of it as well. If you want to get in, you can at 866 We Be Big. Hey, check our website, too, rickandbubba.com. All the information you need right there in show notes to stay updated. Shop the Rick and Bubba store, too. Some great Rick and Bubba goodies and some bundle deals you'll love. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start.
So it's 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we've been breaking down the weekend. We're now into the football action. We've had Moultrie on. We've had a winner. So if you're just now joining us, a lot has happened. Moving forward, coming up this week, it'll be a different kind of week with Thanksgiving. We will have a Rick and Bubba replay on Thanksgiving. That's an old show in its entirety. Everybody off on Thanksgiving. Everybody but Helmsy off on Black Friday. We'll have a Rick and Bubba Black Friday Best Of show. That's tradition because so many of you are moving around, so you can take the show with you. And Helmsy will this year be heading that up for us. Thank you, Helms. And you can have some of the most historic moments in Rick and Bubba history. Also, don't forget the Rick and Bubba store as you're shopping this week. A lot of great gift ideas there, including the new CD, Where's the Bathroom? That's brand new at rickandbubba.com. Also, go see Speedy. If you're out getting ready for the big weekend coming up, Speedy will be in Birmingham tomorrow. He'll be at Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Cullman, Alabama, with 104.7 WZZK, and make 11 to 1. So go see Speedy, and he'll be rocking a new cowboy hat and some boots, probably. So go see Speedy tomorrow if you're in the Birmingham market in the Coleman area. All right.
So I know y'all want to talk about the Vikings.
Well, I mean, the Vikings. It was. I didn't know what happened until I saw you texting last night.
I knew they started about 3:30, but I couldn't get in front of a TV till later, and I thought. When I flipped over and I saw the score, I was like, rubbing my eyes, going, "Am I seeing that right?" 37-3 when I joined it in the third quarter. It could have been 50.
Mm-hmm. Sorry,
I mean, it was a complete just meltdown.
You'll have those. Plenty of Super Bowl teams have had those.
That's all right.
It's only your second loss.
Bubba, you're going to have
No,
that.
I think they just got confused. They thought it was the playoffs.
There he goes.
What?
So I told y'all to
Can I ask
stand
you something?
by for that.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Because I know you didn't physically.
You're the Cowboys fan, right?
Yeah.
I don't really care, but yeah.
Yeah, well,
I would take the
congratulations.
Cowboys over the Vikings for sure.
When you were, you've made it clear.
I need a poster of that.
You did not join the game till late after the damage was done.
Right.
But what I have to ask you is something that none of us can document and see. Had you given your heart to the season?
No.
Okay, right.
I'm not.
Did you start caring that maybe they'll get,
Rick,
they'll
you can only be. That girl can only do you wrong so many times.
That's right. You stopped dating.
And you're done with the whole thing. Look, I'm watching from 30,000 feet, as you said a minute ago.
Yeah.
I hope they do good, but I don't get tore up when they lose because I expect it.
Okay. All right.
A little bit more in than that.
I was going to say the text messages we were receiving yesterday says your heart's still involved.
No, it's just ridiculous.
You still love her, though. I mean,
You remember the good times?
I enjoy watching good professional football, and usually that's Buffalo or Kansas City or somebody like that. That Miami's got that way now. They're playing really good. So I don't get caught up in it like when I was a kid. Because
it was 5.
I'm almost 60.
It was 5:38 Central Time when Bubba weighed in out of the blue with no prompting.
Thank you for that.
Right there.
Told you guys, go Vikes.
Well, I just flipped it on. I thought, wow, this is a disaster.
Further down, game is so bad, CBS is cut to the Bengals-Steelers game.
They did. I'd never seen them cut away from a game like that.
Boy.
Oh, yeah.
More Bubba.
You know what they said? We're going to go to a more competitive game.
Which it was.
We're out of
It was
here.
a good game.
More Bubba. Vikes had more yards and penalties, and in total offense, we were totally dominated.
Yeah,
Dallas may break.
We don't miss the we part.
Yeah,
well,
he's saying
that's just the way you talk about the football team.
Right.
That's how you talk about your football team.
Dallas may break 50. Pull the fire alarm.
Yeah, somebody just pull it and empty the building.
Well, good to know your heart's not invested.
Yeah, I'm not.
I guess
I was a kid, I would have been tore up. I mean, I'd have been borderline sick today.
All right, and then the final thing he says to us, I guess
running a slight fever.
I guess Vikes thought it was a playoff game, which is what you've been saying today.
That is so funny.
And then I tried to put some salve on it. I said, at least they aren't the Packers.
And I tried to give him some hope too, but he didn't. He just completely ignored that message.
Yeah.
Well, a couple of other.
You know how it is when you're sore and people start trying to help you. You're like, let me give me a minute.
Leave me alone.
And this ties into the Vikings in a strange way. Daniel Carlson kicked a 57-yard field goal to tie up the game with the Raiders and Broncos. And it's fun. I want you to see this because when you start kicking this distance, that's amazing to me. We got audio of it here. Okay.
Carlson. It's going to be down the middle and good. He drilled it, and we're knotted up at 13 apiece.
Yeah, baby.
Now, y'all ran him off in the Vikings.
At thin air.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The Minnesota Vikings traded up to get Daniel Carlson. And after he had a bad game, his second game in the league, they got rid of just cut him. Rick didn't trade, just cut him. And before, what's crazy about this kick, prior to this, he had hit 41 straight field goals, which tied for the third longest streak in NFL history.
And where did he play college?
And he missed.
Thank you.
He missed a kick.
His other team.
He missed the kick before this, and then comes back and hits a 57-yard.
Yeah, War Eagle.
Can I tell you what I'm moved by on all you're telling me? Is the thing that really moves me is the goalpost says "Stop hate" on it. Look at this ridiculous thing.
Oh, they're all. It's all. All of them are that way.
Right. I know. That's what
Various
things. But look at this right here. Look at "Stop hate." Okay.
Sure.
Well, we should.
Back to the. How about this? What a general statement that is. Who's out there for hate?
I don't know who that is.
Well, I will tell
I'm
you.
speaking on behalf of hate.
I will tell you this: if it's righteous hate, I ain't getting rid of it.
I tell you what, I hate that.
Yeah.
Right.
So back to the Dallas Vikings game. I'm sorry, Bubba, but did you see where the Cowboys kicked a 60-yard field goal, and just before he kicked it, they were going to review if there was a catch in bounds or not because they had not buzzed down to review it.
Right.
And they didn't know it, so they kicked. And everybody's celebrating, hey, kick, going into halftime. And they said, no, we buzzed in. That's no good. You got to do it again. And he kicked it again and made another 60-yard field goal.
Well, say I didn't see that. So.
Rubbed their nose in it.
Was it a 50-yard what?
A 60-yard field goal.
60-yard field goal.
I've always. Or do you say gold?
He does.
I think
I have brought this up before.
Gold?
Yeah, like
you say GOLD.
You do when you do field goal.
Yeah.
You say
Do
field
I
goal.
am I D-adder?
Field
Yeah,
goal?
you do.
You add a D to
I
it.
didn't know.
Like the field has a
Speedy,
piece of
I
gold
do
on it.
too.
I've
and
actually
I
brought
didn't
this
even
up.
know you said anything.
I have
wrong.
brought this up before.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd heard right
Field
here.
goal?
60-yard field goal.
Now, Rick, one of the other games that had there was several bizarre finishes yesterday. You don't see a lot.
Oh, we're
One
at the
of 'em-
gold line.
One of them. All right, let me ask you
I didn't
this
know
on that.
Rick,
on that,
Rick, our goal
I'll
for
let-
this year.
Let me ask you this. On
thought
the
you were
side of the
asleep.
field, what do you call that?
I'm sorry.
The side of the field.
Sideline.
No, the other name for it.
Boundary?
Boundary.
Yeah, but people just say it. They don't put
Out of
the
bounds.
Out of bounds.
bounds. How do you say it? How do you spell that?
Huh?
BOUNDS.
Yeah.
Bounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
Other people, a lot of people will mispronounce that one too.
Bounds?
What
What
do
do
they say?
they
What do
say?
they say?
I don't know. Never mind.
What
Let me go back.
Wait a minute.
Let me go back.
Wait a minute.
Let me go back to what I was going to show y'all.
So they mispronounced it, but you don't know how they said it.
Yeah, never mind that. Let's just forget that. See what the Vikings do to you.
Oh, my God.
I was trying to get them off you.
Let me just say thank you.
I think where Bubba was going, he was trying to say there's a D added to that. Then he realized, well, no, if it's a
actually
boundary,
does have
if
a
it's a
D.
boundary line, there should be a D.
Yeah.
Well,
people
about
say
them
wrong all
Vikings?
the time.
the Patriots and the Jets had an odd finish. They have this extremely defensive battle.
Right.
It's 3-3. There's about 20 seconds left in the game, and the Jets are kicking the ball away. Everyone is already assuming they're going to halftime. To overtime. But the return guy for the Patriots had a different plan.
Oh, this is real. This is cool. I love these kind of moments where all you got to do is just keep him from doing this.
What a view.
Oh, what a
That's
great
so
camera
awesome.
shot.
Oh, what a cut.
Wow.
Questionable block right before the goal line.
Not
but,
necessary either. Could have cost him.
See, he's
that was
asking for
stupid.
the flag.
That was a dumb play.
It could have cost him the game.
Yeah.
You know,
There was no reason to do that.
Greg, you know what he almost did? He almost kept the Patriots from achieving their gold.
I know.
Yes.
They never started him at the gold line.
Yeah, but
and then bounds came in for some reason.
Did you say that they
He
went?
nearly stepped out of bound.
Did you say they went back and looked at it and saw that it was clean or what?
Well, they had a discussion about it, and their expert that they called in said, yeah, it was okay. It was getting close. So
Can I tell you one of my favorite things is
it was behind him.
Is everybody thinking, hey, we're going to overtime, or hey, we won the game. All we got to do is just cover this kick, and somebody return it with no time on the clock. That's one of my favorite things.
And then you're like, wait, now the game's over. Now.
Right? Is that what? Hey, wait a minute. We just lost the game. We're over planning on overtime. We're planning on this. All right, we'll be back. Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. By the way, we had a caller? How did the Grey Cup go? Did O'Shea win it again?
I don't know, Rick. He's headed to
Wasn't the Grey Cup yesterday? I mean,
don't know.
We said that, but we'll be wrong.
We were probably way off.
Yeah. All right, phone calls are next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you seen this story that a Croatian big game hunter was preparing to shoot a lion during a hunting expedition in South Africa when he himself was shot and killed?
What's up with that?
Well, people saying they did not know that a lion could actually aim a rifle. No, they're trying to figure out what happened. They said that he hunted everything that could be hunted, and that he had already killed one lion. He was hunting. This is all legal but controversial because they call it canned hunting, meaning these are lions that are born and raised inside an enclosure for people to hunt them. I don't know the size of it or anything like that or the behavior of the lions, but they're saying there's nothing illegal about this, but as he was stalking his second lion, someone shot him. And says even though they're thinking about stray bullet, others are saying, I don't know about a stray bullet here. Where'd the stray bullet come from? Who was shooting? And
police are now investigating the incident as a possible homicide.
A lot of hunting accidents need a little quote around accident. There certainly are some. But usually, unless the person, and I know it's sad when this happened, and I know instances where this has happened, unless the person has some sort of fall or has something that goes off with their own gun, like trying to load and unload or something like that, these things were, I certainly, and I know this for a fact, I've seen people get sprayed and shot bird hunting because now people are shooting. If people don't know how to do it, you can accidentally shoot each other. It's very dangerous. And it has happened.
Or when you have a lot of people out in the field, like on opening day of dove season or something.
But these people that are shot by someone else's rifle is always suspect to me.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about like an accident, like I'm out in the woods and somebody shoots me out of the tree or shoots me walking. Those are always, sometimes they find out that somebody had something going on and said, hey, let's go hunting this weekend.
Right.
And you didn't know that the person knew what you've been doing, and suddenly you got out there hunting and I accidentally shot him. But in this case, they're trying to figure out, was this some rogue person that was anti him as a hunter and shot and killed him? They don't know. But
it is bizarre.
But they're investigating this. Update on Jim Carrey. You remember we talked about Jim Carrey in that very strange Netflix documentary. Very strange about him playing Andy Kaufman.
Yeah.
Really weird. But if you remember, Jim Carrey, sadly, the ex-girlfriend, took her life, and they claimed, and her family claimed, that Jim Carrey had given her diseases without letting her know. But they're saying that now he has been cleared because they're on the wrongful death lawsuit because the family, their claims don't stand up when his lawyer has now proved that she had forged test results and was trying to use the test results to blackmail him, saying, you've given me these diseases, which he was denying at the time.
Yeah.
And now they're saying, well, these tests she claimed to have results on were not real. So that now is taking their case and kind of
it's been a very strange
strange.
So it looks like by the evidence that was presented in this that she actually had some of these diseases prior to meeting him, and that she forged her medical record somehow.
Yeah,
according to this,
the bottom line is the lawyer claims that he produced, and undoubtedly they believed it and said it's real because they have now cleared him on any tie to her death at all, meaning that somehow his mental anguish he caused her put her in this position. because they're saying that she faked these tests, saying that they were tied to him in any way.
Right. So I don't know. I don't know if they're saying she forged the fact she didn't have those before she met him, or she forged the test she took to prove that she had the disease and thus got it from him.
Yeah,
it's confusing the way they're describing this.
Well, they did find the blackmail because it says I'm going to the press with what they're saying we're now false claims that you've given me these diseases unless I get millions of dollars from you. And they dated on and off for 3 years, and they're saying these medical records and tests that she produced to prove he had given her these things were all false. So there you go. Still very sad.
Yep.
But as far as, and boy, I'm gonna tell you what, he is not in a good place. I'm telling you. If you've watched that documentary.
Look, he's funny sometimes on stage, but the bizarreness apparently does not stop when the cameras do.
You know, you have to watch these people that can go places and their even their talents. All right, here we go. 22 minutes past the hour. Lines are available, and you can get in. Blazing Silverman ready to go at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. You can comment on anything you want to comment on. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. And because of the phone troll format, Mr. Buzzer keeps it running smoothly. That way you don't have to stand in line very long. And because we have 10 lines, more opportunity for you to get in here. Colton, Alabama, checking in. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Colton, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
So what do y'all think about Michigan playing Illinois and Illinois' running back just powering through their defensive line?
Didn't see it. You're the first one to tell me that. I knew that it was a close game, but I would think, Colton, if they can survive the Ohio State game, I think that's a big if. That's probably going to be an issue. But again,
oh yes, and at the end of that game.
But the other part you have to think about is be careful. They may have been able to do that because they have the team that can do it. It doesn't mean somebody else does.
Yeah.
They have the running back that can do it. They got the offensive line that can do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
That can do run pick routes.
I'm sure that's not the first opponent they've had that said, I'd like to run through their defensive line. They just weren't able to do it.
All right. Let's give it a shot.
But no, that's not good, Colton. Though that is they're going to have a hard time with Ohio State. But in those rivalry games, anything can happen. Bubba, you throw the
what do you do? Throw the records out?
Right? Yeah.
You take that record book and you just throw it right out.
John in Tennessee. John, go ahead.
Hey guys, I feel like Greg right now. I'm in my tree stand. I was sitting here for about 20 minutes. Buck walked up. I had on my Moultrie mobile and everything. Shot him. He fell. Didn't move. About got my phone out to take a picture. Saw him breathe. His head came up, and then he just walked off into the woods. I'm so mad right now. I don't even know if I want to go look for him.
Oh, you can't even.
No, if you were like me, he would be laying there, and you wouldn't be able to find him.
What's that little void? That void area.
He's there. Just give him some time. All right, Alan's going to bring it up. So, Adam, if you want to get that video that's speedy, because it's about to be brought up here.
DM.
On DM, whatever that means. Direct message. Is that direct message?
How about that?
A lot of people mispronounce that.
Yeah, they do. Rick.
Alan
DM'd
in Mississippi. Alan, go ahead. Alan, how you doing?
Yeah,
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
Good. Great. Good.
You hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. So apparently, before the Tennessee game, before they left Knoxville, there's a power tee inside the locker room.
Oh.
And if any of the players step on it, they have to go down and do push-ups. And Banks, one of the linebackers, he's been hurt a lot, but he's ran the defense for several years. He stepped on the power tee and didn't do his push-ups, and Hooker called him out on it.
Okay.
And Banks just went after Hooker. And then Milton, which is the backup quarterback, which is, I believe, Hooker's roommate, just went after Banks, and big brawl broke out. And allegedly, they're saying that Banks' jaws broke. But all that happened before they loaded the bus to go to South Carolina.
Wow. Okay.
They serious about them push-ups
They're,
on the power tee.
they're
aren't they?
serious about if you step on the power tee and don't do your push-ups.
Might have cost
So
him a national title.
yeah. So that's how that's what the fight. That's what he. I don't know how he knows that.
I was
but
going
that's
to say, does he have video footage?
Well,
of this,
maybe he's
or-
been
See,
looking
I'm getting
at
an email
He may
saying
have
it
an
happened
insider.
at one of them's home.
Yeah. So anyway, we have. Some,
I heard it
what
hurt
is
the
this
quarterback's
video
knee.
from? What is this video?
I thought
you're
they
talking
were
about?
serious.
You're talking
I
about
thought
the
y'all
fight of the commentators.
Ben
on
Watson.
SEC
Yeah,
now.
we thought it was going to be the SEC halftime.
Yeah,
Oh no!
I
I'm
didn't know what
sorry.
y'all were
I'm sorry. I
talking
thought
about.
y'all were talking about the Tennessee fight because that's what we keep talking about. All right, never mind, Adam. I'm not ready for that. All right, we. Sorry, I thought y'all had some footage of this Tennessee player fight.
Yeah, and us not being able to see this when we said, "Oh, here it is." We thought you were talking about the SEC.
Well, apparently, in one of the emails I got, there was already there's already being a little chippy between the offense and defense about something. So,
Well, apparently it involved the power tee.
the power tee set it off.
Don't step on it.
Brian in Alabama,
and giving up 63 points.
and not the exclamation point you were looking for this season. Brian, go ahead.
Enjoyed your hunting story and
Thank
getting
you.
blood out of clothes even after it's dried. Hydrogen peroxide. Just soak it in there and then flush it out with cold water. It works like a dream and it's cheap.
Hey,
and the other thing, real
okay.
quick, the guy who guards the net on ice hockey, is he called the Goldie?
That's good.
Greg,
See,
not-
that's out of bounds.
You know, there's a lot of people.
Greg, not trying to brag, but you've seen that piece of work, that washer and dryer we have at Camp House?
Yeah.
You've seen those
Yes,
two.
I have.
Believe it or not, it got the blood out.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Well, yes, it's a battle axe. That
Look,
washer and dryer's probably
How many
probably,
cycles you think that thing's been through?
it got the blood out then.
Well, there you go. No
But thank you.
peroxide.
Yeah, let's go to J.R. in Foley. J.R., go ahead. 30 seconds.
All right, guys, got a question for you, a couple of questions. Number one, if, and it's a big if Auburn happened to beat Alabama this weekend, do you think Auburn would be pressured to name Cadillac Williams as their head coach? And the second question is, has Lane Kiffin's stock diminished greatly after this weekend?
Two good questions. I don't know what Auburn would do because they'd have to wait till the pigs stop flying. But
after all the pigs landed,
right?
When the snowball survives hell.
But I think if that were to happen, this petition and this hype for Coach Caddy would probably elevate. Yes. Lane Kiffin's stock, you think it's dropped any?
Is that 3 losses now?
I don't think so.
No, probably not.
So he'll be fine at Auburn. You think he'll do well?
And by the way, we all predicted this with Ole Miss.
Yeah, we did. You actually said, hey,
Yeah.
take a look at their schedule, Helms.
Yeah.
Arkansas is a pretty good football team. They've had some
They are.
losses, and like their starting quarterback didn't play the week before, and when he plays, they're different.
Are you saying Ole Miss is a lot like the Vikings?
No, we were just saying they had a light front end of the schedule. Now, they did beat Kentucky. I'll give them that. But
because that win doesn't look as impressive.
No, but their tough part started about halfway, and
LSU just hammered them.
We do I think we do give Lane Kiffin a pass because we like him. We like his energy. We like he says things that nobody else will say. He's kind of the Trump of college football, if we just want to be honest. And he hasn't, we act like he's won every single year, and he hasn't. He's had one really good year.
He's not
there.
I don't think he should be paid like Kirby
I don't
Smart
either.
or Saban.
No,
that kind
not
of
at
money.
all.
I don't think he's to that level.
I think we've overhyped him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good football coach, but like you said, is he going to be one of these guys where you get him, you'll have a good team every year, but you just ain't going to win any championships?
I think Auburn ought to hire him, like today.
Rick and Bubba.
That they don't go there and then forget to come back. And it's almost like, the Jim Carrey train left the station, and it was supposed to return back to the station, and it just kept on rolling. I mean, he's out there, buddy. I mean, and certainly this would be stressful, but I think it's even more than this. And so anyway, so Jim Carrey, and remember we talked about this. I guess this is an update. I should have played it. He is cleared in having any tie to the death of his ex-girlfriend.
Right.
Still sad, but at least he's not going to be blamed for it, or says that some of these things they were saying about him were not correct. Which one of these breakfast foods is more nutritious for you? Would it be more nutritional to eat pizza for breakfast or some of these breakfast cereals? I guess you can see where this is going.
Rick, it looks like it's a tie.
Right. They're saying that pizza is a healthier by maybe a nose a breakfast choice than cereal.
By a pepperoni, Rick.
Yeah, they said you may be surprised to find out that an average slice of pizza and a bowl of cereal with whole milk contain nearly the same amount of calories. And they said the reason why they think that pizza might be better is you probably wouldn't eat as much pizza, not knowing us very well.
Yeah. I've never just eat one piece of pizza, and that's what you need to do if you're going to eat that and control your intake. But that's hard to do.
Right. They're saying, and I've actually learned, in my role to do a little better. I was shocked at the negative response that I received from those trying to help me to do better when it came to breakfast cereal. They do not like them and they hate them.
Mm-hmm.
I got a text back after I sent a picture of what I thought was a healthy cereal. Please throw that in the trash. That is a waste of your time. You are adding calories that bring you nothing. You might as well be just grabbing calories and stuffing them in your mouth, and you get no nutritional value from it.
So they're saying the protein in the pizza.
At least there's some pepperoni or sausage.
There's something in there that's going to sit with you longer. But with cereal, you're just going to get a sugar high, and it's going to wear off quickly, which makes you hungry, and it has no nutritional value.
Here's what they're saying: if you want cereal to be a fun food, that's fine, but don't be eating it because you think you're doing better.
Right.
If you want to eat it for fun, like you do candy, then knock yourself out. But as far as it having a nutritional edge off other things available to you, it just doesn't.
Y'all like cold pizza?
Oh, I do. I love it.
In the morning?
I love it. Love it. I know that's shocking to you.
No.
I like it left out on the counter overnight sometimes, too.
Yeah, let me clarify the question. Here. Are you saying do I love it or do I do it? I mean, because I know that I should not do it. But if I was allowed to do it, yes, I like cold pizza.
You know, Rick,
I just don't do it much.
In watching your caloric intake too, it was eye opening to me when you think about a cup, which is usually a serving size of cereal. You know, I would equate that to a bowl, but it's really not.
No,
I mean a cup is not a lot of anything. Just eating a small bowl, you can end up with 3 or more cups in there if you're not careful.
Yeah, let me talk to my fellow Tubbies out there. Let me tell you where Tubbies go to die.
Tubville.
Is when you look on the calories of something and you neglect to read serving size. And you go, oh, this bag only has 150 calories. No, this bag has 3 servings in it, not 1. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't catch that. How many servings in this bag? Well, wow, 4. Okay, so actually I just ate 400 and something calories.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I've just ate 600 calories. I thought I was eating 150. No, you're way past that, big fella. Yeah, you've eaten the whole bag. You did not. That's not 1 serving.
Yeah, the serving size will get you.
Well, yeah. So let me tell you something, Chubbalicious. When you look on that calorie intake, you better check the serving size. And those serving sizes, I'm going to tell you on the high-calorie stuff, it's tiny. Sadly tiny. I got all fired up about my peanut butter pretzels. I thought, pretty good snack. Serving size 10.
Yeah.
10 of these? That's a handful.
What the?
So,
13 chips. That's all I get.
What? All right, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Always fun to hang out. Short week.
Thanksgiving. I love Thanksgiving.
I do too.
Greg's made a good point. That without the pressure to buy gifts.
Just eating and visit.
And man, listen, we're thankful. We got so much to be thankful for. It's crazy.
My goodness. And not a lot of decorating involved. No. It's pretty simple.
In our case, we already have the Thanksgiving tree up, ready to go.
Yeah, so there we go. Cleanpods.com/Bubba. Cleanpods.com/Bubba. Just a better way to do your cleaning. And a lot of you you're moving in this direction, and thankfully you are. Cleanpods.com/Bubba it's less expensive. It's a better product. You don't have the harsh chemicals that we were accustomed to and kind of hung on to a little longer. Problem we should have. And it has those concentrate pods. So you get the bag. Whatever you order. This is for floors. This is for countertops. This is for glass. Whatever. And then you get whatever pods you want, whatever bundles you want. We're going to get you 10% off on that and free shipping by using our URL. Go to cleanpods.com/Bubba. And then they're going to send you 5 commercial-grade spray bottles. You just simply take the pod, whatever kind of cleaning you got to do, put it in the bottle, use your own water, okay? And you've got a full, a sprayer of cleaning solution for less than $2, okay? And it's got thousands of sprays. So put them to work for you. It's just a better way. I mean, it's like, look, let's move on. We were doing it one way in the past, and this is just a better way to do it and less expensive. So get yours now by going to cleanpods.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so a couple things to hit. This is people start sending this around. Is this from the SEC channel?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the SEC channel. They have different halftime shows. And all
I
this
didn't
kind of
see this, but I'd had several email about it.
I only saw it because somebody sent it to me. I didn't see it live. And what we have, I don't even know who these people are that are part of this team. Do y'all know who these people are?
So on the far left, it's Peter Burns.
Okay.
And then Ben is third from the left.
Now, who's Ben?
Ben Watson, NFL tight end, played with the Saints for so long. Then went to the Ravens. Anyway, he's part of the panel now, and they're bantering back and forth. It's during the Florida Vandy game's halftime show, and Peter says something kind of funny after Ben talks about his wife texting him because Peter's making fun of his suit that he doesn't match the rest of the guys. And then this is kind of how it played out. And
this is Takeo Spikes here?
Yeah, on the far right.
On the far right.
Okay, I got that.
And Chris Doran, they played at Florida, is the other guy.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
45-20. By the way, did you not get the memo on the suits? We all went dark today. You're like Easter service.
Y'all kind of leave me out. But man, as long as I get the text from my wife that says I look good.
Oh, really? So send me the text, babe. Send me the text. It's not the one she sent me. Right now, doors.
Commercial live TV.
14-6.
Live TV.
Oh, man on the toes.
Now they come back out of break here. They went to break. Now they're coming out of break.
Welcome back to the Farm Ridge halftime report. Just you and I here, Taki. I'm not sure what happened to Peter Burns, or did you have him keep your wife's name out of his mouth?
Huh?
We'll see how Peter Burns is with that smart mouth in the second half. But Gators do not get much going in the.
Now, what's so
Did we have
weird?
Burns when he came back?
Did he make it back?
What's so weird is Amanda Brooks, who's the director of college football in the SEC Network, claims it was a performance bit. And
they weren't serious.
Ben was 100% in on it and deserves an Emmy nomination. But those are very critical, saying, nah, hold on now. Y'all might be saying that, and that might be your company line. But Ben was obviously upset. Now, Ben later tweeted out a picture of him and Peter Burns together and said, moving on, but you still owe Miss Watson a public apology. Because Peter Burns sent out something that said hashtag friendship with him and Ben together.
So who is the
knows?
person saying that he owes an apology? Is that a person that put that out, not just Ben himself?
Benjamin Watson said, moving on, but
I
you
see.
still owe Miss Watson a public apology.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's a response to Peter's
Peter tried to cut up.
hashtag friendship post. And so there you go.
Did he
talk
ever,
about secondhand embarrassment. I've seen that a bunch. It was tough to watch again.
Did he ever come back during the broadcast?
I think eventually, but I'm not sure. I didn't really see any of that this weekend.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what. So let's have some fun with it. Do y'all believe this was a bit, or do you believe that?
No, Rick. They don't do bits like that.
Right. That's what I was.
Especially him not coming back.
Yeah.
And you could tell when Ben came back and sat down, he looked pretty upset.
Well, I mean, you could pretend doing that, but to Bubba's point, why?
There's no positive that would come out of pretending to do that.
Why would you do this skit?
Now, what was the last skit they did?
Right.
Before this?
Yeah,
exactly.
Really.
Exactly.
But I guarantee it was one of those, both sides, once it calmed down, was like, okay, I overreacted a little bit. You know?
Right.
I shouldn't have said it, and I shouldn't have got that mad.
Right.
And so now we're going to make up this thing.
Oh, yeah. That was just one of the, like the running she said jokes. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we've all seen that.
Yeah, the thing is when you
That's what it was.
You know what that was? That was out of bounds.
That was out of bounds.
Well, when you go down anytime, and it can go either way. You can keep, like The Office did and all that, and real general about that she said thing.
What is it, Rick?
That's what she said.
A lot of people mispronounce she said.
It happens all the time.
But anyway, when you pull a wife into it, you're on thin ice. It can go really, really. Everybody's jovial, or it can. If you go down that road, it's better to keep it real general.
You got to really know the person that you're putting on the other end of it.
That's the key. Yeah.
Some of his friends, Ben
It can't
Watson,
be a casual friend.
His friends or guys that played with him said that's an area you don't go with Ben. So they were saying
I saw
he
that
was really
too.
mad.
Yeah, I saw some people who know him.
Peter thought he was closer with Ben than he was.
Right.
Period.
Yes. He
He
said
thought
that.
we were tighter. We ain't that tight.
That is correct.
What'd you say?
Right. Yeah.
NFL player didn't think it was that funny.
No,
Big guy.
No, it's
Real big.
Yeah, that was.
The kid didn't have a clue. He was just over hanging out.
He loved every second of it.
What about, because Greg, you and I saw this one time, a similar, it didn't have anything to do with that topic, but there's something funny about when Mr. Funny Guy gets cold.
Yes.
And then
He goes too far.
And he goes too far and he sits down with that cold face. Greg and I saw one at a time, one of our buddies had a bunch of, what was it, toilet paper?
Yeah.
What did he have all over it?
He'd wrapped his head in toilet paper.
He wrapped his head in toilet paper. He was being Mr. I'm cut up, and he messed with the wrong person. And that person jumped on him so bad. And what we laughed so hard about, and the guy threatened to kill him or whatever, is he sat back down with this look on his face. Look, and all of a sudden he goes, starts pulling all the toilet paper.
I ain't funny no more.
He starts taking his bit and putting it
cold.
back. Yeah, that's. I think I would just probably stay out of that world, and I will say this. What's the other guy's name? The funny guy? Who's funny guy?
Peter Burns.
I bet Peter Burns doesn't do it again.
No.
The fact that they weren't even sitting down when they came back.
Do you remember on A Few Good Men? Are we clear? Crystal.
Right.
Do you think he's crystal clear?
Yeah, he might want that.
So nobody here believes this was just a joke.
No.
Nobody.
No.
Why
They
would
were cutting up, and he got mad.
Yeah,
and blew
it
up.
happens.
Why would they?
You hate for it to be on television when it does.
Why would they pretend that it was no big deal? Why?
I think
why?
somebody probably
Well, I
put
mean-
that out that wasn't in charge.
Well, no, I just said it was
that
Amanda
looks
who's the
bad.
director of it.
Yeah, what I mean, but nobody's gonna buy that.
No, I don't know why they would even try to push
then
that.
you just lied to everybody.
Right,
I mean,
right.
flat out lied to
Yeah.
everybody.
I'll go as far as to say now everybody thinks it's worse than it probably was.
Yeah.
You know, wow, if they'll make up a lie about it, I guess they really got into it. When it might have just been as simple as, hey, man, I don't appreciate that. And, hey, man, I won't do it. I'm sorry about that. You know, you hope. I will tell you this. If I doubt that there was any. I hope he's smart enough. I don't think there was any attempt to justify it.
No.
I think you got to go that whenever, hey, man, I
my
messed
bad.
up. I messed
I
up.
came off the cuff.
I was out of bounds.
Yep.
Yeah.
A
Bounds.
lot of people get that wrong.
My goals for 2023 is to not do it again.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. We got a new goal.
There we go.
To not do that anymore.
Yep. Working on our golds.
So there you go. Yep. And secondhand embarrassment, people. That's a rough one.
Yeah, it's tough.
Well, I want to see the clip when he finally came back.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess he eventually did. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Forgot about that one, didn't you?
It's a dandy.
That's Whiskey Falls, man. I'm gonna tell you what. When I first heard that song from them, I thought,
Oh,
well,
that's a great song. We had them here in the studio.
I know, and I thought, well, this is it.
Of course, it just went away. But
I
boy,
know.
it's a good record. I got the whole album.
It is, and then it just kind of dissipated. It was a great album.
You just never know, do you?
You know, it may be out on iTunes. I don't know. In the world we live in now, maybe it is. I don't know who owns it, and publishing, and all that. But great band, and that great. Only record they did. They do another one. Maybe was that the only one they did. Anyway, it's very good. It's out there.
A lot of good songs on that album.
All right, so we got much to talk about today. Super Bowl 52 is Sunday, Groundhog Day. Bubba and I.
Well, Rick, I've been very, very clear on this subject. Groundhogs don't know jack.
They don't. They do not.
We will look at the history of this tradition and the numbers. How accurate is the groundhog?
Gosh, I feel bad for Span today. He hates this groundhog.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know.
He may hate it more than you and me.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a monkey picking stocks, honestly.
I'd rather have a monkey doing worse.
Throwing dung.
Well, we're about 15 minutes away from finding out.
Yeah, the official
He's ready.
Poxitani Field on Gobbler's Knob will be coming up here at about 25 minutes after the hour. Gobbler's Knob.
You know, Speedy said there's a Gobbler's Knob in Pelham.
That's
Helena. Where's it at?
There's a lot of Gobbler's Knob.
No, not called the same thing.
Yeah, Gobbler's Knob.
Gobbler's Knob.
That's not true.
So you said there's a lot of them? Are there? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm different communities.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've heard it a bunch.
Bubba's heard it a bunch.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard
it. Some are more official than others, you know.
Right.
Well,
showing a lot of discipline right now.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well,
do you know how this silly thing got started?
I had to stop myself.
Do you know how this tradition got started?
I don't want to know. I don't care anything about it. I hate it.
I think it's
We talk
interesting
about it
how
a long
it gets
time
started.
ago.
We talk about it every year, and I hate it every year. But I understand that people want to know. Just like,
Well,
there's a lot of people who don't like deer hunting, but I enjoy talking about it.
That's true.
Apparently, this day, February the 2nd, is exactly the middle of winter. If you and this all came from the Germans who migrated to the U.S. and settled in that Pennsylvania area. They used to look to badgers to predict the future of the weather in Germany. And when they moved to Pennsylvania, they didn't have an abundance of badgers, so they started taking note of another little creature that liked to hide in the ground, the groundhog.
Okay.
So they settled on the groundhog to take its place.
Look, and like we've said every year, too, I hate to take the joy out of this for some of you that think this is just precious. This is nothing but another excuse for people to go to Pennsylvania and get drunk and take a day off work.
And Rick, initially it was called Candlemas Day.
Sure,
Did you know that? Candlemas Day.
Say it again.
When the Germans celebrated, it was Candlemas Day, the middle of the winter.
Oh, is that what that means?
But we've all been guilty of that. We've heard people say, about ant beds, how they build up,
hornet's nest, low to the ground,
all that.
corn shuck.
So people had to have some way of trying to predict the weather back before we had weather satellites.
Some of it may be good. I don't
Or
know.
had the great weather rock.
I got you.
It's wet, must be raining. The tradition
The cow's
grew
been
immensely in popularity after 1993 with the release of the comedy Groundhog Day, starring Bill Murray.
Which I've never seen.
Greg, what?
Never seen.
Greg, it's a great movie.
I know. I've never seen it though. I don't know.
Funny.
I don't know how I missed
It's
it.
that Bill Murray you love.
Okay.
Now get this, they said before that movie hit the theaters, the event each year drew a few hundred people. They said now thousands of people from across the country travel to Poxitani, located 84 miles northeast of Pittsburgh, for this day. Thousands.
Back to my point, and you know what that's about.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a party.
Okay,
day.
you throw a party, we'll show up.
It's Mardi Gras for Pennsylvania.
All right, so when we
without all the weirdness,
and then of course today, one word today, memo. Today's the day that the memo is released that people say could potentially be the Watergate of our generation, or of this time period, because we were kids when Watergate happened, and everyone's saying this is going to make Watergate look like it was just some kind of fraternity prank.
Will it live up?
That
to
was
the
a
hype?
quote I heard.
Will
last
it live up to the hype?
I don't know. We'll see. But there's a lot of posturing about it. A lot of people posturing.
Now, it had to be sent back and some parts of it redacted for national security, I understand.
Yeah, well, that's...
So now they're going to call it the edited memo, which
what to your point, what they're trying to also explain, as somebody said the other day, is some of you are overreacting to some of what we did was correcting grammar in it. That's all. We didn't take any information out. And now that's being overblown. All that means is there's something in there that's going to make me look bad, and I've got to discredit it before it comes out.
What if if you're one of the main players, you're sitting here just waiting, going, here we go.
Right.
Well, some of them know.
And here's what some,
I know.
And I want to be clear.
They say it's going to be a hell of a Groundhog's Day.
Yeah. 10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we come back, For those of you that are getting the show today and you're not watching on YouTube, you hear the global warming update.
Burn, baby, burn.
Let's go, baby. Burn, baby, burn.
Burn, baby, burn.
All right, so President Biden, and we'll get to a couple of these, but Bubba, let's start with the one that you were telling me that we don't have an audio clip on, because I don't think we can get an audio clip played right now, because here it comes.
Yeah, buddy.
1A and B. You okay, buddy?
Been there last week. Got you.
Been there. Bubba had the same situation. It reminds me of our new CD. It's called Where's the Bathroom?
That's it.
Our new CD available for you.
Yep.
And you can get it at rickandbubba.com while the hard copies last, coming to the digital download soon. But 1A and B, Adler. But you told me something else, that he also is claiming.
Well, no, he's pledged.
That's what I'm asking you about.
$5 billion in reparation for the damage that the United States has done to the climate.
Are you
no, I'm serious.
Is this
at the big Copenhagen
Is this you
thing,
trying to get me not to talk about the Vikings?
The big Copenhagen. I know. I saw it too. I said, "You got to be kidding me."
No,
when we got all the problems we got internally here, and we're paying that just
so he said
reparations for climate problems we've got.
What do reparations for climate problems? What does that curtail? What did we fix? We're giving you $5 billion to. Somehow the climate has done to you.
It's going to go to some of the underdeveloped countries because they can't now pollute to catch up, or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
That's lunacy, though.
Yes. $5 billion, Rick. We're already in debt up to our armpits, and we got all these problems inside the country, and
wow,
we're already having to help hold the Russians off in the Ukraine. Good night. Just give away $5 billion.
And if you're concerned about your heating bills, okay, this winter, don't worry. Joe Biden has got a suggestion for you. Here it is.
Windows, $500 for new doors, $2,000 to install a heat pump, $600 to replace electric panels. These are here's what this means.
Oh, boy.
If you're living in a home with a drafty windows and doors starting January 1, you'll be able to save up to $1,100 in the cost of replacing them. And that's just on the upgrade. You're also going to save a lot of money going forward because your utility bills will be lower. And that's good for your wallet, but it's also good for the environment because you're using less energy. And that's not all. If you want to install solar panels on the roof, you can get a tax credit for 30% of the cost. It'll bring down the cost of installation by about $7,500. And when you get to keep savings money on your electric bills for the remainder of the year.
All righty. Okay.
A lot of people say tax.
This person is running the free world. I mean, what in the world?
He cleared all that up.
Yeah. So they want to give you a bunch of money to help you replace things that they think are not energy efficient. And then he's trying to tell us, Bubba, which kind of veers into your world, and the thing we watched, I think, on Friday from PragerU, solar panels will solve your heating problems going forward.
Rick, I don't know. I'm not totally up on that, but I just don't think solar panels will do some things. You can, if you have the ones that are made to heat water, you can run your water through them and heat them. Or the normal solar panels create electricity, but they don't create near the kind of current that you need to heat water. I mean, to run a furnace with,
heating and air.
And the only thing I can think of is you could run you could have the solar panels to run the blower motors. But you still got to burn gas or something to actually get the heat.
You talking about the thing they charge you for?
Yeah, I don't really follow what he's saying there as far as the way that's going to go. I mean, they want every house to be covered in solar panels. I got that.
Had a guy stop me at church.
And the sun does have a lot of energy, but we're just very inefficient at capturing it.
Right. Had a guy at church yesterday that is older than us, and he said, y'all do realize this got a different name now. But you realize when I was in college in the 60s that we were getting this same garbage. Oh no, end of the world, end of time. He goes, but it was a part of. They told us about warming in the 60s, and then in the 70s, which we have today for you, a reminder that we were being warned about the next ice age.
Now I do remember that, and I have the Time magazine.
Oh, yeah.
Story in my office. It's just too good to pass up. But let's see this clip.
Let's
This
go
is pretty
back.
Good.
Let's go back.
At least 8 times in the past million years, it has advanced and retreated with clockwork regularity. If we are unprepared for the next advance, the result could be hunger and death on a scale unprecedented in all of history. What scientists are telling us now is that the threat of an ice age is not as remote as they once thought. During the lifetime of our grandchildren, Arctic cold and perpetual snow could turn most of the inhabitable portions of our planet into a polar desert.
Please look. Look at the scary footage.
In 1977, the worst winter in a century struck the United States. Arctic cold gripped the Midwest for weeks on end. Great blizzards paralyzed cities of the Northeast. One desperate night in Buffalo, 8 people froze to death in marooned cars. Pat Bushnell was on the road that night.
Traffic just absolutely stopped. I was afraid of being stuck in the car all night long with the cold and the wind running out of gas. And then what? I think that if we had to go through a real bad winter, just like we just went through, I think we'd have to think about moving someplace else.
Move where? The brutal
Scary
Buffalo
voice.
winter might become common all over the United States.
Everywhere.
Climate
Lord.
experts believe the next ice age
Climate
is on
experts.
its way. According to recent evidence, it could come sooner than anyone had expected.
And then that pesky global warming got in its way.
Yeah.
All right, let me run down a couple of things that are said.
The Earth heating and cooling.
I
That's
was,
what it
I,
does.
I was making a note. I'm going to start with the last one. Climate experts.
Oh, yeah.
Climate experts. Now, we don't know who these people
And
are.
they had
We-
Spock doing it, which immediately meant that it was legit.
Yeah,
Spock told us.
Leonard Nimoy.
Spock told us that his grandchildren would likely live in an Arctic ice age.
Right.
They're not.
No.
They're actually being told they're going to burn to death because
Yeah.
it's too hot.
So which one is it, boys?
First of all, I'd like to know, can we ever identify climate experts? Who are these people?
Who are these mysterious people?
I would say that
Who labeled them?
whoever hired them, it was a bad hire because they said ice age.
Yep.
Okay, that didn't happen sooner than we think.
So if they were wrong on Ice Age, should we trust them on global warming?
Bubba, hunger and death, okay, hunger and death at an unprecedented level. Okay, worst winter ever. Now, see, this is what you're asking me. Why am I going there? 1977. Let me tell you why that's important. It's what James Spann has been trying to educate us on for years. They are calling for a coming ice age, which is climate based on weather.
Yeah.
We have a bad winter. Okay, it was brutal. You heard that. It
In
was awful.
1977.
Of course, the people who were in their
And
car. I wish they would have been listening to you and Greg.
If you look,
Yeah,
if you
Bubba
look
talking
at
about
Buffalo, this past weekend, it looked a lot like that
It
again.
sure right, it did. But because of weather, they thought that was some sort of indication of climate, and it's not. It's not the same thing.
Well, that ain't what the experts say.
Can we all say this? The experts and Leonard Nimoy, for some reason,
Yeah, we brought him in as spokesman.
who said all these things were going to happen, they were not right. Can we say that?
Yes,
And
they
this
were.
is
They
just
were in
one
error.
example of that. We've had examples of predictions forever.
Yeah.
That we got 10 years. Ted Danson got on the Tonight Show and said we were going in what?
Yeah, we've
Less
already
than
we
10.
passed the Ted Danza.
Again, not
marker.
sure where it made him an expert, but
I was
he
about
was
to
a
ask
funny
Greg
actor. on
who
a
that
TV show.
was.
Try to get just see if you want to have fun. Try to get any of these climate alarmists. Get any of them that you know. See if you can get them talk about an ice age. Okay. So, but in 1977, this was the narrative,
Boy, gloom and doom.
and it sounds just like what we're doing now. It's just an ice age. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
If you want to have fun, Greg, look up and picture if I was James Harden and picture me coming down the floor and shooting. There's something about watching him with that big beard.
I know it.
Dropping threes. Is that funny to you?
It was like somebody's dad out there.
Yeah, it does. Anyway, so they I guess they got cold. They've already had the Poxitani Phil come out and
Bill couldn't wait, Rick.
And he's seen his
It was
shadow.
a few minutes early.
He's seen his shadow, and according to Poxitani Phil, 6 more months of winter.
6 weeks. I hope it ain't 6 months.
Wow. 6 months.
I don't care. It's right up to 4th of July.
Well, that's what they said. I said, you ain't gonna believe how cold the winter is.
It's a
going
dandy.
all the way through June. It's all the way through.
You know,
there.
there's a couple of things about this. It doesn't look like the sun's up enough for him to see the.
Have you ever wondered maybe he's running from a big crowd of people in top hats? Maybe that's what he's scared of.
Guys, seriously, nobody thinks this animal can actually tell us this, right?
Well,
Nobody
Rick,
thinks that.
let's just look at it scientifically. He has been right 39% of the time.
Yeah.
Okay, 39%.
Stupid thing can't even get 50%.
50% is the best scenario odds by flipping a coin. And he's not even, I mean, he can't even get that. So technically you are better just to flip a coin to know if winter is going to last 6 more weeks.
Well, because at least you get 50%.
Yeah.
I mean, Opoxidani, whatever. Here comes spam.
I know James loves being compared to a rodent.
One of us do some random pick for him, and just put it down.
I think you could
You know-
text him or something.
Yeah,
He could give it to you.
we could text him.
Yeah.
So we'll do that.
Yeah.
It's-
He's probably listening.
Yeah, well, probably not right
Probably
now.
not.
Well, he could. You
Yeah,
never know.
Yeah, he's taking care of his wife. Had a little surgery.
She might be up.
so-
She might be up.
Yeah.
If she's not, he's not.
We're not going to do any kind of, I guess, any kind of prediction when it comes to a tie, are we? Because that never comes into play, or are we? And what would it be?
What do you mean?
A tiebreaker.
We do normally do. Like,
You
we'll
do a
pick- we'll
tiebreaker
pick
just in case we have
what's
a
Brady's
tie on the
passing
points.
yardage
yeah.
or something like that.
Let's do that. Brady's total passing
Yeah,
yardage.
there you go. So we'll solve that. And you talk about making a blind prediction. This is it, since I haven't watched one NFL game the entire year. and the Super Bowl for me is simple. I just hate the Patriots. So that's it.
Yeah.
I have an Eagles shirt on today, but I'm not a gigantic Eagles fan. I'm just anti-Patriots.
Well, the folks in Minneapolis that'll be going to this game are going to be very, very happy that they do have a new dome there to get into.
Mm-hmm.
The temperature this morning, currently in Minneapolis, -7. That's rough. Even
And you
getting
have
to-
all the festivities that go on. I mean, it has to. I guess they got a lot of indoor venues, I guess, to hold all that too, because you would think it's just not an ideal place for the Super Bowl.
Well, you remember we tried this when we tried to play outside in New York. People trying to be sharp. In the beginning, we started this game. People said, "Go somewhere where the climate would be mild, and let's just play it there." You know, that used to be oh man, you got to move it around. And then they go to New York.
Yeah, they used to play it in Miami and California.
Yeah,
That's it.
Well, it became a carrot for.
If we could find a stadium in San Diego, that'd be great.
Yeah, you know, it really became a carrot for these cities that had invested in building these new stadiums to give
They
them
would
a little
promise them a Super
economic
Bowl.
development get back there. And it is. I mean, it's there's no telling how many millions and millions of dollars of tax dollars roll in on that.
So we'll do that. We got that on the program today. We don't know whether this FISA memo is going to come out before the show is over. They're saying it's coming out sometime today, and then people are saying, is it coming out? If that comes out and we start seeing all the beginning of that, we'll certainly talk about that too. So whenever that comes up throughout the day, we don't know.
There's a lot of pictures of Minneapolis out on the internet today, and not only is it cold, it looks cold.
Yeah,
there's just ice everywhere.
Look, there's cold, and then
Welcome to Super Bowl.
How about there's cold, and then there's my bones hurt.
Yep.
If the average ticket price, which is $5,700, right now.
Hit me with that number again.
5,700.
Average?
Yeah.
That's the average.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
And that's what you paid, and you get there and you're that cold and miserable. You go, okay, wow. I mean, you really must be a diehard fan. Gotta be.
If you can get
to
inside
go
the
through something
stadium,
like that.
you're okay.
Yeah,
You
of
know,
course.
You're
yeah,
fine.
Right.
But I mean, you got to think about this. How many coats you got to wear to get in the stadium? And you could be in a line outside getting in. You don't know how long that's going to take.
And then what are you going to do with it?
Then you get in and you got your fur parka. What do you do? Yeah. I mean, do they check coats or what?
Yeah, you know what? You brought up a great point, because I've been.
That may make it worse.
I've been before where you're going, all right, it's going to be real cold getting to the venue.
Yeah.
And then we get inside. What do we do with all this?
And I've tried it where I would not wear enough clothing and I would be comfortable inside. And I think if I just get inside, then you get keeved up outside and you can't get in, you about freeze to death.
Well, there's to Greg's point, there's no going hanging around outside.
No,
Well,
tailgating to be tough.
They'll do, and plus, how does anybody afford these tickets? That's a real fan.
Who's at these games? You know,
Celebrities,
companies buy them and give them
corporations,
give them to
Probably so,
people.
yeah.
Well, let's face it, because of the Trump tax plan, they got more money. They probably bought a bunch of them.
Yeah.
The old days of hey, the family, let's get some tickets to the Super Bowl and go. Those have been over. But was it ever? I guess when it first came out, nobody really cared that much about it. You know.
Well, it's so
when
bad.
they were playing at Tulane Stadium.
Great.
You know, remember that in New Orleans?
Oh, you're gonna bring up when the Vikings lost to Miami? Huh?
They were showing them all.
Greg.
Bubba, they were NFL was showing all of them back to back. Started from Super Bowl one.
Yeah,
boy, the Vikings early. Boy, they was in a bunch of them.
Oh, I know.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we move forward on Thanksgiving week, we're certainly thankful for all the things you guys have afforded us that support this program. Can't believe we're still here, but we sure are thankful that we are. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman, earning his degree in common sense, that now a superpower, from Rick and Bubba University. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is out. Dayton Moore is our guest. As predicted, Helmsy said he started taking notes 6 minutes into the podcast. And hey, he fired you up, didn't he? He fired you up, didn't he?
My kind of guy.
Yeah, and so it was a great interview. If you have not listened to it or watched it, put that on your list. I think it doesn't matter whether you are into baseball or not. Baseball really is a small part of the conversation. Yeah. But there's a lot going on there.
It is,
but
funny.
baseball is there.
And Speedy, you ran into this guy, UAB's baseball coach Casey Dunn. Just happened to run into him Saturday morning as I was listening, and I texted him. I said, "Hey, check this out. You're gonna love this."
Yeah,
because he loves that kind of stuff.
Oh
too.
yeah. Well, it was. I loved. I guess I can say it now that it's out. Some of you haven't, and I won't get all into all of it, but. And I see this, and a lot of you out there need to take a note, especially some of the more hip modern churches. Y'all need to take a note. Is he said when he got to the Royals, the one thing he noticed is they had run all the white-haired people off.
Yeah.
And he said, I went back and found those white-haired people and brought them back in because they have wisdom. That the only way you can have wisdom is to be at the stage of life where they are and the things they already know. So be careful when you start wanting to have, cool posters and you want to have images of a bunch of hip and young people tatted up and, this is, look at our church. We're hip to the groove. Well, you're going to run into trouble if you start making the white-haired people feel unwelcome or you run them off. It's going to be to your demise.
Yeah.
You need the white-haired people. The Bible says that.
May not be the strongest back, but definitely has the worldly experience to know a lot of things.
Yep. All right. So speaking of that, one of the not so good things about aging can be the risk of Alzheimer's disease. And I when I first saw this story that Speedy laid out, I'm like, well, I can't be reading this right. And I'm not hip to the groove. But I think, isn't Chris Hemsworth Thor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that Thor?
That's
it.
Yeah, and he's been in a lot of other things too. But I mean, that's a quick way for you to go.
You know Thor.
Yeah, I know Thor. And so
We're not talking about Michael Adler either.
No, we're not. We're not talking about Michael Adler. He's taking time off from acting after discovering he's at high risk for Alzheimer's disease. And he's gone back to Australia with his wife after they were in New York. I guess to get tested or find out more about this? Or
well, Rick,
39?
Yeah, he said he discovered he is only in the 2 or 3% of people with 2 copies of a gene. It's called APOE4, which makes you much more likely to develop Alzheimer's than the general population, 8 to 10 times higher.
So,
I've probably got it.
Well, I know that's the first thing we all think, but
I'm thinking, how do I get this test?
So he knows he's got it. Well, I know that Greg and our family, we certainly have a genetic exposure to it and probability. So, anything that comes along that can get you out in front of this, anything you can look at and, and start at least learning exercises you can do with your mind that might help delay it or make it less severe. New drugs and treatments are being developed. Some are showing promise, some aren't. It's probably a good idea if you're in that situation where you think there's some sort of genetic exposure to it. It's probably wise to use some of these tests that are available right now that can kind of give you what's that word? Baseline. Yeah, a baseline to kind of know where you are in your development, especially if you're our age.
What is that test that they do? Not the test, the blood test for that gene, but what is the test to give you that baseline?
I don't know, but there is one.
You remember, didn't Trump take one when he was accused?
Probably, right. It's the one that Biden won't take.
Right, which he doesn't need that.
Yeah. By the way, it's too late for Biden, so I can go ahead and diagnose that one for you.
You don't have to be very
right, but it's there are some medical facilities that are doing the research on this, and you can, if you're in the situation, get a baseline on a test that they give you, and they'll let you know kind of where you are, and then you kind of become part of their study. So as things develop, you have an opportunity to, if you want to try some of the things that they think may or may not be able to help you. So we'll see. But I was just shocked to see him at 39.
Yeah, I know.
Saying that this report was so alarming that he's taking time off to kind of go deal with it.
And you said he is the one that plays Thor.
Correct.
But his brother is who?
He's an actor too.
Is he? I don't know about his brother. I probably do if I saw him.
Yeah, which one was married to Miley Cyrus?
That was his brother.
His brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's been in a bunch of stuff too. Yeah.
He married Miley Cyrus, so they better check him too.
He would like to forget that.
That's good. That, by the way, he got that first question wrong. So, have you ever thought of marrying Miley Cyrus? I did. Gosh, we'll have to count off for that.
Hey, watch out! Obviously, you have damage.
You're right. You're certainly not thinking clearly. So I was just kind of shocked by that at his age, 39, but understand why he's doing it. And as you said, Bubba, he's between 8 and 10 times likelier to develop Alzheimer's than the general population. And he said, so I'm going home to learn and to cultivate a healthier lifestyle. So, well, I mean, that's smart. You want to try to minimize the impact it can.
It's funny this came out. I saw an interview with him this weekend, not dealing with this, but dealing with Thor.
Mm-hmm.
And he was kind of like, I thought it'd probably kind of run its course, or they would tell me they didn't want to do anymore. And he says everybody's begging him to do more Thor movies. He said even his kids are begging him to do it.
That's funny. My movie critic son, young Broderick, he didn't think the last Thor was very good. He was critical of it.
Really?
But again, like you said, the general public must be just fine with it.
I don't think I've seen any of them.
I stopped watching them.
How many Thor movies are there?
Probably 4, maybe.
Really?
3 or 4. 4, yeah.
4 for Thor?
Yeah, so for some reason...
Don't need any more.
What do we got, Thor on the floor?
And I tend to enjoy superhero movies, but for some reason, and I don't know why, the Thor narrative has never intrigued me.
It's in space.
I'm out of space, and I don't like space anyway. Or
There's no
things that are in
Earth.
outer space.
Yeah.
No offense.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, like him, him and Superman come from another place. Right?
Yeah. So, but we don't ever.
Everybody else is just being real smart, or they've been mutated somehow.
Yeah. The
right?
problem with problem with Thor versus Superman, I prefer the Thor movies where he stays on Earth. I don't like going to where he's from. And, we don't do that with Superman. Every now and then you'll check in on where he's from, but because I think it was getting destroyed or something.
It blows up.
We don't have to go to where he's from. I don't like when the storyline takes us to where Thor lives.
What happens when he goes back?
All kinds of pestilence, and his brother's always trying to kill him. And
really,
and I like the.
So they're not proud of him back on the home planet.
They are. His dad, of course, is proud of him, but his brother hates his guts.
Yeah, he's the anti.
Yeah, and then he gets where he thinks he's okay, and then he turns on him again. But what I'm saying is, I think it's funnier and more entertaining for these people, however they got their superpowers, interacting on an Earth with the rest of the people that don't.
Right.
I think that's more entertaining than let's go back to where he's from, and it's all gray. Of course, you hate green screen or blue screen or whatever color they use.
Yeah,
it's all fake.
Way too much computer.
Right.
And we care more about Earth than we care about Asgard. You know,
We do. So Asgard's in trouble again. yeah.
Asgard, I
Yeah.
think is what it's called.
Yeah, it's
That's what it's called. They're Asgardians.
Something like that.
Who came
I
up
don't
with
think-
that?
Is that planet?
Let's call it Asgard.
Is that planet behind the sun?
Greg,
that's not how you say it.
Greg, that's not how.
That's good.
He just
Adler
said
is saying
Asgard.
it.
I said
No.
Asgard.
Oh,
Asgard.
okay.
I was about to say the first thing was something Dad used to call me. Well, your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big.
Oh, it is Asgard. Okay.
As.
I thought it was
As.
spelled
Greg.
A-S.
Field goal.
Right. What about as clown?
Uranus.
They might as well just
Quit
been on
just
Uranus.
saying all that.
Your phone calls are next. Any topic. Blazing Silverman taking those now. All 10 lines available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I didn't say you can only ask this, you can only ask. We have to be sharp. If you're in the office of the presidency, we have to be sharp. So they were saying all these different things. It was going all over. Whichever stuck. None of it stuck, fortunately. But one of the reasons it didn't is that I took a test. I said to the doctor, it was Dr. Ronnie Jackson, I said, is there some kind of a test? An acuity test. And he said there actually is, and he named it, whatever it might be. And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's person, woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go person, woman, man, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy. And that's not an easy question. In other words, they ask it to you, they give you 5 names and you have to repeat them, and that's okay. If you repeat them out of order, it's okay, but you know, it's not as good. But then when you go back about 20, 25 minutes later and they say, go back to that question, they don't tell you this.
We got there. We played every dynasty at their peak. It couldn't have been a worse scenario, really.
I love when they had that guy that narrates the old guy, from the old days.
They had the pipes.
Yeah, man.
What was his name?
I don't know.
Pops.
I got to watch it. And I got hung in. They were on 30 minutes each. Maybe.
Yeah, I watched.
Do you remember? I think the last time I went to Wingo's place to hunt, it was on that weekend. Remember? And they showed all those. It was just about a 10-minute documentary on each Super Bowl. And
this one was 30 minutes. Each one had 30 minutes. So I just lined them up.
You should have seen the special about the voice
what
guy.
channel was that on?
And then when he died, they tried to find the new voice guy, and they went back and talked about him and how he got the gig and all that. It was really, really good.
Oh, that guy! I love when he would, especially show him in the
cold
and the fog
wind
coming
was
out of there.
blowing.
Yes.
Man. That was, you know how
we kind of had a knockoff of that on our turkey toss.
We did. We tried to do
intro.
it. And that wasn't a bad impression.
No,
I mean,
it was very good.
I don't know who that
Very
was,
good.
did it? But I don't know if John Bird did it himself or got somebody else. But
the cold.
But you know how you remember certain lines from it, and this one was not didn't have anything to do with the Super Bowl, other than it was referencing a Super Bowl. And they would do different things. And for a while, you remember that HBO deal. He was the voice guy for them when they would do their highlights.
Inside the NFL.
Till he died. And I remember hearing him do one, and I want to say it was the Chargers, and I don't know who had won the Super Bowl the year before. I can't remember, but let's say it was the 49ers, and I don't think that was it. Okay, because
they were in a lot of it.
Right. But his opening line, and you look and you see the beginning of the pregame, and then of course he's getting ready to show you the first big hit on Montana or whoever it was. The San Diego Chargers hosted the defending Super Bowl champions. Pause. And then you see the big hit, and he goes, and what rude hosts they were.
I loved it.
Yeah, I love the way they
I'll
said
tell you
all
what
that.
else this did to me, Bubba, and you're going to, because me and you claim that we can remember stuff when we were like 3 years old.
Right.
And I normally can, but I'm kind of disappointed in myself. My first, now I have slight visions before that, and I don't remember what number it was, but the really first Super Bowl I actually remember watching on TV and can remember most of it was when the first year the Steelers beat Dallas, the first year they'd ever won it.
Now, is that the one where Swan had that great
Yes,
catch?
yes. That's I remember watching that one on TV.
So that's the one the Immaculate Reception led to that game, right?
Or was that?
No, that was an earlier. I don't know, Rick.
You said they won their first one.
It was their first Super Bowl when
But reason why
against Dallas.
The reason why I think that is I
Mm-hmm.
remember they love to talk about how the owner had already gone to the dressing room before the Immaculate Reception because this was their first really good season. He wanted to congratulate them how well they did. So I wonder, was that not the AFC Championship that sent them to that game?
It may have been. Maybe. I don't know. Because in my mind, they started with one. We always saw the highlights of Joe Namath and the highlights of one, all the great Green Bays.
Right.
But my first that I remember sitting in the living room watching is that one.
I remember the Vikings and the Chiefs. That was the first one I saw. Cap was the quarterback for the Vikings, and the Vikings were in the white jerseys. The Chiefs were in the red.
Mine, Greg, and I guess that would have been 72.
Chiefs
I would have think, which would have made me 8.
That was 60.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. Let's go to Brian out of beautiful North Alabama. Lines are available for you if you want to join us. We'd love to have you, Blazing Silverman, ready to go. Brian, what's on your mind? Go right ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
We love our church. We love the people at the church. It seems like every time there's a holiday, we got to cancel church for Wednesday night and Sundays.
Well,
it's like I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, or I guess I grew up old school. You went to church no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know anything about your church, so I certainly can't make a comment on that. I mean, if you see that you're in a Bible-believing, because sometimes there's churches that aren't, Bible-preaching church, and you see that you're growing spiritually, you see people coming to Christ, you see God's kingdom being advanced, then I probably wouldn't get all that hung up on the holiday schedule. Now, if it's got other problems, and this is one thing you're noticing that's kind of amplifying things you see wrong, then maybe it is a big deal. But I think if the core principles are there, I think this would probably be a little more legalistic.
Brian, let me ask you this: what exactly are you talking about?
Yeah.
He's saying like Thanksgiving, they're not going to do Wednesday night services because it's Thanksgiving. Hey, it's Christmas, so we're not doing small groups. We're doing one service. Or hey, we're not doing this because of the holidays. He's like, why are we changing the church's worship services and everything just because it's the holidays? That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I would think that there probably is more of that than not.
Yeah, I think
there is,
too.
and he's saying, do you think that's okay?
This year Christmas Day and New Year's Day fall on Sundays,
which they'll have services. They just won't have. They'll have one. They won't have small groups probably.
And a lot of that, a lot of that is probably out of what has happened in the past.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a lot of people show up anyway. So
there's also too.
There's probably a response to that.
This is also. I'm totally guessing on this. I think what you said is probably the biggest factor. I think another factor is this is what these people do for their vocation.
Right.
And it's an opportunity to give those full-time vocational ministers some time off as well.
Yeah.
To not have as much to have to do because for them it's a work week. So, again, if this is one of many problems you see, I think you look at it one way. If everything else is solid, and this is how they do their holiday schedule, I wouldn't make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, it may be the only time, like with a lot of families, that you can get together with your family.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. So anyway, but I understand your call, and maybe get involved in the church, get involved go to the meetings and talk about, and you may hear why it's done, and you may like it, or you may hear why it's done and say, hey, I disagree. Right. But definitely don't. I would talk to the church about it. Matthew in Gadsden, Z93. Matthew, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, Matthew, try it again. You broke up a little bit.
We tried Steve in Albertville, Z93. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good.
Just wanted to tell you, I discovered you remember the song "Better Man" by Pearl Jam?
Yeah.
I didn't do Pearl Jam, so no.
You would know
it. There is a parody song called "Better Man." It's about, of course,
Fetterman.
John Fetterman. It's pretty entertaining. You guys might get a kick out of it. And
good.
also, the Blue Bombers did lose the Grey Cup over the weekend to the Argonauts. Former Ole Miss quarterback Chad Kelly was the quarterback for the Argonauts. How
about that?
So you're telling me O'Shea was distracted by the Auburn offer?
Yeah.
Are you saying it'll be easier transition? Is that what you're saying?
And, I mean, didn't they lose by 1 point? Look at that. 24-23 in
They
the Grey
said he
Cup.
felt good about it, but he got distracted in the middle of the week. Some idiot called him.
Yeah.
Let's go to Karen in the Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. Karen, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey. Karen.
I just wondered if y'all have heard the other Gobble Gobble Song by Matthew West.
Yes, we have. We actually had him on the show and interviewed him and played it and yeah, we have heard it.
I like it better than the original.
Yeah, it's better than ours. I'll tell you that.
Which we haven't heard today, by the way.
It's a little thing called.
Well, we can do it when we come back.
I need an segment.
Remember, never forget that we took it to a vote, and the people voted to keep it. Don't ever forget that.
That's true. They did overwhelmingly.
Wasn't
even close.
Let's
Speedy
go.
couldn't even cheat.
Let's go to Chris in Florida, the free state of Florida. Chris, go ahead.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing today?
Good.
We're
Chris. Big tempo.
My comment is on the solar power heating and air. We're a Lennox dealer. I work for Gordon Air Conditioning in Crestview, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to have Lennox used to put out Lennox units that had solar power hookups and all. And they tried that for about a year. Well, they took them off the shelf because, for one, they do not work. Solar power does not produce enough energy to run a heater.
As Bubba said.
To heat a whole house.
Yeah.
And, so Joe Biden's going to have to give up his tax write-off.
Right.
Since he can't pay tax, he has to pay tax. He probably needs a Tic Tac. It might help him a little better.
Chris, and the point, and you're in the business, so what y'all tried it, but that's the part about this fake world I keep saying. We're pretending that something can do something it can't do.
Yeah. Because it's a good soundbite.
Is he still there?
No,
I really think from a heating and cooling standpoint, you're going to have better luck with thermal by burying that coil in the ground and letting it, where it's a nice even temperature all the time. You get a few feet down. Of course, you got to have a lot of land to do it on. But I think that's probably a quicker step in that direction than solar panels because they can't generate the current. I mean,
but why are we pretending that they can?
Well, I don't know.
It's a fake world. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, you could turn the blowers, but you still got to burn something in the furnace to make heat. So you haven't really accomplished anything.
Adler, if you get a chance, and we'll do it before we go. Speaking of all this, if you can find, and again, maybe it was outdated. Sometimes these people send me things, and I think they're more current than they are, so I acknowledge that. Was it recent? Was it the end of last week that Whoopi Goldberg missed again for being out with COVID, and Joey Behar was hosting, taking Whoopi's spot? Joey Behar gives a speech about Whoopi being out with COVID again, then I'm just like, this is absolute lunacy. We have, just like now, hey, let me tell you, if you don't like your heating bills and you get some solar panels, we'll give you a tax break, except the fact they can't run your heating and air, but get one anyway. I mean, what are we talking about? I mean,
and I'm going to bet if you make a certain amount of money, you don't qualify. And I don't know. I'm just speculating because I know how the government does things.
Yeah.
If you make a certain amount of money, you don't qualify for that tax break, but you got to make that kind of money to pay for the solar panels.
Correct.
So they can get up there and say that, but nobody's getting anything.
All right, we'll come back.
We'll run around.
We'll hear what Joey had to say, and it'll be a perfect transition into Gobble Gobble. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
By the way, I think
it would have made me
3 years old.
8 years old, but I remember the one I remember vividly because I got into it because of Weekly Reader. Remember?
Oh,
Weekly
yeah,
Reader?
I loved Weekly Reader.
Because they were
72 was the Dolphins, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The reason why I remember it is because I didn't like the
I do
Dolphins.
remember that.
I've never liked the Dolphins either. And I was pulling for the Redskins, and they had done whatever year they played the Redskins. And I remember that the Weekly Reader told me that Brown, that running back that I loved for the Redskins, that he had a hearing aid
in his helmet. I remember that.
And I read that in Weekly Reader, and I pulled so hard for him. In that game,
I remember the Redskins during that era. I just can't remember the game itself.
right.
You're right. Now I remember football.
Well, I remember being an idiot kid because you didn't know how good the Dolphins were, and you actually thought the Redskins were going to win that game. And I was all into Brown, that running back. I think he was number 25 or something like that.
You're right.
And the Weekly,
I remember that same story.
The Weekly Reader had told me he wears a hearing aid inside his helmet because he couldn't hear good.
We were like, wow.
And he was a good running back, too. He could stomp.
He pulled so hard. I remember that.
And I loved him, and I thought he looked sharp in his uniform. Because that'd go a long way with me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. And then you look back, none of them did.
Right? How did I think that was sharp? Well, because he had 2 bars? You know it.
I love Zonka's face mask when they showed with the U-bar.
The U-bar.
Yeah,
baby.
bring it.
That U-bar had it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's try today with this horrifying story to see if those of you out there, let's say that you are the most staunch anti-death penalty person on the planet. I just would like to present that sometimes there's stories that I think we all can agree on that this person just cannot and will not change, and having them around, taking up space for others. This person's had plenty of time in jail to come to grips with what he's done, to hopefully repent of this, to say, hey, let me talk to people about how I ended up in this situation. But we don't exactly see that with this former Dallas accountant who was condemned for fatally, and you can't even believe what you're reading, fatally shooting his 2 young daughters. When I say young, I mean young.
9 years old and 6 years old.
9 and 6, while their mother listened helplessly on the phone. He wanted her to hear her daughters, and I guess we have to somehow wrap our mind around his daughters.
Mm-hmm. Wow, really?
Begging him not to kill them as he killed them for her to hear it. So you think, well, he goes to jail for that, and surely at some point with all this time behind bars, he had to come to some, what in the world am I doing? So when they bring him out to be executed, and I don't know how to say his last name. Do you know, Bubba?
No, I'm not going to give him the PR.
Yeah.
Batagalia?
He begins taunting his wife again, his ex-wife. And
they asked him if he had a statement. He said no, and then he said, oh, yeah. And he said hey to his wife, called her by name.
Yeah, called her by name.
He said he'll see y'all later.
And he said, I'll see you later. And then he was like taunting the injection for a while, asking, hey, look here, I'm still alive. And so.
Wow, this guy's a piece of work.
So can we, is this, you know how you always look for common ground with people that may oppose, because we are absolutely with zero hesitation, clearly even see from a biblical worldview that earthly repercussions versus eternal repercussions are 2 completely different things. And if you take someone's life innocently and you are in this kind of situation, that you can certainly make peace with your Creator and hopefully be redeemed. I don't see any evidence of that with this guy, but, I'm not his eternal judge. But on the earthly judging, he did do this, and he was sentenced to death, and I have zero apprehension about that, and now he has been put to death.
Yeah.
But the way he went out was a little is this one that everybody can go, I'm against the death penalty except for that guy?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, is it one of those?
Well, is there a clear case?
I don't think we want this guy really just interacting with anyone, do we? I mean, you don't even want him in the penitentiary, do you? And so for those in there that are trying to be rehabilitated, you don't want them to have to deal with this guy.
No.
So anyway, it was finally carried out. It carried out with him taunting his ex-wife again, as if he's not done enough, and then kept lifting his head throughout the injections, asking, "Am I still alive?" And then didn't he start doing things like, "Oh, I'm feeling it now."
Oh yeah. When it started coming through, he was like, "Oh, I feel it now." Right. I don't know if that's how he said it, but
is that the way you thought he did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
From what I'm reading, and
you don't want to read the transcripts about what that's just this guy should, like I say, they need to bury him, dig him up, and kill him again.
Yeah, they said that
that's bad.
They said that his ex-wife turned away from the execution viewing window, and her quote was, "I've seen enough of him." "35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Don't forget, it is a Charity Charge Monday again. So if you live in Sweet Home, Alabama, or near there, today in Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, and Chelsea, all there in Sweet Home, Alabama. 10% of food sales at all those participating Buffalo Wild Wings will go to the Marine Corps Reserve Toys for Tots program. We do that this time of year. We make sure they benefit from the 10%. They get those toys for kids that maybe otherwise wouldn't get any. It's a great organization. 75 years they've been around. So go out and enjoy delicious food from the participating Buffalo Wild Wings while helping the Marine Corps Reserve's Toys for Tots program. Joy Behar, and then we're going to play Gobble Gobble for the first time. I thought we'd do two annoying things back to back. I want you to just listen, because right now you're living in a world that tells you to get a tax break on something that can't heat or cool your home, okay? We don't know whether we're male or female anymore, and we can't even figure out that a biological male should not be seeing biological females changing their clothing and should not be competing against them in athletics. We can't even figure that out anymore. And then this ongoing bizarreness, which is that Joy Behar is about to go on the fact that what these things that are called vaccines are not vaccines. On their best day, they're shots, like you taking the flu shot or something like that, and boosters and all this craziness. People keep getting COVID who do all this, but they keep telling you to do it so you're going to be okay with COVID. Now, let me tell you what they ignore. I can produce in this room, just in this room, a number of people, me included, that have never taken any of the shots who also got COVID and did just fine with it. So that's what they want you to believe now. If you have all these boosters, all these shots, you'll be just fine with it. Well, how do you explain to people that don't take any of it and they're just fine too? How can you say that the shot really did what you're claiming it does if there's people who didn't take the shot who have the same experience? Yeah. So anyway, I want you to listen to this bizarro as Whoopi goes down with COVID case number 2. All right, listen to this.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, and welcome to The View. Unfortunately, Whoopi is out with COVID. Oh. Yep, so rest up and get back here, miss, when you feel better. It's coming back. It's coming back. Yeah. Another friend of mine got it, too. I mean, we have to be careful again.
And it's interesting because a lot of people aren't getting that new booster with the different variety.
I got mine.
That one is, I got it a couple months ago, and I did get a reaction to it, but it made me feel safer.
Is everybody eligible for it now? We have to be certain.
In New York,
no, everyone is. Yeah. Clap if you had your 3rd booster.
You got it, kid.
Smart.
It's worth it.
Smart.
It's worth it.
Okay.
Now let's not forget, I'm sure Whoopi had hers too.
Yeah, right. Keep in mind, did you see Sonny, who's losing more credibility by the show?
There's nothing sunny about her or Joy.
Hey, get that one, that new one. That's the one that'll do it. It'd be like me coming in and you saying, Rick, I have this problem, and I come in with solution 1. And I come back and said, did that solve it? You said no. And I said, now this next one's going to. And I come back and I say, did that solve it? And you go, no. And I said, yeah, but you wait till I give you that 3rd one.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
And so all these different boosters and shots, they keep making these claims that they cannot substantiate as far as you catching it and spreading it, okay? And I will at least say this.
Maybe it makes it less. Maybe.
Maybe. But again, how do you explain to people that don't take any of it and they do fine too?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the latest booster has been readjusted for the Omicron as its baseline, as opposed to the original Alpha. So they moved it forward about 3-4 steps.
Right. So Whoopi's done every booster there is, and she's out again with COVID. And hopefully, it looks like she'll do fine, like most people do.
Yeah.
I mean, like most people do. So anyway, I just thought that was bizarre. And if you have Joey Behar, that's as good a setup for the Gobble Gobble Song as you're ever going to have. All right, so are we going to do this? I'm not.
It's the week to do it if you're going to do it.
Yeah. Now I could have waited till Wednesday, but again.
Well, why not once a day? Rick?
No. I can't do once a day. You can have.
Come on.
You can have today and maybe Wednesday. Or you can have you can't have
Rick,
3.
You know the pain I'm going through with football teams.
Right.
I can take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a first timer, cling to someone you trust. There's no way I can prepare you for what you're going through.
I'm going to take it in and enjoy it.
Yeah, try it.
Here is the Gobble Gobble Song.
Here I am.
Loved by some, hated by some. And then the bizarro, what I call mouth ulcer people that hate it but love to hate it. Okay?
I think we ought to make Helmsy get in here. He runs.
No, he's protecting himself. People have to take their own precautions, Speedy.
Again, we put it up for a vote, and our audience, overwhelming.
Our what?
Audience.
Yeah, our audience.
Right. Yeah,
right.
We're having a good day.
We're having a banner day speaking.
Yeah.
All right, so here we.
My goodness.
Here we go. Is this what it feels like to be the president?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here is the Gobble Gobble Song for Thanksgiving 2022.
Here's a little song I wrote about a typical American Thanksgiving day. It's called the Gobble Gobble Song, and it goes a little something like this. Gobble, 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 is Thanksgiving Day. Gobble, 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 as we sit down and pray. Gobble, 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 eating turkey and dressing. Gobble, 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 and what a blessing. Gobble, 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 and if you like ham, gobble, 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 no, I don't mean spam. Gobble, 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 we show our thanks. Gobble, 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 on the wishbone we yank. Gobble, 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 and the pie for dessert. Gobble, 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 oh, it can't hurt. Gobble, 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 and then we are full. Gobble, 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 and that ain't no bull. Gobble, 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 we turn on the tube. Gobble, 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 as we need to get lubed. Gobble, 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 to sit in the chair. Gobble, 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 honey, fetch me a beer. Gobble, gobble,
rhyming doesn't matter.
Gobble, gobble, football's on TV. Gobble, 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 at least it's free. Gobble, 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 as we wind down the day. Gobble, 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 send our families away. Gobble, 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 we're glad you came. Gobble, 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 next year just the same. Gobble, gobble,
that's long.
Gobble, gobble,
So long.
and I say goodbye. Gobble, 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 to all you nice folks. Gobble,
Where did that come
gobble,
from?
What?
gobble, gobble, cause you know I am. Gobble, 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 just all full of jokes. Gobble, 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 gobble,
20 seconds.
gobble, 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 gobble,
That's the one that hit you.
gobble, gobble,
Almost there.
Oh, boy.
gobble, gobble.
There we go.
Few things. Rhyming is obviously not required.
No, we rhyme
Secondly,
sometimes, we don't.
think about this. I never really thought about it. Ham doesn't belong in a turkey song.
No.
She mentions ham.
Well, for me, holiday season can officially start.
Greg, she's rhyming. She's rhyming the whole way, and for some reason, at chair and her attempt to rhyme it with beer, she thinks gave her the license, I guess, to say goodbye and folks.
I know it didn't.
I mean, it's and then
you nice folks.
Rick, let's not question the creativity.
That's true. That's art.
An artist. There's in the middle of all this.
There's a Gobble Gobble song for those of you that have to have it. There it is. For those
your earworm for the day.
Yes.
For those of you that maybe have experienced it for the first time, we'd love to hear you on that. We'll be back to wrap up the hour. Phone calls and maybe a story or two we missed. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And would not be interviewed after or anything like that. I think she was just finally saying, that evil person I know I don't have to deal with anymore.
Yeah.
On this side.
Right.
You know, and hopefully, you know, I don't know what he may be. That's not my place, but I can absolutely speak on what he was actually doing and had done.
Yeah, and still doing with his last breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one right there.
Hey, wow.
Yeah. You know, it is Super Bowl Friday, and Jeopardy. Jeopardy, you know, I don't like the show. I don't like the way it makes me feel. And but I must say,
I hate the way they have to answer with a question.
They have to answer.
hate that.
They have to answer with a question.
Oh man.
But there was an interesting and very revealing moment on Jeopardy. Involving the different categories. I guess leading up to the Super Bowl, they thought they would go football.
Talking football category, Rick.
And to no one's surprise, I'm talking about not one person. No contestant on Jeopardy could answer any question.
Not even close.
Didn't even try.
One. Not one. Didn't even have an answer to be wrong, did
So, and they say that even Trebek got frustrated or just had some fun.
Well,
so
between his
let's just go to
sarcasm,
commercial break.
between his sarcasm and the audience actually laughing some, it was pretty entertaining.
Football 200. Your choice, do or don't name this play in which the quarterback runs the ball and can choose to pitch it to another back.
Look at him. Look at him.
An option play. Ryan?
Football 400.
I believe he
I
don't
can
know.
tell you guys are big football fans. Tom Landry perfected the shotgun formation with this team.
These are so easy.
Proud.
Dallas Cowboys. Do you think we should go to commercial? Ryan?
Take it on to 600.
Okay, by signaling for one of these, a returner can reel in a kick without fear of getting tackled. Fair catch.
He even did it.
Who's left, Ryan?
800.
These penalties are simultaneous violations by the offense and defense that cancel each other out. And they are called offsetting penalties. Let's look at the $1,000 clue just for the fun of it. Jimmy?
As Minneapolis' U.S. Bank Stadium prepares to host Super Bowl 52, I'm looking at the Ring of Honor with names from this defensive line that took the Vikings to 4 Super Bowls.
Oh, I know that.
Who
if
is?
you guys ring in and get this one, I will die. Who are the purple people eaters? We're going to take a break. I have to talk to them.
I got to talk to them.
I'm gonna tell you that's one of the funny. He was.
What about when
funny.
he did a fair catch? He can signal.
Hey guys. By the way, I would have. But then there's a good moment for me. I would have gotten every question in that category.
I know.
That's the only time I knew them all. I
But
knew them
Rick,
all.
for not one, 2, but 3 contestants to not even have a wrong guess.
Right.
That's what was
Understand
so funny.
who gets on this show.
I know.
You know.
Did you say that in the article
gotta
it
be
says
really-
it says any sports category has always been a struggle for Jeopardy?
It does. It says it right here.
Yeah.
It says when it comes to sports, it is probably the weakest of the categories.
Well, yeah. I mean, guys, yeah. I don't mean to be mean.
And some of the stuff they do know is amazing.
Right.
All right, I really felt better about Jeopardy right then.
Trebek having fun with it.
Yeah.
Look, just for the fun of it, let's go to the $1,000 question.
By the way,
I will die.
you get this one right. I will die.
I will have to give it to Trebek. That was fun.
What about after question 2? Should we just go ahead and go to commercial? You want to shut this down? By the way, we're also wondering, we're going to do our Super Bowl picks, Bubba. I think you got the trophy out. We might as well go ahead and do these. Do you want to do it later, or do you want to do them now?
Oh, we can do it now.
Yeah. I did say this, too. You know, we often wonder
A lot
about,
of people are waiting on this to place their bets.
Sure, they
Rick.
are.
You realize that.
Parallel thinking has always been a big thing we wonder with the show. We've said this on the air. We've said it in our Bible studies, and now it has become a Babylon Bee headline. Now, you and I are yet to make it. The show hasn't made it by name, and I'm sure this is just parallel thinking, but when this has been sent to me by tons of people today because we've said it on the air, man is unsure if he's persecuted because he's a Christian or because he's a massive jerk. Always.
I'm anxious to see the picture of who that might be.
Yeah, when you're saying people are against you, be sure it's because of your devotion to Christ, not because you're just a jerk.
Yeah.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls. Was this your first time on Gobble Gobble? How did it make you feel? We'll take your phone calls here shortly. LearBubba.com. I know how this economy is making me feel. I don't like it. Right now you can get yourself a Kennedy silver $50, which is kind of awesome. Just for talking to the folks at LearBubba.com. No purchase necessary. Just have a conversation and let them talk to you about buying precious metals. LearBubba.com. The folks at Lear Capital do an outstanding job. You love them. They've got exceptional ratings, too, on Trustpilot, and they've got the Risk-Free Investors Pledge, a little quick chat with them, one of their specialists today, just to get informed, and if you love what they're saying, you go forward. If not, you're educated a little more on it, and you get a free Kennedy silver $50 just for doing that. So either go to LearBubba.com for all the information. Let them know that that lets them know you heard it here. Or mention us to get that Kennedy silver $50 if you call 1-800-707-4575. Again, that link at rickandbubba.com as well under sponsors. To the phones we go. Let's go to Stacy in Foley. Stacy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Fantastic.
So this Gobble Gobble song I struggle, to be honest. So today, I, for the first time, timed it for myself. So the next time you play it, I can turn the volume down and then turn it back up.
So you
for
can.
Your listeners,
Yeah.
Yeah, for your listeners, it's 3 minutes, 1.83 seconds.
Okay. Thank you, Stacy.
I mean, down to the tenths.
Yeah. Ryan in Georgia. Ryan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing? Love the show.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
That song is horrendous, guys. Woo, it's rough.
First time for you?
First time hearing it, yes.
Can you describe how you felt?
A little sick, a little nauseous.
Yeah. It's normal. Normal.
Kind of like you smell gasoline for too long.
Yeah. Would you like to hear it again?
Gobble, gobble.
Yeah. You're willing to persevere if it comes up again? Yeah. All right.
I'm willing to.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for your feedback. Hang in there. You'll be fine.
Y'all have a good holiday.
You'll be fine. It'll be in your head all day, but other than that, you'll be fine.
What if Speedy, since he's a master impressionist, what if he sang the Gobble Gobble song trying to be her?
Oh.
And you did you had to do the
Man
entire.
of
You had to learn
voices.
all the lyrics and do the whole
Did Ryan
thing.
text you?
No, I was just okay.
Now that's one Gobble Gobble song I'll stay in here for.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Can we try it on the kickoff hour tomorrow? Huh?
There's a lot of lyrics to learn.
Yeah, there are. Kim in Hueytown. Kim, how are you?
Read 'em.
I'm good, but I'd be better if I never again. That was horrible.
Right. Have you ever heard it before today?
Never before today, and that's one time too many for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it'll grow on you after years and years.
Can you describe your feelings?
It won't, man.
Excuse me?
Can you describe how it made you feel?
I don't know. I need to go wash my brain out after hearing that.
Wash my brain out.
That's all I got.
Yeah, wash my brain out. I've never heard that one. That one's brand new.
You might not like it, but sometime today you can be going, going down. Maybe it's through the store, down the road.
Goat in Athens. Go ahead. No, we not. Goat, where you at? There. Go ahead.
Where you at? The Gobble Gobble Song is a downfall on the will of meat.
It's a what?
Oh, okay. So like if you don't win something, it's like
Gobble gobble.
we have to play that.
Okay. Chris in Tennessee. Chris, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to thank you guys so much. I've been listening to you guys for about 5 years now since I've been in prison. I got to listen to you guys, and when I heard this song, it made me really hungry every time we listened to it.
So when you were in prison,
you still there?
Yes, sir.
Are you
Yes, sir.
are you
No, I'm
incarcerated right now? You're out now?
No, sir.
Okay. How do they let you? You got a call out of prison to call about the Gobble Gobble song?
No, so I'm not currently in prison. When I was, I listened to you guys as well.
Understood. Can I?
You had a radio.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Because you have a perspective we normally don't have. What was worse?
Yes, sir.
The Gobble Gobble song or prison?
Rick?
Yeah, I think the Gobble Gobble Song, no doubt.
You had to think for just a second.
Chris. All right, man. Thank you, man. I'm glad that we were able to kind of help you do your time, man. And I'm excited about your second chance at life, man. Ann in Birmingham. Ann, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, I want to wish y'all a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
And for the whole group.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to tell you that I would rather listen to the Gobble Gobble Song any day as The View.
Yeah, it is better than The View. I think if you can say one thing positive about there's no question.
The View is kind of the Gobble Gobble song every day.
It really is for a lot longer. What if we could trade how long each one is?
You could strap me down and put headphones on me and make me listen to the Gobble Gobble song before I could stand Joey Behar for about an hour.
I'm actually agree with that. I'm not even exaggerating. Let's go to Sonny in Montgomery, I-92. Sonny, go ahead.
I love the Gobble Gobble Song. I don't know why everybody hates it so much.
Interesting.
It officially starts off my holiday season.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
I'm ready.
Gobble gobble.
I'm ready for dressing and mashed potatoes right now.
So you look forward to it every year.
Golly. Huh?
Hey, is there any kind of you
fired up?
Yeah, have you had kind of a difficult life, or do you think? I mean, I didn't know anything. Maybe there've been some sort of trauma or something. I mean, no,
it's a valid question. Rick, you didn't even ask the guy who'd been in prison.
Right, I did.
Yeah, that's true.
You're right, Sonny. I'm sorry. Some people like it. They love it. They
Look
like
up.
Yeah, Greg, you love it.
Yeah,
I can tell.
Eric in Columbus, 96.1, Mississippi. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
We're good.
Kind of playing out that last call, kind of not. I'm not a big fan of the song, but it kind of gets me in the mood for some good Thanksgiving food.
I hear you.
Kind of where I'm at.
I got you.
That's how I'm going to spin it to a positive like that. That means that dressing is close by.
Yeah,
and giblet gravy,
because
mashed potatoes,
it'll
corn.
It'll be a while before I can justify a vote again. And I lost the vote, so I might as well go that way. You know,
That's true.
Jonathan in Kentucky. Jonathan, go ahead.
Coaster.
That's funny.
We're not,
Great delivery.
we're not doing
That'll
that.
be a coaster.
Kenny in Tuscaloosa. Kenny, go ahead.
Yes, it pains me to say this because my doctor has big fingers, but I enjoyed my prostate exam Friday more than I did that song.
All right. My goodness. That's terrible. That's the best one ever.
The doctor got big fingers.
I thought the guy saying prison was
what he said. He said it.
I know. But
ask for the nurse practitioner.
Let's go.
Everybody knows that.
Let's go to Hank.
You know what my theory is for this putrid smell?
All right, Hank, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. To me, it's like the drunk cousin at Thanksgiving. You know it's coming, and in a way, you kind of look forward to it, and it really ain't Thanksgiving till Johnny Carl gets in the sauce.
That's it. Gets his guitar out and says, "I got something." Johnny Carl. That's a lot of truth to that.
Everybody's got a Johnny Carl.
Well done, guys. Well done. I always look forward to your response to that. Good stuff. Thanks for being with us. Don't forget Rick and Bubba Charity Charge today. Go out and help Toys for Tots while enjoying delicious food from participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let's get into it. Helmsy sent his in, but we'll do. He's
on down the list. He's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
Adler's last, right?
Yeah.
He was the last one to join the staff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So